actual evidence in his Bible. Hey, I'll follow God's commands and trust what
Andrew purports he does. And he believed that, like, let's say God communicated with him, he heard the voice or whatever, and he was convinced it was God. And the voice said, kill your mother. At that point, you either have two options. Either your, like, sanity and your compassion and your humanism kicks in, and you be like, fuck no, I'm not killing my mom. Or you go, yes, this is a logical syllogism. God is real. I ought to do this. Like, those are the two options. I hope he would go for the first one, but the fact that he's saying he wishes he could go for the latter is just very disturbing.
The latter being that he
Shuttle
question God or go with God? Which one?
No. He wishes he could be a robot, and just when God says kill your mom, he could just carry it out instantly. But he admits he can't do that, which he views as some type of maybe moral failing on his part.
Well, yeah, that's what a theist would think, right? I mean, he's not being inconsistent, so if you're looking for the inconsistency, you won't find it, seemingly at least at that stage. So he's being consistent, saying, hey, I don't like this, but hey, God commanded things in the Bible and so forth that other people didn't like, and there's a greater good. And from it, so, I've got anecdotal evidence that when I feel uncomfortable, that even of itself is not sufficient reason if I truly believe that God is speaking to me. But I'm not inconsistent, right? I feel like
you're right. It's just, I don't know, like, just speaking the story of Abraham and Isaac, like, it's a good moral lesson. Like, it's teaching you to be a robot. It's like, I understand it's not a contradiction.
What do you mean by robot there? That you just do whatever you're told and you don't have a choice, you don't deliberate?
Yeah, like whatever God says.
It's clearly not that.
Since God is the moral arbiter or whatever, you don't have to think. Whatever God says, just do it immediately without thinking.
Well, you have to think that at least that you
have to think about it. You can just follow through because he already did all the thinking for you.
Yeah, well, that's going to be better for a Christian, I guess. Especially with violence and intuition, they're going to go, well, I don't want to think about this, because now I might hesitate or whatever the case is.
Yeah.
It's not looking good, right?
It's not looking good to me. Like, I believed in God, and I believed God was all good, and he told me to kill my mom. At that point, I'd be like, well, no. Like, he obviously,
let's suppose in some hypothetical, you were as convinced as you could as a human being that God was speaking to you, and you assumed that he was good. So whatever he says is not going to be malevolent ultimately. You would say no. Let me just ask you, in that scenario, are you the same person who's taking God as your authority?
Yeah, let's say even I would.
Yeah, then you're just being inconsistent. So there would be an intellectual problem on your end. Now you could just hand-wave that away, of course. You're lying, just denying God here because he violates my intuitions or whatever. But there we would have a legitimate case to say, well, you're just being inconsistent. You can choose when it suits you. Why God is your authority at all now?
Right. Again, everybody is aware of how many crazy people do all these crazy atrocities and tell them God told them to.
Yeah.
They have to be aware of that. And
this is again, remember, CM, we're saying the person here is compared to a sound mind. Unless you think that it could be a sound mind.
Why are you out of breath?
Because I'm walking up a hill. I'm out walking.
You're always like hiking or something?
Yeah, I'm out walking, and it's a bit of a scary hill.
I was kind of wondering. I thought you were at the gym or something.
No, I'm out walking. But in Dave's case, in his hypothetical, he's just being consistent. And then, Andrew, I think could legitimately challenge him and go, well, hang on a minute. You don't actually think God is the authority, except when it suits you, like you cherry pick it. So that scenario intellectually wouldn't work.
Catch me on that then. Yeah.
But emotionally, yeah.
I don't know, again, I can't imagine. And especially, again, with this knowledge that all these crazy people have done atrocities in the name of God, thinking God told them to do it. If you don't have a pause with that, then, I guess you're just submitting, I don't know. You don't care.
I view it from our point of view, these are atrocities. The difficulty, and I said this to my child the other day, and I said to you guys, if a person holds to their view, all you have at the end, as far as I can tell, and I've done this with many people, is you have grandstanding. Oh, but this guy's like a maniac. It's ridiculous. You don't have an intellectual argument. You just hit against the brick wall and you're done. And so then all you have left is like grandstanding. And when I realized that, I was like, okay, unless I can get them to contradict themselves or to get them to take a different position. If they just hold firm, if Andrew said, hey, slavery is good because the Bible says so and God is good, and ultimately there's a good reason. I don't think there's anything you can say intellectually that's going to like move him. And if you can, and I'll play devil's advocate, I want to hear it. Otherwise, you're just going to be going left with something like, you guys, you wouldn't go, probably wouldn't go, okay, do you know what, we're at a stalemate, I can't press you any further. You'd probably also say something like, look at this, slave apologist. He'll do the grandstanding thing, which I agree with, but it won't move him intellectually at all. He'll just be hearing you guys giving your opinion about something, and it won't be moving for him or anybody who looks like it.
Yeah, that's a good point. So then why isn't he pro-slavery?
Well, he might be. I mean, unless he thinks, which he might have an interpretation, that was sort of at a point it worked, and then through the new covenant it was taken out. I don't know what his, I can't remember, I'm sure he might have said it, and I just don't remember. He might have a view that it's no longer applicable or something. And then you'd have to remember that.
God changed his mind, and changed his mind.
If he did it, like what are you going to say? Because you're going to probably reduce to like grandstanding. And I realized this when I was doing this with the Muslims. They would challenge me on, hey, incest. And I said, look, I don't think it's good. I have a perversion or a preference against that. And unless there's scientific good external evidence to my opinion, I can't say that there is. I need to appeal to something else. Now, maybe there is evidence of okay, if there is good, but suppose there would. And then all they had to do is say, look, you're this, that, and the other thing. And all I heard was noise. And I recognized immediately at that point, hang on, they're not offering an intellectual objection. Now they're just pandering or grandstanding. And then I thought, hey, shit, are we doing the same to them? And it occurred to me that we are actually doing the same to them. And so they're not going to be moved intellectually. And so what we do, which is what they do, is kind of mask it with grandstanding.
So, I mean, no, because, so I admit that morality is subjective. So, if you want to have sex with your siblings or whatever, yeah, of course, my moral thing, I think that's wrong, or I don't like it, I'm opposed to it, but I don't think that this is, like, wrong on, like, a objective level. Like, again, so let's take out the genetic problems that it can cause or whatever. Let's take that out. I wouldn't claim this wrong on some, like, objective level, whereas what they claim is the asymmetry. What they claim is that it is, whatever they say is wrong is because they're claiming it is wrong because God says so. Or like they're claiming it's.
Yeah, we don't hold the moral realist view. But what we could do is motivate somebody else based on some other reason, right? Let's suppose we didn't have the science. If you've got the science here, if you can send that to me, very useful. I haven't had that conversation with strangers. Almost never get it with Christians, it's only with Muslims. But if you have got that evidence that shows that, absent my opinion, even if I didn't have an opinion one way or the other, here's the evidence to show that it's wrong, even if those people self-reported that they had a great relationship. You want something that overrides that, but suppose we didn't have the science.
Well, first of all,
then all the Muslims say, well, Rob, you guys are disgusting. And all I'm hearing is chatter. I'm not hearing a reason for me to change my mind, because they haven't broached on my level.
Well,
this
is a very common tactic, by the way. Hamza Sortsis, he's an Islamic apologist. He debated Lawrence Krauss, and he threw out the incest thing too. A lot of times it's because it's like kind of a taboo in their culture and their religion, so they use it to gain points from the audience.
That's correct.
Yeah, but
it's a propagandist tool. It's not an intellectual tool. And as long as you get them to admit that, well, then they've got no intellectual ground. And that's the point I press heavily. But the same can happen to us.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying that no, I understand, but even if you steelman them, because like usually incest arguments are against the genetics, but you could take like homosexual incest.
Correct, that's what they do, right?
Yeah.
They want to bypass that stuff.
Yeah.
And then they want to get, hey, Rob, A, C, and why is it wrong? And we can tell them why it's wrong, you and I can tell them. But then they go, so you can't even tell those people it's wrong. And
what Lawrence Krauss did though is he said to Hamza, he said, assuming everything is like, not forced and everyone decides they're willing and there's no genetic problems, he says, I'm not convinced that it is wrong. And the audience started booing him. But I think he was very brave to actually like make the point that he's talking about harm, not about their own presuppositions about what relationships are like okay and not.
Yeah,
so if you stick to the harm principle, I think that's a the best they kind of just, leave it.
Yeah, but then you've got to show that there is harm over and above their opinion. If they say no, it's not harmful. In fact, we love each other deeply and we can't think of a better relationship. Now, it's a case of you need something that overrides that. And your opinion or mine, or Cian's, is not going to do that.
No, but just something kind of like what I'm saying to press you, Rob. If let's say we steel man their argument, and they said to you there's absolutely no harm, then why would you still fight against it? Why not just
Those are my intuitions. I think it's intuitionally wrong. And I think humans do have intuitions.
Okay, hold on.
Let
me actually push you on this one. Let's assume there's an incestuous relationship between two males, so it has nothing to do with any harm, nobody will get pregnant, and they love each other and it's willing and everything. Would you be against that? And if so, why?
Sorry, two homosexual people. Would I be against it? No, I wouldn't be.
Okay, so you're not against incest then?
No, well, incest here is a different category, right? Here it's among family members. And for me, there I do have an intuitional preference.
Okay, but
I don't have an intuitional preference against homosexuality.
Okay, hold on. But the incestuous relationship would be against two males, right? So no.
Yeah.
So then why are you against it? So why are you against it?
Yeah, because I just have an intuition that that's wrong. I can't go deeper than that.
You can't go deeper than that.
Well, if we had the science, right, then I could point to the science, which Cian says we have.
No,
Science is going to ultimately be my...
Science is going to talk about pregnancy.
No, that's not what I was looking for. Cian, you don't have the science just in general there. Because you obviously look at biology is easy to understand.
Yeah.
I wrote you in something against it in principle.
No.
Well, Cian, sorry, Ed. What some people have said is that there's like a power dynamic that is unhealthy, right? That's the one critique that I've heard, absent being, the biological thing. So even if there was no biology, there's a power dynamic that's unhealthy that isn't even recognized by the participants, and that would outweigh
It's not even hold on. So you're saying that even though they're saying we love each other and we want this, you're saying you know better than them?
Well, I'm not being wrong. But psychology, right, that's been the one point that's been pressed. The same with like a Stockholm syndrome. We're not going to go, oh, well, if the kidnappee loves the kidnapper, who are you to say not, right?
Okay,
you're going to point out psychology.
Quoting psychology, right? First of all, psychology has been wrong on a billion different things. They used to think homosexuality was like a mental illness. So
I don't know about that.
Of course they did. Are you serious? I can give you the evidence that's in the DSM.
Yeah, but again, right, psychology improves. So, what we go sort of later later. Otherwise, you're just saying we can't appeal to psychology for anything. It's never wrong in the future.
What I'm just saying is that, of course there's going to be things that were wrong in the past and things that are going to be wrong in the future. What I'm saying is, if you're only going to appeal to, quote, psychology, and when I say give me the mechanism, and all you can say is either my intuition or this is Stockholm syndrome, like, that sounds crazy when it's two completely willing people in the same family, and you're saying, no, even though they're saying they love each other and this is non-exploitative, you're saying, no, there's a deeper principle that you... So who are we going to listen to? The psychologists or them?
No, here we want to take the psychologist in the same way we would in the Stockholm syndrome. We're not going to take the two parties, are we? And go, well, because the kidnapper and the kidnappee are now tell each other they're in love. We're not going to say, well, that's...
Are you really drawing an analogy between people who are kidnapped with extreme stress and pressure and it can change their perception? You're saying that is equivalent to two people in the same family who decide to have a sexual relationship?
It's equivalent in the sense that they are being sort of primed, because in the family there, typically what's happening is the father-son type of thing, because I agree, that's what the Muslims have presented to me. There the father has this dominance thing, he's right, it's like there's a submissive posture, and that happened pretty much from birth. And in the Stockholm case, the person then gets taken away against their will, whatever, and over time, the kidnapper, and this is well documented actually, I can't remember the term for it, but there is a term for it, and then the kidnapper starts to be nicer and nicer. And because they've had this shitty experience, they now start to calibrate that this kidnapper is a good person. And so I think the same thing could happen with the son.
But this seems like a very steep bullet to bite, where you're basically saying that you're going to make a blanket statement, whereby even if it's possible that sometimes there's these power problems. First of all, there are power dynamic problems in all relationships, not just incestuous ones.
Yeah, but
so you could
right, I'm not going to say perverse. This is a particular issue, right? This is what I'm saying to other people. I thought that what CM was going to bring, something like that. The biology is easy. I agree, the biology, but then they can sidestep that. So that's not like going to be a defense in all cases.
Yeah.
I'm looking for
I'm saying if you're literally saying just because of this possibility, you would think it intuitively right to ban all incestuous relationships just because of that possibility. Well,
I
then
think it's a possibility. If it was more than a possibility, which at least some people, I haven't read up, maybe I should actually chat GPT it and do a bit of research, but if it were the case, and it was exceptionally reliable, then yes, we would be, then I would be banning it. And that's not just my opinion. But remember that at the outset, I did say that it did just come down to like a preference or whatever the case may be. And then the Muslims go, the whole point of this discussion is more the case the Muslims will go, oh, look, you're disgusting, it's ridiculous. And I'm going, on what basis? They're not going to tell me by my lives, now they're going to tell me by their lives. And that's what we do to Andrew and others. And then they go, well, what I care, God knows all, he's good. It may seem bad at the moment, but God's got a greater plan. And CM, Rob, Abe, your opinion? You haven't given me an intellectual reason to change my mind, so you're just grandstanding and telling me that your preference doesn't align with God's. Why would I care about that? So that's his defense, and I don't know what we could say against that, right? I think we're pretty much we've hit bedrock there and we can't proceed. And the same way the Muslim can't proceed with me. If all they're going to tell me is it's disgusting if I say, hey, I can't say that it's wrong. I can tell you that it's my intuition, but I might not have a greater reason, which is what you were pressing me on that.
So all I can do in that case, Rob, is point out how there's very real harm coming from Andrew murdering his mother. But there's
but that is a big question, right? Because he doesn't think it's harm. So he's going to hear that word and go, but that's just your opinion, eh? So all you're doing is reinforcing your opinion with another opinion.
But Rob, look, when he goes to kill
you could prove it's harm. What do you mean?
Yeah, look, when he goes to kill his mom.
That's the point. If you do the androcytes,
I know, but look. If we're talking about empirics, right? And he goes to kill his mom, and his mom is screaming, "Please don't kill me!" And he like brutally murders her, right? That's a very different type of empirical harm than two people in an incestuous relationship who are saying, "Yeah, we're fine with this. There's no coercion. We're all happy and loving." They appear completely different to our senses. Okay, if you're going to say that that's somehow similar.
No, I'm not saying similar in terms of the quality or quantity or whatever it is. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there's a principle here. And if you say to Andrew, hey, you're going to kill your mom, let's not use Andrew's mom, I think we don't want to use families. Hey, you're going to kill a loved one, right? Someone you deeply love, and you're going to tell me it's okay, and I'm going to tell you it's wrong. And he's going to say, well, why is it wrong? Hey, Rob, see it. And we're going to go, because look at this harm here, what you're doing. He says, but hang on a moment. God has told me to do it. God knows everything. He knows that there'll be a greater good. Yes, it seems harmful, and even against my own intuitions. But if God is the authority, I have to abandon my intuitions in this case, and I have to go with what God says, because he's my authority, and I believe that he's good.
But the harm is also going to be that his loved one is protesting, saying they don't want to die.
Yes, but that's a lesser harm. Overall, that if he were to disobey God, that would end up being a greater harm. At least to himself, and probably even to his loved one, that he's currently unaware of.
Look how backwards and insane this is. You have someone pleading for their life, but he thinks that it's going to be a greater good if he carries it out. Versus the incest case, hold on. Versus the incest case, which is two people saying we're completely happy and in love, and you're saying, oh, maybe there's some harm here. Like, these are complete opposites.
I'm not comparing him in the way you are. I'm not comparing there. All I'm saying is that we're not going to move him in the same way that the Muslim's not going to move you or me or see it. For us to go, do you know what? Because you said it was disgusting or wrong, now we have to condemn all of the incest. We're not going to move because they laughed or called us ridiculous or whatever. And in that sense, all you are doing, and maybe I am too, which is why I'm holding my hand up about this, is going, Andrew, it's ridiculous. But you're not showing him by his own rights why it's ridiculous and he should change his mind.
Yeah.
So you need an intellectual argument, right? That's the difference.
Ryan, what's up, guys? Good to see you guys.
Hey,
it's good to see you. I appreciate what you're saying here. Assalamu alaikum, my brothers. I just wanted to say, just real quick, and I am listening. I appreciate what you guys are saying. Rob, you might point out too, as kind of much to my surprise, not necessarily to my chagrin, you have became more sympathetic to the death penalty. And I would just point out that when you're putting somebody to death, they might scream all kinds of stuff about how, hey, don't do this to me, please, da 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 da. And if they're Hitler, you may just not really, that might not move you to think.
Your loved one's Hitler now, Andrew.
That's the difference, right?
That's a punishment.
The loved one hasn't done anything that you're aware of.
Yeah.
And if you were commanded by God, I think that's what I would say. Then you're doing something that by his life is deeply harmful, even if they're shouting out. And I point out you're just following your moral authority, and you believe that while there's apparent harm now, there's a greater good that comes from it.
Right. And if it's the innocence that's being appealed to there, obviously then we're going to have to talk about innocence, because from the perspective of the theist, if it's the case that the person is an adult, someone's mother or aunt or whatever, the fact is they're going to have a whole litany of things that are probably capital crimes according to God. So it wouldn't really be, then it would just come down to, see, the problem is, Abe, I know you think that's funny, but the problem is you're appealing to your sense of justice. And
And what has your poor grandmother done that requires her to have the death penalty in the eyes? When I said, Andrew, do you think your grandmother, whatever your mom, is Hitler? He's like, in the eyes of God, they have done things that warrant the death penalty.
No, I didn't say that they were comparable to Hitler. What I'm saying is that they've done a whole litany of things that God might
Name one that your poor grandmother did that she deserves the death penalty. What did your grandmother or your mother do that requires God the death penalty?
Well, first of all, I wasn't talking about my family. I was making more distance. But my point is that I'm sure all kinds of family members have had, or people who have had family members who have committed adultery. Obviously,
everybody has sinned.
It deserves death because they committed adultery.
No, not by your lights, but that's the very thing Rob's pointing out. You're not understanding. Look, if it's the case that God has established a moral law, and it's the case that these people are in violation of that moral law, and God's like, look, they escaped the justice system because you don't have any laws against it. I'm just giving you an example here. He'd be like, you need to do this. Okay, well, there you go. Done deal.
Wait. Have you obeyed all of God's moral laws? And also, it's kind of strange that, he's telling you to break one of his own commandments.
That's not breaking one of his commandments. The commandment is thou shalt not murder, not thou shalt not kill.
You're murdering this person.
That's not what. No, murder is unjustified.
Your justification is that they've broken one of God's moral laws or whatever. Basically, you don't think you've sinned as well?
Of course I have, but that's not the point. If the supreme moral authority is telling me to do something, it doesn't matter if I've done it.
Turn it back around. Andrew, if God told your mother, if God told your mother to kill you, would you be okay with that?
You would just say yes.
I wouldn't exactly throw a party. Okay.
Would you fight back?
I think. Well, I mean.
Hold on. This is a good question. This is not
it's not.
If God told your mother to kill you, would you resist?
Well, let's just follow through what you're saying here. If God, meaning I know that it's God, is telling my mother to kill me, then obviously.
That's it.
Okay, then so you're saying I wouldn't know. Well, then I obviously would try.
The other person.
No, if you did know. Hold on, don't let him get away.
I do know.
If you did know that God talked to your mother and your told your mother to kill you, would you resist? Would you fight back, or would you just sit there and let her shoot you?
You know you sinned.
Let's follow this. I gotta tell you guys. You guys are so funny. You're like, wait, see him. You're like, help me. You're like, see him. Help me hold him down. He's trying to get off. It's so funny. Okay, if it is the case, God has told my mother to kill me, and I know that if I believe that, let's say. No, it's him. You both are saying two different things. You said I don't know it.
Yeah, let him answer mine first.
Okay. You guys are like, hold on. But you can be convinced. You don't have to know with certainty. Obviously, you can be convinced of it for whatever reason. Okay? The point is, if I'm convinced and have knowledge of, okay, that it is the case that, at least I believe I have knowledge, even if it's fake knowledge.
God spoke to you when he spoke to her and said, I'm coming.
So the confidence I have is that God is the one who's told me that. What I ought, if first of all, I would ask God, I would feel like I want to fight it, right? Of course. But at the same point, you're so funny. At the same point in time, I would be morally obligated to do whatever God has said. Now, she's morally obligated, keep in mind, she's morally obligated to kill me. But that says nothing about what I'm supposed to do. So she is supposed to seek me out to kill me. So she's on her way to fulfill her moral duty. But God can have another plan for her, just in the same way he told Abraham to kill Isaac. Isaac didn't get killed. So God can tell somebody to do something, and the ultimate intent is not to finish it. Okay?
If he tells both of you, thank you for the explanation, but look, if he talks to both of you, he says, Andrew, this is God.
Yeah.
I'm telling your mother to kill you. Stand still, don't move. Then he says to your mother, Andrew's mom, this is God. Go kill Andrew.
Yeah,
and
so
basically, and it's following through. He doesn't say Abraham.
yes. So what it would be, it's almost.
Would you sit or would you fight?
Yeah, it's almost trivially the case that I ought to stand still and not move and let her do that. Now, if you're asking me, would I? Well, I mean, obviously that's a pretty rough situation, and I'm not going to be like, yeah, this is great.
So you wouldn't listen to God?
No, I ought to, and hopefully I would, but my moral fortitude may not hold up, and I don't. That's obviously a crazy something to live like.
Yeah, but I mean, God, you're not facing him intellectually, are you?
Could stick himself in knots.
You guys think they are?
Let's see how he's twisting himself in knots. Tell me, just explain the knot.
The knot is he's having to reframe, saying I'm having a moral failure by not being able to sit and do nothing while somebody's murders me.
But how's that a knot? That we all have moral failures. I mean, facing all
because that's not a moral failing to defend yourself.
According to you, no, the moral failing is not to follow God's command, right? He's got an intuition not to. That intuition is mistaken. If God exists and has genuinely told his mother to take his life, then it is a failing. I mean, I don't see the knot there. He's just going, hey, I've got an internal tension, but we all have that. And we can't have the point to all that.
It's just 1984 newspeak. Ignorance is knowledge. Weakness is shy. That's all he's doing.
You're now just jumping from topic to topic. So the moral question is, hey, is it right to do this? Then the other question is, would he do it? And he's going, yeah, I'm going to have a difficulty like just sitting still. Even if I trusted my mom implicitly, I don't want my life to end here.
So how would you suggest we make progress then?
I don't think you can intellectually make progress. That's my point. If you want to, I'm listening carefully. But at the moment, you're not making progress. That by his lights, if he was like a rational being, he would go, do you know what, Avery made a good point. By my lights, I've got to reconsider. All you point out is the tension, which he's going to acknowledge, which we all going to acknowledge if we were in that position or indeed in other positions. So it's not like you've caught him out. You haven't done that. He's just going to go, yeah, I've got this tension where I don't want to die. Typically, my intuition is to try and live. God has commanded my mom.
Hold on.
Maybe I'll sit there, I'd be good if I could. I'd hold on to the trigger and take one big quick or whatever, right?
Even if you're right that it's not like an out-and-out contradiction, at the very least, I can show how his view of, quote, morals are complete fucking mirror images of what your average person would call moral. Most people would say defending your life when someone attacks you and tries to kill you is a moral thing. In his God belief, it's the fucking opposite. So at least I can point out the inconsistency. Yeah.
Well, it's not inconsistent because what you have to show inconsistency can't be from your point of view. It has to be from his. Because he's going to reject that it's inconsistent.
Well, it's inconsistent compared to
the rest of the people are right and he's wrong, right? That's, you know, if you point to those who's going to judge a moral failing,
what would you
I don't think you can make progress here. That's my point. I'll listen, but I'll point out how if you make an intellectual progress by his lights, or you get him to abandon his view and take on yours, then of course you could motivate that. But absent that, it's unclear to me entirely how you can make intellectual progress such that Andrew reconsiders. Not that we all go with you, hey, yes, I agree. That's not going to move Andrew. Yeah. It's in the opposite way. If one of the fears said to you, hey, Andrew, you think it's wrong to kill any human being even when it's conception. And they go, hey, that's wrong. You and I are not going to change our mind and go, oh, look at all these people that say, you know, we shouldn't abort a blastocyst. Let's listen to them. We're not going to be moved, are we? Same way Andrew's not going to be moved. We need something by his lights, or we need to convert into our view of thinking. Both of those are extremely different tasks.
Yeah, well, all I could do is point out how, like, this conception of what is ethical, the reason he's having a difficult time sitting around and letting someone murder him is for this very fucking reason. It is unnatural, not the word unnatural, but it is It is going against his own personal feelings and biology to sit there and let someone kill him.
No.
And you should listen to your own feelings.
Okay,
That's
but
what you
even if
do.
that is the case, yeah, so he's got a moral failing.
Yeah,
That's not saying to him, hey, you should change your view.
right.
He's just so I've got a moral failing. God doesn't. I acknowledge my failing.
Right.
I mean, I don't know.
That's right. Right.
And you and I've got it too, by the way. With the trolley example, you and I've got it.
Right.
Well, I mean, if we pull the lever, we probably don't have a problem. Push the fat guy off the bridge, you and I probably have a problem. We're just being inconsistent because the same result happens, but somehow pushing the guy is like much worse for you and I than pushing a lever which doesn't entail making contact with another human.
Yeah.
And it's going, look, you rob, you ain't, you're inconsistent.
Yeah.
If you're going to save 5 to sacrifice 1, you've got to do it in every case.
That's right.
You guys are just inconsistent. We probably have to go, yeah, probably we are. But there's some underlying reason why the push feels different than pulling a lever.
That's exactly right, Rob. And you're underlining just what are underlining the issue, because what's happening here is Abe thinks that he's showing some sort of internal consistency or inconsistency issue or struggle, inconsistency, right, within my view, because if God says to my mother, or we'll just say whoever, to kill me, and then tells me to stand still, that the fact that I want to fight that is somehow some inconsistency with my moral view. And I would just point out that they themselves are going to be in the exact same situation. It can be the case that, and what I mean by exact same situation is a moral tension. It can be, and their desire to stay alive. For example, if somebody's trying to harm one of their family members or somebody that they care about, not to use a family, but somebody they care about, let's say, okay, and they're in a situation where they have to fight that person. Well, part of them might, let's say the person's huge, the person has weapons, whatever, and A and C do not, okay? They're going to have some concerns about their well-being in doing that. They're going to have this tension of like, ooh, I don't really want to do this. This is going to be tough. This is going to be, I might get murked. This might be really sucky. But at the same point in time, they're going to feel morally obligated to defend the people that they care about. So that tension is also going to be there. It does nothing to move me, Abe, by you saying that I'm going to be like wanting to fight for my life potentially or have that desire, right? I mean, hopefully I could be as calm as a Hindu cow, let's say. If God tells me to stand still,
Hindus don't kill Hindu cows, they have to break it to you.
That's the point. I'm saying I wouldn't move. Hopefully I could just stand there and that my mother could just come up or whoever could come up and just kill me, right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I would hope for. But my point is, likely I'm going to have that internal struggle, that fight for life, to
I'm glad you admit that you have some healthy instincts of survival.
That's all you're getting. That's my W. So with the W out of this discussion, and I'm glad I see some signs of healthy instincts in you. I mean, okay, you got
Some healthy humanity. That's good. Yes, I'll consider that a small level.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
This is not the point. That's not contradiction in your worldview.
And it should. That's all I'm saying.
This is not to point out some contradiction in your worldview. If your worldview is already diluted, and internally consistent or whatever, it's not to point that out. It's to show how it's completely contrary to your own intuition.
Wait,
Yes,
it's not.
100%.
No.
I mean, I know what you're gonna say. But my intuition is already God's intuition.
It's not an intuition.
No.
That's fine. No.
I mean, I'm not trying to point out a contradiction.
Well, let me just point out, my intuition and my acknowledgement of who God is in His existence is way stronger than my confidence that my wanting to live should outweigh that. And that is crazy. Like if God said to me, and God said to my whoever, that, there's this mutual understanding that they ought to kill me. Okay, well, I mean, I'm not going to be like...
Let's scrape down, Andrew, let's just scrape down all the BS. If God commanded you to kill yourself, bro, let's go straight to that. God commanded you to kill yourself.
I think that's well, I don't think that's doing any better for your case, but just...
No, I know, it's just, we're taking
Yeah,
out of that.
so what you're asking me is, well, just to be clear, I think that's a counter. I don't think that God asked people to kill themselves.
Oh, wait, why not?
Isn't it against Bible teaching or something, or some interpretation?
Yeah, I guess the point is it's just going to be like, I'm going to go off the precedents in Scripture, and there's nowhere where God has ever endorsed that, as far as I know, and I don't think that in the Christian church it's just hell, which I'm going to say that the Holy Spirit has influenced the Christian church for the last 2 millennia. I do not think that it has ever been positioned that suicide is acceptable. And God would not do that, is my point.
Andrew, you said
Okay, actually, I want to get back to the suicide, but what about just go up to your death? Like, God commands you to, I don't know, say there's some people that want to kill you, they're looking for you, and He commands you to just turn yourself in so they can kill you.
Yeah, I mean, if He's commanding me to go do so, I mean, if the idea is, I don't think that it's consistent with who God is for Him to say, just do this so that you get killed, but there could be a purpose in what He's telling you to do that ends up in. Yeah, I think that's completely acceptable. And if it's the case, I do think that's possible. That is possible for God to do that in the actual world. So, yeah.
You said God could command you to kill someone, but not rape someone.
Correct. I don't think that that's something God can do.
No, that's correct.
But in the Bible, God told people to rape people, so that's a.
No, give one example. Give one example.
One example, when he told the Israelites, when he said, keep women and young girls for yourself, and then
you're assuming no consent there. Now, obviously, we can argue about the context, but you're not going to be able to show that it. So he doesn't. You just said, here's what your statement was: God commands people to rape people. Okay.
Yeah. Why didn't he say keep the women and girls?
Because obviously they're going to probably procreate with them. But you're assuming that these women wouldn't be voluntarily doing it. Now, you might say there's some sort of power differential there, or whatever. We can argue about it.
Dude, you just murdered their whole town and family.
The offense is they want to willingly procreate.
I agree. But the alternative is they just stay there in the desert with under no safety net, no place to go, no DHS or EBT or anything else. I'm pretty sure they might say, I'd rather do this. Now, you might say that doesn't seem like a fair setup, and there's a power differential, etc. But when you just make this bold, truncated claim that God commands people to rape people, I just think you're going to be nobody is going to be able to show that.
It's just so funny and God would tell you to murder people, but not rape them.
You're just begging the question. It isn't going to be the case that God is telling people to murder people. That's it. Doesn't
but kill them to kill them.
Yes, God will command to kill, right? But rape is inherently bad. It's like murder. God can't command rape. Maybe He can't command murder. That's what.
Yeah, because God can command.
So it's impossible for that. So He just said things God can't do. That's just go against nature or command something intrinsically bad.
The dead in their relationship.
This is not. I'm not saying. Let me point out. You guys laughing.
What if God commanded?
Hold on. Can I respond to Andrew?
Let him respond.
Tim, please, because it's hard. I don't mind when you guys both go at the same time, but it is a little difficult. But let me just say.
I apologize, but when I get in your room to 6-on-1, this is just a small taste.
No, this is not a combination that I go through in the room. Not by you. I'm just saying to try to engage with you guys.
Yeah, sure. That's fine.
But so what you're saying here is you're kind of laughing when I'm saying like God commands you to get into a relationship. Well, no, I'm just thinking about this. It's pretty easy, right? God knows everything. God's the ultimate matchmaker. God's going to know what is best for you more than you know what's best for you. So if it's the case that God says, hey, you should go be with this person and procreate, you should be like, andale. There's nothing about that.
God, you just murdered my family, and now you're forcing me to have sex with the guys you did.
Andale. Well, that's a separate thing, because I was just talking about, first of all, we're talking about the rape thing you were saying is what God commands. But then we moved on, I said, look, God's not going to be commanding people to rape people, and then I moved it to, but he could command them to be in a relationship.
I think Andrew's just a publicist for God. Choose the word rape. Relationship.
I'm on your side of the fence, guys. If you can make an intellectual breakthrough, I'll credit whoever does it, and I'll use it for the rest of my life. But so far, you're hitting a brick wall, and you're trying to skirt around it. So you're not trying to go over it or through it. You're trying to go around it. So I'm listening. If you guys acknowledge that this is a brick wall, I can't go any further, then you're kind of in my camp. If you can defeat this in some intellectual way, I'm all ears, but you haven't done it to my hearing. So
it's a deluded world.
Yeah, but they can say that about us,
it's
right?
not going to
It's
be
unfalsifiable, Rob. This is the reason it's circular. It's internally consistent but unfalsifiable. It's the perfect little bubble. That's
What is it you're trying to falsify? Exactly?
Yeah,
well, Andrew's God belief, obviously.
No. That's not what you're trying to do. We're assuming that in his view, God exists, or he at least believes it. We're not at this moment in time trying to show God doesn't exist.
that's
What you were trying to do is say, if God exists and he's good, and these other things
Yeah,
that
so
say,
I guess
and there's intention.
I can't refute if you start off with a delusion and then you have an unfalsifiable belief. I can't refute it, yeah.
Yeah, but then when you do, okay, but if you're going to go that route, then you should never be talking about the morals, ever, with Andrew. What you should be doing always is saying, hey, I'm going to challenge you whether God exists.
Yeah, okay.
Because when you do the moral, it's just hitting a brick wall. Because now you say, hey, it's all you can do. Hopefully you agree. You say, Andrew, by your lies, do you think this is wrong? I mean,
Yeah,
if he says,
yeah.
you can't go much over. You've got to like a white flag. Yeah, I can't go any further.
That's true.
We're discussing divine command theory, and yes, under divine command theory, like there's literally no way to falsify it. There's just
no.
So what do you
what is good is what God commands is good.
Okay, so what do you have to do when you ask Andrew these examples?
Mostly, honestly, just because it's just a funny conversation for people in the audience to point out how his view leads to
Yeah, but
absurdities.
hey, this is what I want you to do. Go to the Muslim room and it'll be put back on you. And if you think that it's funny or amusing or you want to do it for a long time, cool. But I don't think you will. You'll get to, hey, you're just not making any progress. All I'm hearing is blah, 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 blah. And I'm not making progress. So I think we have to sort of reflect on ourselves and say we're doing the same.
That's fair. Hold on. That's fair. Hold on.
moral like you too.
And you realize that if I'm in a room with a bunch of atheists, it can still be useful for the other atheists to hear. So
It's not like the other atheists are going to go, ooh, hey, we disagree with you. They're going to agree with you at the outset. So then it does sound like you're grandstanding. And there's no intellectual weight behind it.
That's right.
And you can go, you know what, man? This is just like propagandizing.
Precisely right. That's actually a manipulation time. You're doing actually kind of what you think the filthy preachers are doing. Hey, we do that. That's actually not right. It's you know, trying to show you it really is not all these things that you guys are still weird to it. No, look, the whole point is if you're trying to show the internal inconsistency, okay, have at it. That's fine. That's a fair endeavor. But if what you're trying to do is hold on, my brother, hold on. If what you're trying to do is just make everybody in the audience think, oh, look at the idiot theist who's saying this crazy stuff about his moral view. Well, the point is that can easily be flipped on you. Your moral views are going to be held abhorrent by the majority of people around the planet who hold to a theistic view.
I don't care though. I'm not claiming
I'm not going to care those yet.
Keepers.
I don't claim my
But Andrew shouldn't care either, right?
I'm saying, but I don't claim my morality is
That's
from
Hold
God.
on, Rob. I kind of agree with you foundationally, but I still think that Sam made a really good point here, which is that he's pointing out how if you asked us about our subjective atheistic beliefs, if let's say you asked me would I defend myself if someone trying to kill me, I would say yes. I wouldn't say, I would try, but I feel uncomfortable when I'm doing it. He's pointing out there's an inconsistency between Andrew's professed belief that God is, the perfect arbiter, versus his moral failings that he's unable to just go like a sheep to the slaughter, will.
Yes, but he's acknowledging that he's a fallible being and he has moral failings. So you aren't pointing out an inconsistency that we ourselves don't have as well. If I gave you the trolley problem, we're going to have that same inconsistency.
No, it's not true. I don't have an inconsistency with the trolley problem. What's my inconsistency?
Well, there it's the case that you're going to feel differently about pushing a man off a bridge than pulling him.
Yeah, I'll tell you why. It's a logical reason. It's because with the lever, right? The lever is something like by omission. By pushing the man's body, you are actually doing something. That's the difference in the trolley problem. It's not difficult.
Do you think Andrew's going to give you a why as well?
No, he's just gonna say I'm failing listening to obedience to God or something.
Yes, he's telling you the why. The why is I've got a moral failure. This is on me, Andrew. In a perfect world, I would follow God's commands perfectly. I'm a fallen, sinful creature. I don't do what I want to do.
I'm not confused about the trolley problem. This is the difference.
He's not confused. He's just acknowledging.
If you said to me, look, ask me the trolley problem.
Yeah, the trolley problem. Hey, if you've got 5 men on a track and you've got one working on a track where the track splits, you're standing at a lever. If you don't do anything, the trolley will come along and kill 5 people. If you push the lever to the other direction, the trolley will veer off and only kill 1 person. What do you do?
Do you know what I would do, honestly? I would not do anything. Because if you do the lever everyone's going to say, why did you kill one person? Whereas if you sit there and watch it, you can make the excuse and say, look, I wanted to do it, I couldn't do anything. So you didn't do
I think
anything
that's
by mission.
not the intuition most people have. We can go from the trolley problem if you want. I'm just pointing out the trolley problem as an example. You gave a why. That's right. I'm fine with whatever why. Andrew gave a why. His why is, hey, I'm a failed person. I should do what God says without question, and it should line up. But hey, it's my problem, not God's. That's his why as to why he's like there's a tension there. But that tension doesn't undercut his view. In fact,
The one thing I agree with you, Rob, the one thing I agree with you is that the deeper foundational thing is we should just ask them why things God exists. That is true.
Yeah, but what we often do is say, hey, Andrew, that's a terrible view. And by terrible, you presumably mean like it ought not happen.
We're trying to show the absurdity, yes. I think we're pointing out an absurdity.
That's where the problem of evil works. But these other sort of critiques that you and I sometimes do, like, and I try not to do anymore, don't work. They just butt up against a brick wall.
Yeah,
Right, where the problem of evil goes like over the brick wall, or it shatters it in my view at least.
I did see Andrew say that. Andrew's actually pretty open to the problem of suffering, so I think we should push on that more. It's a really good one.
Yeah, there's no contradiction on the problem of evil. There's no contradiction.
But the point is that we're doing the same thing to them, and I think we just got to acknowledge that. And he's given you a why, and that's all he needs to do. He doesn't need to say any more than, hey, I'm a failed human being. I wish I could do exactly what God wants all the time and feel like it's the right thing to do and just do it automatically. I just can't do this all day like whatever.
We can't show a contradiction to what to an all-encompassing worldview that's unfalsifiable. We're not going to be able to show a contradiction. That's fine.
Yeah, but that's our worldview is unfalsifiable as well.
What you're saying about the kind of what do you call it? It's not as opposed to it's different to showing that God probably doesn't exist, whatever. Is that we're talking about the moral question, and we're not claiming moral objectivity. We're just showing how this is just. I don't know. It's just.
It's what?
The only thing to leads to absurdity. It doesn't show that it's a contradictory, but it does show an absurdity, and that's why I was trying to.
When you say simply by your lights, not
Intuition is not a contradiction.
Most people are like, I would think.
Not in my.
Why would it be a contradiction?
His own intuition. It's not again. Not with my intuition, with his own intuition.
Yeah, but that's not, you're not undermining his position by saying to, hey, on these occasions, your intuition sort of is in contrast to what God's telling you. He's going to go, yes, and the reason why is because I'm a failed human being. You haven't done anything to move you.
That's not
On that point alone.
We're not doing a show contradiction. That's fine. Again, that's not what we're trying to do.
Okay, but then what it sounds like you're trying to do is go and say, look, Andrew, you're a terrible person. On whose lights? CM and Robert.
On his own life. By his own life.
No, but he doesn't think he's a terrible person by his own lights, in the sense that what he's doing wrong is not following God's commands without being perfect. But he acknowledges that as a fallible being.
Which I showed that
Most people would think that's crazy.
Like, what do you mean by crazy then?
It's crazy against the whole in the special plea, dude, God would command you to kill but not rape. Like, I mean,
Let me ask you guys something. Let me ask you. If it were the case that Christianity is true and everybody's
Oh my God, I'm feeling
fallible beings, would we expect there to be some cases where intuition violates God's?
It's just moral waterboarding at this point. It's just like, if I was right, I would be right. If I was right, I would be right.
No, I can't. And it's more than that. You guys want to point out that he's wrong, and what you mean by wrong is that everybody, including Andrew, should see that he's wrong. But you aren't doing that. What you instead say is, hey, he's wrong by my lights. And Andrew's going, well, why would I care about what your lights are? And that's where you can't motivate it.
by his own intuition. Again, it contradicts his own intuition, which.
All right, just answer the question that I asked you.
What problem?
Carlos,
If it's the
you
case
would
that
not.
God exists,
You absolutely would not, Carlos.
and people are fallible due to the fall, would we expect that their moral intuitions always line up, or would there be occasions where their moral intuitions diverge from what ought to be the case?
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't believe in a God that went against.
Obviously, not answering. The question is obvious, right? Yes, we would expect there to be some divergence. Now, if there was a lot of divergence, that might be a reason. But if half of Andrew's intuitions violated God's intuitions, we might now say, well, that seems unlikely. Right? But if one or to do, and he's a fallen being, and he's doing his best to be like a God's light or whatever. All I'm doing, the only reason I'm going this way, guys, is to show you how hard this is to do, to actually show the other side that they're actually wrong by their lights. Because we can say they're wrong all day, like I did with the Muslims, they're just going to hear a lot of noise from us. What we want is something that penetrates their worldview. And I just don't think that this critiques are doing it. If I'm wrong, show me intellectually.
No, we're trying to, yes, again, this is not a logical kind of debate or whatever. We're not trying to show some contradiction. We're trying to show him that, again, it contradicts not even my intuition, it's his own intuition. And
He knows that. You're not doing anything.
because he's assuming all this crazy shit, like, I'm a sinner, I'm fallible.
Dude, stop trying to come on stage. You're having a conversation now. You come up later.
Yeah, but you're not doing anything. My point is, he already knows this. You're not doing anything new, and you're not showing him that he ought to change his mind about something. That's what you're not doing currently. As long as you acknowledge that, then anything else you're going to do is going to be grandstanding to the fellow atheist. Which I agree, I'm going to agree with you, but they're going to do the same in the Christian rooms. You're going to see how infuriating it becomes after a while.
This is the moral question. Again, we're not trying to show a contradiction in his worldview.
You're not doing anything morally that moves him. And if that's your intention, then you have failed.
Dude, I'm trying to.
And that's what I realized. I'm like, I'm failing here. Something I don't know what to do. I just don't see it.
bro. You say it's not gonna move.
No,
I'm hoping that if he can realize this shit, it contradicts his own intuition. That he's wrong for thinking just some like he's a slave and a fucking fallible and all. I'm talking to him. I don't know why this lawyer here. Like this is not
The reason is because you're not going to move it.
proof thing.
But nothing that you say so far, Sia, is moving the dial at
How
all.
do you
So it's what it's the
How do you know? Because you're saying that
Because I was on the opposite side of the fence.
It's not an intellectual argument, all right? I agree it's not a perfect intellectual argument. I'm trying to get him to realize how this whole divine command theory is fucking like weird, it's wrong. Yes, it's not. I can't
weird at all. It's just your opinion about it.
Okay, Rob, yes, he got it. Yes.
Okay, but it's
Okay, well then let's agree to move on to something else, guys. Because I want to do the intellectual along with you guys. If we agree this is non-intellectual, let's move on to something intellectual. There's plenty we can critique Andrew on that is intellectual. Let's let go of the non-intellectual grants. How about that?
Yeah, that's totally fine. I just want to point out, you kind of strong man there what Rob's doing, like he's being my lawyer. No, he actually asked you guys. He said,
Well, he's just claiming that it won't move. He's claiming it won't move.
No, it's not.
How
It's
the fuck
not.
does he know?
You're not.
I want to hear from you.
Dude, he's saying it ought not. If I'm being consistent with my own views, I'm not going to be moved by that intellectually. And as far as
That's not true either.
Hold on. I'm not going to be moved by it intellectually. And if you're trying to show some moral tension, I pretty well have those hammered out. You're not going to make something. You're not going to be showing me something here. Like
Yes, I'm going to show you how you're contorting your own morality, your own intuition.
How on earth are you going to do that?
Again, it's not an intellectual argument, so it's fine.
I know, but give me an example of what you're even talking about. Look, God is the moral authority. Okay, yes, I am a slave to Christ. What now?
When you start saying, oh, but you know what God would command and what He wouldn't command, that's already like a big problem for you. You know He wouldn't command you to rape. Under divine command, you commanded you to rape. That would be correct.
No, I contradict you. Do you understand the way we come to? No, hold on. The way that I come to my conclusions. If I come to a conclusion, which can be based on intuition and precedent set out in the Scripture, what I've seen him do, the character that I know he has. If I come to a conclusion based on that, who are you to tell me that I have to believe that it's possible for God to command contradictory things? I have an intuition and a conviction and a belief based on various different points of data that it is the case that God is not going to command certain things. And you just saying, well, you believe divine command theory, so if God commands a contradiction,
What's the definition of divine command theory?
What?
The definition of divine
The
command.
definition is that God is the moral authority, and if he commands something, that constitutes your obligation. The problem is,
I'm telling you that should you rape
No. But what you're saying is, you're basically saying
You're not brainwashed. That's you reading to
hold on, brother. You're saying God can command square circles, and I'm just saying no, he can't.
Yeah, this entire
It's
idea
not a
of
moral
saying that God is the
authority.
moral authority. First of all, nobody can be
contradiction.
nobody can be a moral authority on everything all the time, because that would imply
They think God is.
but the point is,
for rape.
right. So,
Oh my goodness. Okay, go ahead.
yeah, the point is that this is the Euthyphro dilemma. So, if things are bad, right, then they're bad regardless of God saying them or not. And if they're not, if it's only because God says so, then why the fuck are you saying God wouldn't say to rape someone? He could literally command it and it would be good.
Because it's
So
not
this is another fucking weird inconsistency in your
No,
view.
it's not at all. Look, it's not great.
No, it's rape bad because God said so, or because it's bad in and of itself?
What constitutes our duties is what God commands. So he tells us no rape, that means no rape. Great.
Okay, so it's only bad because he said so, right?
But, in saying that, you guys gotta be able to track something a little longer than just one sentence. That command is predicated on his nature, which does not change. And he has no opportunity to change it. He has no desire to. He's consistent with his nature.
What do you mean does not change, Andrew? Then he changes
The
mind.
nature of God does not change. That is just Christian theology for the last 2 millennia. What are you talking about?
Hold on. Wait, God never changed, but yet he needs a whole new fucking covenant?
For real. And he never changes his mind on slavery.
Okay. Yeah. So God having different relational injunctions.
Oh my God, Andrew, you are this God's lawyer.
You just finished
You're God's
saying
lawyer. When you just said God doesn't change.
You just finished saying God doesn't
You guys don't understand what you're talking about. God interacting with temporal beings at different times, giving them different commands for different purposes. For example, it's very simple. A father who tells his child, don't jump out the window because it's going to break your arm or cut you or whatever. That's it. That's a command that he's giving. Let's just assume the father's got here. Okay? He's telling his son, don't jump out the window. That's an objective command for him to follow. That is a law that he ought not break. Great. Now, if the house is on fire and God says, jump out the window, now you have a different law that you need to follow. And it's contrary to the previous one. But is that in violation? Hold on. But is that in violation of God's overall principle of what he's doing based on his character, which is love his child? No, it's completely consistent. He says, one hand, don't jump out the window because it's going to hurt you. But in the other hand, when you're about ready to get burned to death, he'll say, jump out that window. And yes, you're going to get hurt, but it's better than being in the house and burning to death. Both of those commands are contrary to one another, but they're consistent with his love. So the point is, he doesn't change. He loves you in both cases, but his law changed. That's the point. Thank you.
Yeah, but there's a mountain.
his nature.
It does work. It does work. God's character does not change. His eternal attributes do not change. The way he deals with temporal beings changes. Yes. That's a
He's in control, right? So he controlled the temporality.
What does that have to do with anything?
Meaning he made it in one time, and he knows he'll talk to them in way number A, or the letter A. And then in the second time, he knows he can talk to them in B. So why would he do that?
Well, just think about how bizarre what you're saying is. You have libertarian free creatures walking around doing their own thing all over the world, right? And God's like, hey, I'm going to tell this group of people, don't do this because it's conducive to the ends that I have that are godly, they're good ends, they're loving, they're serving justice, whatever. But then he's going to tell this other group of people, you do this. They give me completely different commands, but they're commands that are consistent with God's nature. And so he can have different commands to different people, and they can be completely consistent, even though they're contrary to one another. And that doesn't indicate a change in God. He stays the same during all of it. That's the point. God doesn't change. The scripture teaches God doesn't change. Christian theologians and philosophers throughout the last two millennia of the Christian church believe God doesn't change, and I believe God doesn't change. It just depends on what you're talking about. It doesn't mean that he doesn't say different things. He's an agent. He interacts with people that are also agents, that are doing things that are different throughout history. So of course he's going to have different injunctions at different times to serve different purposes. It's bizarre to think he would tell one person to the next the same exact thing. Now there are things that are universalized in some sense that just don't change because there isn't a reason for them to change. They're just always the case. There's a few of these, you can say whatever you want, but there's a few of these that just don't change. I think one of those is rape. But the whole idea of not murdering definitely is something that you don't do because it's built into the definition. You don't do it. But the question of when you can kill somebody is going to change. There's going to be different times when that's appropriate and when it's not. And God can tell you when to do that because it's conducive to the good. That's the point. God doesn't change.
Why can't you say it's conducive to the good for God to tell you to rape someone?
I don't believe that it is based on, there's several things. One is the precedence in Scripture, which is going to be huge for me. There's nowhere throughout the Old or New Testament that I believe that God has commanded in any way that you can show in any kind of persuasive way to rape somebody. He hasn't done it. Secondly, I have an intuition that that is an issue. Thirdly, there's this passages all about union between two people and the kind of spiritual bonding that happens on those kinds of relationships. So God is telling you to do that. It's going against something that seems to be very significant to God. It's a huge thing, that whole being union or uniting with another person. So I don't think God's just going to flippantly say that, because it's telling you to become union or united with somebody spiritually. And it's a very strange thing, because you're supposed to be marrying people. So that doesn't
Also a strange thing when God said, "Do not kill."
You're saying that, and when he didn't say that. He said, "Do not murder." Ask any Jew, ask anybody that understands the Old Testament, ask anybody who understands the Bible.
I know the fucking Old Testament.
It's not do not kill. You're wrong. It is not do not kill. You're wrong. Look at any translation. Hold on. Look at any translation worth its freaking salt, and it's not going to say do not kill. You're wrong.
Do not murder. What I grant you. Again, you're affirming divine commandment. It's so then murder is wrong because he says it's wrong.
Murder is wrong. No, our duty is constituted by what he commands. So he says, "Do not murder." That's our duty. That's what we need to follow. The reason it's wrong is because God has commanded it. The command is consistent. The command is consistent with his nature, which is objective, and it is something that does not change.
And we can ask you about the murder thing. I think that's problematic, though.
Yeah.
Because if murder is inherently wrong, then it just cashes out to don't do the wrong. But in the other cases, they're not inherently wrong. All of the other commands are not inherently wrong. They're wrong because God has commanded it. In the case of murder, it is definitionally wrong. So there seems to be a difference. That's why I think it probably is don't kill in maybe a special way, or don't kill in an unjustified way or something. But if you're just going to say don't murder, then it's not because God says it's definition right, whereas the others are not.
Yeah, so, I mean, we can talk about that, and that's an interesting point. I mean, you almost might say that it's like redundant to say, do not murder. Yeah, like that's a redundant thing to say. But the point is, don't kill in an unlawful way. Now, the question is,
that's fine, yes.
Right. And then it's going to be, well, which laws are we to follow and which ones aren't? And those are outlined by case law in the Old Testament. There's going to be various cases that you can say under those cases, at least as far as the Old Covenant goes, you could kill under, and then that's going to be laid out. So when he says do not kill,
yes, under certain circumstances, killing is justified. In these cases, it's not.
Sure. And most people, and most people are going to be at least sympathetic to the reasoning if they're not in favor of capital punishment. They can understand that at least there's some reasoning they can be sympathetic. Now they're not going to agree if they're atheists, particularly, or people that are opposed to Christianity. They're not going to agree with the cases that God says it's acceptable. Right.
I mean, there's going to be disagreement in this case. What I was pointing out is that saying don't murder is either superfluous or redundant, because it's not done by God's command, it's rather that it's definitional, right? In all the other cases, it's because God said it's wrong. In some cases, maybe you may think it's inherent, but in other cases not, which is why he's telling you with the cases. But with murder, it's always wrong.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point, and I think that can be brought out, and I appreciate you saying that. But let me just say, I think that Albedo has said that he's got a new argument that I definitely want to hear. We should invite him up. But I just want to.
I just said something to Albedo in the comments. Maybe he wants to come up.
But I
I think we made progress at least. CM, and I think maybe they did say it to us.
I think what you did was good there, Rob. I think it's good.
But CM has acknowledged that it's not an intellectual argument to say, oh, Andrew, this is ridiculous or this is bad. That's just like a hyperbole or it's like grandstanding. That's progress, right? Because I'm looking for the intellectual argument. Because I realize when people do that to me, it's useless. So I can imagine it's going to be useless to you. Everybody in the audience that's on our side is going to cheer. The others are going to go, what's all this noise going on, right?
Yeah, and I kind of, like I said, I do agree that technically, if we don't want to waste time, or not waste time, but if we want to be purely logical, we should just go to why God exists in the first place. I do think there was some merit to doing what we're doing, like CM said, and I agree with that, but yeah, I
He's a man.
everyone.
Okay.
You know, one thing, Andrew, if you look up the word in Hebrew, where it says the Ten Commandments, it says, lo tirtzak, which basically basically means do not spill blood. Okay? That's what it says. Do not spill blood. Now, you can say from dawn to dusk that, like, this is about murder, not killing, but that is your own little interpretation. That is not what the Hebrew says.
Well, I'm just going to tell you that the scholarship on this is roundly against you. Now, we can go ahead and I'll just get some material on this and we can go over it. But there's a reason the people who translate the Bible have translated it, and you can try to argue, oh, they're all biased, which is an insane view, because if people are atheists that are part of these translations at times. But the translators render it, do not murder. There's a reason that they do that. Because do not kill would obviously present a massive issue. And I don't think that it is due to biases that they're doing that. I think it's just due to, that's not what was written down. That's not consistent with what is actually being expressed by the Jews or the authors of the Old Testament.
I'm saying that best case scenario, it's unclear. My best case scenario is a word that has multiple meanings.
You're not a translator. I mean, you're just reading what it says.
I'm trying to add.
Well, okay. I mean, what's your understanding of Hebrew? I mean, what are you saying?
I know Hebrew, Andrew.
Like, you know Hebrew like you have a degree, or you actually understand it in such a way
No,
that
like I can read Hebrew.
you can, okay, oh, fine, okay, cool. So, are you fluent?
So the point, basically,
Okay.
not basically.
Okay.
So the point is, at your best, if I'm steel manning your argument, the word has multiple meanings. It has something to do with taking blood.
Of course, it's about shedding blood. The question is it saying that you just can't shed blood ever, which is the insane thing to say, because obviously within the context, there's all kinds of bloodshed going on that God is only endorsing, but he's telling people to take animals and do it. Now, if you want to just say,
Andrew,
hold on. If you want to say that the authors are so myopic in their understanding that when they're writing things within the same paragraphs or within the same 2 or 3 chapters, they're going to be writing things like,
That's what I'm saying. That's 100% what I'm saying.
This is what you're arguing for. Well, I just want to point out, this is where
I'll tell you right. I'll tell you right.
Well, let me say this. I'm going to hear you, but I just want to say this. Dr. Josh points out, and I think rightly, people have this very weird view. They're like, a bunch of idiot sheep herders riding them. It's like, you have no idea what you're talking about. These people are not dumb. The people that were coming up with these views or writing things down, the text that they're authoring, a lot of these people were very smart. And it is not the case that you just come out with they're this dumb, they're going to contradict themselves within one chapter to the next. I think it's pretty ridiculous. Go ahead.
First of all, multiple authors over a long period of time, compared to the average person nowadays, of course they were dumb. And the reason that they're completely inconsistent is because they'll write like "do not steal," which is another one of the 10 Commandments. And then they'll say, do not steal, and then they'll say, go take the slaves from the nations around you. What the fuck?
That's
I guess the only thing don't steal if it's in your own little tribe.
amazing, Abe. So
Of course there are contradictions. So yeah, David say don't steal.
let's see. So when you say it says do not steal, and then God says to go take land that he created, that he owns.
I didn't say land. I said people. People, Andrew.
Yeah, owns the
land too, but
God does not own the people. What the fuck?
Really? And how do you define ownership, Abe? Go ahead. Yeah.
Well,
Exactly.
I know they just because it says in the Bible, your slaves are your property. That doesn't make it
Define
true.
ownership. Define ownership, Abe.
You're allowed to have slaves. You're allowed to order them around.
No. When I say God owns people, and you're like, God, you can't own people. Explain that. Go ahead. How is the case you can't own somebody?
It's because of the rights of the Enlightenment, Andrew. When people started thinking more clearly about humans and their rights, they realized that all humans.
You're actually talking about appealing to what you, by your own rights, is a subjective thing. But you're appealing to a subjective thing that comes way later that Christians are not going to agree with. And people who affirm and object to moral law and understanding theism and what the scripture lays out, they're not going to agree with what you just said. And so I don't know why you think that's some kind of counter to say, well, because of the Enlightenment, you can't own somebody. No, sorry, God owns the earth and all of the inhabitants of it.
Yeah, so you're cool with God being a slave owner, basically. You're okay with slavery.
that's wrong, why?
Yeah, you could do the same stuff.
All you're doing is throw red meat.
You do the same stuff.
Hey, toss a cut open red fish to all the people listening. Throw some red meat. Go ahead.
Oh, but okay, we slavery. You're the one that's saying, you're the one that's denying what he was saying about. He says not steal, but then go steal people, basically.
That's not denying it. Listen, God says do not steal. He's telling humans to not steal. God owns everything. If God says this land I promised you by way of a covenant, and these people that are on it are sacrificing babies and doing horrific things, go up and clean up shop. Or take the land from them. However it is that he wants to say it. It's his. Of course he can do that. And if you tell me that's wrong, by what standard?
It's only consistent, right? Like it's not wrong, it doesn't sound only consistent.
Well, yeah. That's why.
Yeah, it's the illusion that finds them out of it. I don't know.
And also, when you say that you have objective morality, you realize that is your own subjective assessment.
Oh my goodness.
That you have an objective morality.
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, how do you determine something? Dave, I think we talked about this before, but what statements can you make that are objective? Go ahead.
I don't make objective statements.
No, they're not moral.
So I can make moral, I can make objective statements.
You don't think that a statement, did we just lose that guy?
I put him in the audience, and he kept
Oh, you
talking.
bring him up. I do it to you, but I just want to say, if you just say, well, let me just say this real quick. You saying that a statement is all statements are subjective. Well, look, if you can't say something, hold on. If the statement that you make is directly corresponding to reality, to just say that that's a subjective statement, I think is kind of silly. Obviously, if I say the sun exists, I'm making the, yeah, sure, but it is a subject, i.e. me, who's making a statement. But the claim that I made, it has content, and the content is mirroring or reflecting the actual reality that we live in. And to say that that's merely a subjective claim, I think is kind of silly. But anyway, on mute. It's good.
Well, yeah, I mean, even though you can look against the audience, that was kind of the point, is that it's not internally consistent, really, even within the Bible. Unless you just, I don't know, just do these mental gymnastics and just talk your way out of it. Whatever. I don't know, Alessandro was typing some stuff in the comments. You want to go?
Hey, just a quick point for you. You probably don't want to say that you don't believe anything's objective, because if Andrew asks you if that statement objective and you say no, then it seems like it's sort of undermining your view. Presumably by objective you mean some fact of the matter that's not subject to our opinion or something like that. So just a small thing. I think you probably have to concede that there are those things. Maybe you don't label it objective, but there are some facts of the matter, and that's typically
You're talking about moral
objective. No, just statements. I don't think there are moral facts.
No, exactly.
I was basically talking about moral, but even if I wasn't, there are facts about the universe, but my assessment of them is subjective, yes.
No, but that's not what's being meant there, right? That you're just referring to a fact. There are facts in the world, whether you have epistemic access or not, there are facts, and those things are what we mean by objective. I think you agree with that, right?
I don't even like the word fact, because it like people are like all philosophical. They're gonna start like talking about Platonism or whatever. I'm talking about there are facts of the world, meaning there is matter in motion, and sometimes it's at point A, sometimes it's at point B. That is not up for debate.
That's a fact, yes. Okay.
But that's what we call a fact. Yeah. Don't in that sense.
Objectively true.
Yeah. There is a case of what actually is existing at any moment in time. But my ability to figure that out is completely subjective. And I don't think there's a problem with saying that.
Yes, but that's not what's being asked of you, I think. What they're asking is, do you believe that there are those mind-independent, quote-unquote, facts out there?
No.
No,
I don't.
But the fact is not, the fact is referring to something, right? Matter in motion.
You put yourself in a corner when you say yes. Then he's going to say, oh, you do it too. You can't concede that point. He's just going to say you do it too then, so I'm allowed to be delusional. I'm not delusional. I don't believe in objective, like anything you're sensing through your senses is going to be subjective. We do our best when CM uses words like we're doing math and science. These are human tools developed that attempt to be as objective as possible, and they do a really fucking good job of it. But they are still human tools, and that's okay. That's completely okay.
What I think Andrew's referring to is ontology, not the epistemology, not, do we have access to it? But rather, is there some state of affairs that is the case, independent of our opinion or our preferences or whatever? And you and I are going to say, yes, there are things like that. And I'm going to say that for every descriptive fact, even if I don't have access to it, but I'm going to deny it for the prescriptive case, i.e. the normative case. And you probably are too. And that's fine. If we say that, there's no problem. And he's not going to go, you're inconsistent. He can't say that. So we can deny prescriptive facts and accept descriptive facts, and it's not a problem.
Well, to be clear though, Rob, when Abe and I spoke about this before, I think he might be kind of walking the battle. But you gotta be careful, because as CM says, Abe's a little slippery salamander at times.
Your word, not him.
I know. I'm using your term.
I think I can agree with that, hopefully, what I said.
Well, here's what he said though. He actually has said that any statement that he makes is subjective. And so if he wants to take it and say something different now, it's fine. But that actually.
Okay. But I think it's subjective because I'm making the utterance. But then I think that's not what you and I and most people are talking about.
No, it's not.
We're not saying that. So I think it's fine to say that, but it's like trivially true.
Right.
So what we really need is some utterance in accordance with some fact outside there in the world. That's what we need, right?
Yeah, so Abe's saying, everything he's saying is subjective. That's not really saying much, because he's a subject.
Yes.
If
That's what he needs,
Yeah, right, but that's not really what's big. But if what he means is, which I think
It's important when you claim that you have objective, access to objective truth. That's what I'm to bring up.
what are you talking
Right. You're not going to like it.
Andrew, hold on. As much as Andrew would like to make it look otherwise, Andrew, you are a human being, just
What
like
does that have to do
a
with him?
primate on the planet Earth.
What's the point?
You have become convinced that you have access to a God
And
who
so
has
have
objective
you about all
knowledge.
kinds of things that you think are true.
No, but I have not become convinced that I have access to objective truth.
What?
That's the difference.
See, that's the thing, Rob. There it is.
Okay, I think that's kind of mistaken. You do think that you exist. You do think that there's a solar system. You think those are objective truths, i.e. that they refer to things in the actual world that's independent of your preferences.
Yeah, and I use my own senses to make the case that they're
Yes, sure, then you can still refer to them as objective, though. Your epistemic access to it doesn't change the fact that something out there is the case. It just changes that what your amount of access to that thing. But still, the sun is still going to be quote unquote objective in the sense that most people talk about. And you're not going to agree on it.
Yeah, but I can prove that. Andrew can't prove this.
Yeah, but that's the thing. There you going back to the epistemics, right? All that the question is whether there's something in the world that we can call a fact. The sun, the stars, whatever it is. And you and I are going to agree, yes, those are facts in the sense that they're independent of us and they are something out there that is the case. We're going to agree on that. And that's all Andrew needs. Then if you go, but I can show mine and you can't show yours, completely different question.
Well,
That's
that's
fine.
my point, yeah.
Well, it sounded like your point was that we can't call anything an objective fact. There's no ontology out there that we can appeal to that is objective. That's what I thought you were saying, but if you're not, then okay.
No, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm going to say that just for the sake of the argument, that I do think there's a case of reality out there existing. And the difference is I can show your senses, to your subjective senses, that the sun is there. And I don't think Andrew can do the same for his God. So.
Okay, that's fine, but that's just like an epistemic. With the ontology, we agree with Andrew that there's some state of affairs that's out there. He just thinks there's a different state of affairs to us. But now we're not arguing that there is some state of affairs out there. Rather, it says which one of those is the correct one and how do we assess that, right? That's fine. But I thought you made the case that, at least I thought you would say, that there's no objective facts. That's fine. All right, so I think hopefully we've cleared that up. And does think there's objective facts. You think there's objective facts. He thinks he's got access, epistemic access to the facts that are true, yours are false.
Here's a reason
They're not facts.
that he views them through his subjective, first person experience. True, and again, so he doesn't get cornered into some platonic discussion or whatever, which Andrew, not coincidentally, loves to do.
Yeah.
Alessandro, are you there? I think you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I guess you were Andrew. Where you said maybe I came later, maybe I didn't track appropriately. Do you believe in divine command theory?
Indeed, yes. That's what we were talking about.
Okay, And then you guys are saying that's objective morality?
He can't speak now. I think he said he had to get up. Maybe I'll go back on as soon as he comes on your hearing. He thinks that's objective.
I was thinking that if God is a subject and morality is dependent on the subject, you can view it as divine commanding as being ultimately subject.
Yeah, it's very true too. What they want to say, it's not before.
What they want to say, and I think there's an objection, so I don't accept it, but what they want to say is that it's his nature. It's not just his opinion. It's not like he's just going, how's the wind blow today, or like how do I, what do I feel about this today? No, he doesn't
Rob,
do
this
that.
is the Euthyphro dilemma. You can trap them really easily. When they say that, say, is it bad because God said so or because of his nature? If they say it's because God said so, then you say, okay, so then you could just literally say otherwise. And if they say it's because of his nature, then say, so God doesn't fucking need to say anything. We already know because of the nature.
That's what they want to say. So that's the sense in which they mean it's objective. I'm just explaining to the other fellow that it's not just his opinion, but rather he's informed by his nature, and that itself is some fact of the matter that couldn't be otherwise. Like the sun is not the sun floating up there. Anything, right?
If we say
Yes,
the
objective,
attributes
of
of
course,
God,
but that grounds it as objective, right? In the same way that the sun. That's what they want to say.
but if God is almighty and all powerful, then that means that he could change his nature, and that his nature is serviceable.
His nature.
Well, that's not what they're going to say. I would say
He's not going to say God can have a different nature. He's going to have one divine, perfectly good nature, and that's going to inform all of his actions. Right? It's not like he could tomorrow have a different nature.
I think that I would disagree. I would say, well, he hasn't been responding if he's there. He's a necessary being.
He's a necessary being that has attributes that do not change. It's the same.
Andrew, let me ask you a question.
Right, but I think that the relevant point that I would make about his attributes are that does not change and not capable of changing are two different things. So like God, I would say if God is almighty and all powerful, the fact that he does not change his nature does not mean that he cannot change his nature. So even then his nature is just what he is allowing it or willing it to be. And therefore morality is the same. Right? So he could change his nature and he could therefore change morality. You're saying he does not. Not you. Andrew saying it. I'm not, he's right here. Let him say what he thinks, sir. It's like, do you agree that God could change his nature, Andrew?
No, of course not. He can't want. He can't even want to. He can't even want to. I mean,
Do you think that he's powerful enough to?
No, it's not about
God's a
power.
slave to his nature.
No, you guys be weird, but God can't do impossible things. God can't do things that are impossible. You're
So
basically
you're saying that like it would be some sort of logical contradiction for God to change
or
his
something
nature.
like that. Yeah, you're going to be ultimately boiling down to saying A, not A. And God is not doing that. He cannot do that. So it's just you're
It's not doing and cannot doing are two different distinctions that I'm trying to get you to make.
What I'm saying is God does not do. It's also true that he cannot do, but he does not do.
Okay, so I'm more interested in the cannot, right? So, but then to the nature of why he
There's no
cannot.
possible world in which God can make a square circle. There's no possible world in which God can make a married bachelor. There's no possible world in which God can change his nature.
And so how is that a contradiction? How would God be? I can understand. Now, I'm not saying for God to change his nature, just for him to be capable of doing it would be a contradiction. You're saying just the fact that God could even be capable of changing his own nature would be a contradiction. So how is that P and not P?
Yeah, because you're basically saying a being who is by definition omnipotent, omniscient, he has all of these attributes, and he has these aspects of love and just and all these things. You're saying that he can remove aspects of his nature such that he is changing who he is as a necessary being, and he has these.
That's not what you're saying, though.
Well, he has. How do you have the power to do something? What does it mean to even say somebody has the power to do something? What does that mean?
I'm trying to figure out how it's P and not P. So, like for instance, you're saying that if God changed his nature, he would no longer be God, right? Which I can agree with that, right? Now I'm saying God has the power to do that, but he does not do it. You're saying that God even having
position that, so what you're trying to, that's fine. So let's work on this, okay? So let's make sure what we're talking about here, okay? Definitionally, God is the greatest conceivable being, or he's a perfect being, okay? Something like that, right? Now, if a perfect being could change, it's either going to be the case that he's becoming worse or better, okay? There's going to be some difference about who he is, because we're talking about the greatest conceivable being. If you're going to say that he becomes worse, then he's no longer perfect. That's a problem.
Right.
If you say that he becomes better, then you're saying he wasn't perfect. That's a problem. So you can't have a perfect being becoming better, and you can't have a perfect being becoming worse. So the
What I'm saying is a perfect being. What I'm saying to you, Andrew, I believe a perfect being would be capable of making itself imperfect, although it chooses not to do so. That's what I'm saying.
He's told you what
I'm saying God.
I don't understand how you keep pushing this point. He's
This
just
God is can be fixed.
Yes, he's contradiction. He's God and not God. God can't be
No,
God.
I'm not saying that he does. So wait. I'm not saying so I can be alive or dead, and I can kill myself. I have the capability of killing myself, but I'm not going to. Right? So God can be in a state of perfection, and in that state, has the ability to become imperfect, but he does not do that.
It's Schrodinger's God. He's only perfect when you're not looking at him.
Do you see what I'm saying? Okay? Do you see what he is not being? I say,
I'm just accepting that he's not God. Come on now.
I'm saying that he can change into
This
the
is
state of not being.
philosophical shit, so whoever you ask, you're gonna get a different answer.
No, it's not true.
I don't think any theist is going to accept that.
I don't see the P and not P. I don't
God
see
and
the P
not
and
God.
not.
Like, how difficult is this, my friend? God
Am
and
I
not
telling you that he is God and not? So do you think that I'm saying that he is God and not God? Is that what you think I'm saying?
You're asking for the contradiction, and Andrew's saying to you that if his nature changes from a perfect nature to something that is not perfect, which must be the case for change, that's what Andrew's saying to you, then he's not God. So then you have God and not God. God cannot be not God. Very simple.
So God cannot. So God cannot change himself from being God. But God cannot be God.
God is a slave.
I'm saying God can make the
God is a slave.
God can make the place. God can delete himself, right? God can make the world a place where there is no God.
It's simple as this. And
Because then that's not P and not P. Actually, it's the non-existence of God.
a perfect being cannot change.
Is God a necessary being that cannot fail to exist? That's what the Christians think. And there, the part cannot fail to exist is part of being God. So no, he cannot not exist. He must exist for him to be God. Otherwise, he's not God. This is very simple, Andrew. I don't know why you can
So they are saying that existence itself, by definition. So okay, well, I can see that you're saying. I'm not saying God can be God and God cannot be God. I'm saying God can make the world a place where God does not exist by not existing. He can choose to not exist.
And Andrew and I are saying that is impossible.
You have to understand something, Alessandro.
I appreciate your patience because I know that doesn't seem like I'm trying to walk you. I appreciate your patience.
Wait, Alessandro. Yeah, Alessandro, look, the point is this, that Christianity and religion in general are ancient belief systems passed down. They have to they're not interested in logic or truth or nuance. But let me finish. They're interested in conformity. What they do is they give you syllogisms that are internally consistent to get you to just drop the first domino, and after a billion more dominoes where they gaslight you to death, it's going to end with go to church and like tithes and give us money. Like, that's all it is, okay? This first gaslighting is just your first taste into the cult. Many cults do it. It's the same as all of them. So, yeah.
You sound like a pastor you sound like a shady pastor for atheism.
All I teach you because I think there is a depth of what the definition of God entails existence in such a way that God is a being that exists at all times.
Yeah, that's what
So
it's
to create
should be.
So yes, so I can understand that. So I can understand that the act of doing that. I'm sorry, an entailment of that is that he cannot stop himself from existing. Is that what you're saying, man?
Yes, and in the same way, he's a perfect being. His nature is one of moral perfection. I hash it up, whatever words you want to use. He cannot fail to be that. Anything else, and he's not God. And
I appreciate your patience in helping me get to that point.
Evil or whatever, right, to undermine the goodness aspect. And if you undermine that, then it follows that God doesn't exist. Right, so that's
I
endeavor.
totally see that. I appreciate you pointing that out.
This idea that God can do impossible things.
I think
What is impossible? No problem. We can talk. I think.
no, yeah, man. I think that was a misunderstanding on my part. I was not familiar with that entailment, so I appreciate you clarifying that. On the whole, though, I think that then I think the original burden would really just be help us please help us with compelling arguments for why we should believe in this God, right? So like if you're internally consistent under the frameworks that you have, that's great. What would be Andrew, I guess I'm curious, what would be your method for trying to get someone who's skeptical to believe in your God?
Yeah, Andrew, demonstrate that God exists, please. That's a good question.
I love you, Abe. Obviously, that's going to be a long conversation. We're going to have a lot of different things to go down. You can start with things that you don't think are compelling. I can start with things that I think are compelling. We can just do a comparison of our particular commitments about our worldviews and see if we can give something that has the same strength and explanatory scope or depth or whatever about the various data points that we want to point to in the world. We can talk about consciousness and all kinds of other things. And I do think that there's a case that people should be able to reasonably, rationally work their way to God. I think that there is a case to be made there. But there's more than I can probably do right now. But I'll just say this, Alessandro, I just wanted to help with that last thing that we were talking about. And we can talk more for sure, and I'll be listening, but I just want to say this. A necessary being cannot be contingent. If it's the case that God could have the power to eliminate himself, he would be contingent. It's a contradiction. So it's built in. God is a necessary being. So that means there's no possible world in which he doesn't exist. So to say that he can make himself not exist, it's just saying that there's a possible world in which he doesn't exist. And therefore, he's a contingent being. Therefore, he's not God. That's it.
Right. So I think I was talking about maybe all powerful, all knowing and stuff, but then also he is a necessary being. That's an important part to include in the definition. I think engage in evangelism, dude. That's what we're trying to get to. Because I think that ultimately, the internal consistency of your worldview and stuff is probably going to hold up because you're a very thoughtful person. But I think that the internal consistency of a worldview is only.
Oh, I agree.
It's just in your
ground. Right. You just had the consistency. Yeah, that's not all the work is before me. I get you, bud. That's why we have these conversations. I want it to be relational too. I do want to be able to give arguments and the best I can, but I'm not really the argument type person. The premise one, premise two, although I like arguments. But it's more just like dialoguing over reasons why you don't believe. I'll give you reasons why I think God does exist, and there's conversations we have there. And hopefully in good spirit, in good nature, good faith. And hopefully we both can see where the other person makes good points. I think that's generally should be the aim. To the endeavor to get to truth. Now, obviously, I think that Christ, I'm quite convinced, is the truth. But, I'm open to at least hearing your objections and trying to engage. And if there is something I think that has teeth, I'll just be honest and say, yeah, I think it has teeth. I think the problem of evil has some teeth. I do. Certainly, from an emotional standpoint, it's powerful. And I think the fact that it is emotionally powerful can be an argument that can be used against the goodness of God or against his existence altogether, or maybe even just the power of God, right? Something's got to give, or maybe his omniscience, right? That's what it works towards anyway. So yeah, I think we can have good faith dialogue and kind of give and take and see where we go. But yeah, for now, I'm going to mute up a bit. But I was going to say I really want to hear what Albedo's new arguments are, because I don't know if you know this, Alessandro, and I know you are. You're a man of many names, but Albedo is now a Christian, believe it or not.
Me too, man. I actually am.
You became a Christian?
Sincerely, yes. Now the thing is, I don't believe like that Jesus is the only pathway towards. Like I don't believe that you're gonna burn in hell if you don't worship Jesus. Right.
Well, wait, but you believe that he died and rose from the dead?
No, I do not believe in the resurrection.
I don't know. Wait a second. I mean, not to not to be tribalistic here, but we're really talking about the base. This is like a. I mean, you could do a Dawkins thing and just say you're a cultural Christian, but to say that you don't believe Jesus died and rose from the dead is basically almost like saying God exists, but yet you're a Christian. I mean, that's pretty.
Well, I think that's so. I've been an atheist, right? I've been an agnostic. And then I can't think about what do I think about the nature of divinity? Can divinity, can human beings express divinity? We can define divinity, right? I think that's going to be a term that's hard to whatever, right? I believe in the divinity of Christ, right? I believe that I've had divine experiences. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is just like, currently a conduit through which, yes, Jesus is, I do believe in, like, the power and effect of Jesus on this world today. I do believe in, well, I'm not convinced that it would be an interesting conversation if someone like could convince me of the annihilation of consciousness upon death. That would be an interesting conversation. So I'm not persuaded that that is the case. So yeah, I believe in Jesus. I believe that he was divine. I believe that he even was a vessel through which the highest level of divine energy did flow, right? And so I think you should try to be like Jesus. And you should try to follow Jesus.
Is this a recent thing? I'm sorry.
For me, this is a quite recent thing. I mean, I've been a theist for a second, but I think that for me, you even have many churches that don't even believe in the Trinity, that don't even believe in the divinity of Jesus, and all of them would say they're Christians. So yeah, I mean, there you go.
Well, first of all, I just want to say that's awesome, man. I mean, obviously, I'm happy to hear that. Why wouldn't I be? I think that's awesome. But I would just say there are people here on stage that don't believe that they're naturalists, or whatever, and they're going to say they don't think anything supernatural is true at all. So I'm very curious. I would love to hear, and I'm mute, and until Albedo comes up or whatever, I would love to hear you say what it is that convinced you or what brought you into, let's say, theism, because I didn't even know you were a theist. I always thought you were an atheist. And then what brought you even more specifically to say that you think Jesus is divine or was divine. I would love to hear that, and I'll listen, brother. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I have a question. What makes you think you're still going to be conscious after you die?
So, I believe in the block universe, right? And some of the implications of which means I also subscribe to the tenseless theories of time, which means that causation, even in just a physical sense, like at point A, from point A in time to point B in time, causation would be illusory, right? Like, do you follow?
Not illusory, but it's not.
It's all existing, at the same time, but just you're aware of it. Yeah.
It's not going to make sense, but it's like some emergent kind of causation. It's not the same exact causation, but okay. Even I know the B theory, but fine. Okay.
So cool. Like the tenseless theories of time, you got B and C theory. Right? So there's not a moment in space-time that you would say this moment in space-time exists because this moment did a thing and caused it to exist. Right? That doesn't make sense. So I don't think that emergent dualism makes sense. I don't think that consciousness exists because things are happening in space-time causing consciousness to exist. It seems to be the case that we are just conscious of various moments in space-time from the perspective of the organism that we call our body, right? And so since I don't believe, like I look at space-time as a place where nothing is happening. There's nothing happening in space-time. So it doesn't really make sense to say things are happening in space-time that are causing our consciousness to exist. Right? So I don't believe consciousness is dependent upon things that are happening. Right. And so since for me, okay, you see what I'm saying? Like for me, consciousness is not even dependent, or it's not emerging due to processes. Because like processes in that emergent sense of a sequence of events with an outcome, that's not the most advanced understanding of the configuration of space and time, right? So
are you like a panpsychist? Do you think you have consciousness without your brain?
no, I think it seems to be the case that like our consciousness is just peering into time and space from the perspective of our bodies, and I don't know what the cause of that is, but I know
that you're not a dualist, right?
A thing happened, and now consciousness exists. But I don't believe in causality like that.
Okay, but you are a dualist.
So why can't you just say that why can't you just say consciousness is emergent?
Well, because emergent, for something to emerge, like you're saying, like a thing happens and then causes a thing to exist, right? But I'm once again,
Are you saying you think consciousness is uncaused?
I'm saying I don't know the cause of consciousness, but I don't believe that consciousness exists due to any of the physical processes that we're observing.
Then why wouldn't you just say that you probably think it's non-physical? Because if you're saying you don't think it's caused by anything physical, then just call it non-physical.
Well, I think so. Whatever we would call non-physical now is probably something that like for instance, people used to think light was non-physical, but we just had to discover photons. Do you see what I'm saying? So
yeah, that's true.
Things that people would call super. Sure, I mean that may be the case, but I think that I don't make vast assertions about the nature of consciousness. I just look at like what we know about space and time, and I'm going to say causality is not a thing. Straight up, full stop. Causality, according to the laws of physics, in accordance with like Flock universe theory, the relativity of time and space, and the passage of time, and the arrow of time, and all of that, all moments in time already exist, right? So it's not like your consciousness exists because there's this thing happening. I don't know if you see what I'm saying, but
I know what you're saying. I don't think the conclusions you're drawing are actually correct.
So what is incorrect?
No, just because
what is more questionable?
You see, even in a B theory universe, I know it's just again the problem is you're mistaking the word, like you're using the word for two things. So okay, if you don't want to call it this causation, the same type of causation as you have in like A models, then we can invent a new word, or you can just put a prefix in front of it, like call it emergent causation or something. But something like emergent causation still exists in the B models. I mean, things don't happen for no reason.
Of course not. I think that so here's what I'm saying.
Still are separated, even though they might not be like CM said, they might not be like caused A to B to C, but they are still spaced out in a way that is sequential. It's the reason it's the reason why your experience right now is not like you as a child, you as an old man, you as a middle-aged person. Like it's the reason it goes in order.
Of course. Now I think that we may disagree on the implications of that. Maybe we can come to agreement. I think that there's a sequence of reels on a movie strip, right? And let's say sequences of pages within a book, right? Page 3, we can say page 2 caused page 3 to exist, but also page 3 and page 2 exist at the same time. That's why consciousness exists. That's what you're saying, right?
No, well, it doesn't really.
Because do you see what I'm saying? It's like if event B and event C exist simultaneously and consciousness exists simultaneously, then yes, I appreciate your reference to sequence, but it means it's causality only in a sense that there is a sequence. It's not like true causality. Do you see what I'm saying?
That may hold for the sequencing, and because you might be able to like play with kind of sequences in models, but again, there's still some kind of we agree that things don't happen for no reason. There's some kind of emergent, it's just.
What do you mean when you say emergent? Because maybe I'll give you what I think, and then correct me. Because when you say emerged, it seems like you're saying did not exist, now does exist. Emerged.
No. So
right?
there are two forms. Yeah, there are two forms of emergence, right? Like, yeah. But let's just go with like the basic emergence, right? You have one water molecule, right? There's nothing there. It's just the water molecule. But when you get billions of water molecules together, then you have like temperature because they're hitting each other. So temperature emerged out of what was not there before. There was no temperature with one molecule.
I love that example right now. Let's say in one moment in time, you have one molecule. In another moment in time, you have all the molecules at temperature. The problem with causation is both of those moments exist simultaneously, and the second moment didn't wait for the first moment to happen before the second moment existed in space-time, right? So yes, there is this sequence and there is this order, but there's no causation in the colloquial sense. So the temperature was not caused, right?
Okay, I kind of understand what you're doing, but I'm kind of feeling a little bit confused about how it affects your main conclusion. So what is your conclusion, I guess? That's what I'm trying to say. What's your conclusion?
So even in space-time, each state of affairs is an eternal attribute of space-time in its own right? We can't even say that like for instance, this moment where we're talking on the phone has always is a clumsy word, but it's an eternal attribute of the universe, this moment, right? It doesn't exist because I got up and chose to one day do some shit.
No, I follow you. I'm just saying, so what's the point though?
So then I'm saying it wouldn't make sense. We can't even say things are the way they are because things happened. Like we can't say because things took place, things are the way they are.
How do you get from this to God?
He asked me about consciousness. So if I was talking about why do you
the consciousness, yeah.
So I would say I don't believe in emergent consciousness because I don't believe like events
You
are
just don't
taking
believe in
place.
emergence, period.
Yeah.
It's not
But then that's me saying too though, like consciousness, that's why I'm saying I don't believe our consciousness is being created by our mind.
But you shouldn't word it that way because it completely throws people off the trail. It makes them think that you think that consciousness is special. But you're not even saying that. You're saying you don't even believe that like me kicking a rock is some type of like causation. You don't even believe that. So
I don't, yeah.
Right. So that's separate. So you just don't believe in causation, period.
Yeah.
So then that's why I don't believe in emergent dualism. Like I don't believe if you were to say your consciousness exists because like the thing had to happen and now you got like you see what I'm saying?
So then what does this imply for your worldview? If you don't believe in causation, then what?
Well, I guess if it was to say because he's saying why do you believe that your consciousness can exist without your body? And that's because I'm saying it seems to be the case that my consciousness is just aware of different moments in space.
Because you believe that every moment in space time exists without something else. So yeah, okay, fine.
But that's fine. Like, come on. Do you think were you conscious before you were born?
Probably not.
Okay, exactly. So then, because what he's doing is he's just equating his consciousness to moments in time. Literally, that's exactly what he's doing.
No, I would say that it's awareness. So, like for instance, I would say my consciousness would be what I consider me, and my body is like this organism that there are at different points in space and time. There's this organism that I seem to be aware of. You know what I'm saying? So like, but I seem to constantly be shifting through moments in time, even though my body isn't.
Maybe I'm right.
No, because
I'm
like
just
my. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to clarify kind of like what was the reason you think God exists?
Okay, well, God exists. Yeah, man, that's just gonna be like my own. Through experiences I can't explain. I believe that I cannot compel another man to believe in God. I don't believe that you have to believe in God. You know what I mean? I'll just be honest. Even though I am a Christian, I consider myself to be a Christian.
No, I appreciate that. I know you're not compelling anyone, but I'm saying, do you mind just sharing what it is that convinced you?
Well, so going back to God, I want to finish. It's my consciousness.
Okay,
So you don't think you were conscious before you were born. Why do you think you're gonna be? And so that means your conscious did have to, I don't know, use whatever word you want.
So, like, to be real with you, if we're just gonna start talking about my faith claims, like, I believe that
Well,
we were saying.
you think how was it to tell you before you were born? You don't think?
I said I don't think so.
You obviously.
I didn't say no.
You don't. So it's just, why do you think after you die it's gonna be any different?
Well, I think that there is a purpose to our existence right now. These are just faith-based claims.
Yeah.
I do believe there's a purpose to our existence. I do believe, and I believe shit, hey man, reincarnation of our minds could be it. Now, I would never advocate for any of my beliefs, right? I would never like you guys said, maybe not reincarnation, but like our minds could have existed in other ways, and this is another way that we're existing, experiencing space and time this way. Then we may do something else after this shit is done. You know what I mean? Like, it seems to be like I'm just aware of different moments in space and time.
Oh shit.
And I don't know why I couldn't become aware of other things after this. Like, if there's things for my awareness to explore.
I'm glad you know some like philosophy and like relativity and stuff, but you might want to look into like some of the
Because like you're gonna just try
in your mind, you're just saying, oh, all bets are off, basically. For your mind, you don't need anything for your mind to exist.
No, I think you need. No, I'm saying I hold that for all moments in time. You don't like.
I know this
It's
is
moments in time.
this is the most like fascinating worldview I've ever heard. That's like it's the most like mushy worldview. Like you don't believe in causation. You don't believe in physical like things. You don't believe in consciousness that emerges.
I do believe in consciousness. Well, no, we
At this
disagree
point,
on.
at this point, why are you just not a solipsist?
I didn't say I don't believe in consciousness. I literally just described, like, I believe consciousness is my awareness.
I know, but you said it's not emerging from the brain.
No, so
I
again,
don't think anything I don't believe in emergence, period.
I know you don't believe in causation. So I'm saying, like, why are you not just a solipsist?
causation or emergence, you believe you're conscious because you're conscious now. Like I said, I heard you night, but like much time I was picking up on this, that you're kind of almost equating your consciousness to the moments in time in which you are conscious.
No, consciousness is my awareness. Consciousness is my awareness.
No, you're tying it to moments in time. Like you're conscious now. Like it's not because you're conscious now, not because you were conscious before or yesterday, but because you're conscious. So like, it actually sounds more, I guess philosophically like a presence, but whatever. Regardless, if you're tying consciousness to moments of time, then, but you also say, obviously you weren't conscious during the Roman Empire. Like, why do you think you're going to be conscious again in the future, 1,000 years from now? Like,
Right. So what I'm saying is, what it looks like to me is happening, right? Is like there's this thing called space-time that like already exists.
so okay,
Consciousness can like be aware of some moments in space-time from the perspective of biological organisms. Right? So it seems to me to be the case that like
okay, but so now use that. If when you cease to be a biological organism, you're conscious of space-time.
I don't think there's any like ceasing to be, right? Because the biological organism is an eternal feature of space-time, right? Across all the moments and times of its life. So it's like No, like, okay, like, what you're saying is, like, it's not the case that the past, the present, and the future are all real. I'm telling you that it is, right?
They can all be
We can dispute.
Yeah, but then why are you not conscious right now of like when you were a baby?
Right, because I don't think that my consciousness and my body are the same thing. That's one of the things I'm trying to point out.
Why is it that you're not conscious right now in this moment of you being a baby?
That's a great question, because I believe we're only conscious of one moment at a time. Similar to like reading a book.
Why?
Maybe that's more of like that's a question I cannot answer. But it seems to be the case that I'm only aware.
Okay, hold on. But I appreciate your honesty. The reason I'm going to press on this point strongly is because it's pointing out that there are highlighted moments, whether there's no causation, whether your consciousness is not emergent, whether anything. But if you acknowledge that you do not have access to you being a baby right now and your consciousness is only...
I mean, it seems to be the case, like, okay, I think that what's happening is something like this, and this is going to be my faith, right? Space-time is something that consciousness can peer into. While we're doing that, we experience what it's like to be these organisms. When it dies, we go back to wherever we were. Like, that's what it seems to be. It seems like this is like some book that's already written, where all these moments already exist, and we're just reading one page.
Somehow the pages are turning. So if you acknowledge that the pages are turning and you're only aware of the page you're on, it stands to reason that in the same way you were not conscious before you were born, and then you became conscious and you can't remember anything before that, it stands to reason that after you die, it's going to be almost the same thing. Like you just...
The only reason why, I think that, like,
he's throwing his hands up.
I'm literally saying to you, like,
consciousness, he's just, now he doesn't want to, like, look at evidence or anything. He's just,
what do you mean? I would love to. Okay, like, here's the thing, bro. So, define consciousness. Can't see it. Awareness. Okay. Sorry.
Subjectivity.
What is it? You help me understand the ontology of consciousness.
It's very easy. It's just it's an emergent property of your brain.
Can you? So I mean, in the context of what I was talking about, telling me that it's an emergent property may seem kind of vague, right? Like, can you tell us a little more? Like, it emerges, but
I can't fully explain. We've only literally studied the brain for like 50 years, and it's has like 100 billion neurons, so I can't fully explain it yet. But it is most likely that your brain is generating. Your brain is generating in the same way it generates, chemicals and emotions and stuff. It's generating this sense of awareness, and we don't fully understand it, but that's probably what's happening.
Okay, that's fair, but we cannot fully describe consciousness, right?
Not yet. Not yet.
yeah, but
Like I said,
I literally just said yeah. I said yeah. Cool. So what I'm saying is CM, I would definitely find the evidence that you alluded to interesting, but I don't think that there's like a knockdown, here's what consciousness is out there in science, and here's how it's created, and like, I don't think we have that. You know what I'm saying? I would love to see whatever evidence you're talking about, but you can't even define the thing you're talking
I
about.
will give you tons of correlations, again, between your brain and your mind, which obviously
show you massive correlations. But look,
Of course, I believe that in the A-theory sense, I do believe in emergent brain, right? I believe that our brain is doing shit and those moments correspond to consciousness, right? So I'll concede that point. Yes, our brains
and we just
in like the
even
brain.
in B-theory, that's the case. In
Yeah,
B-theory, you're just saying, like, the future, your consciousness to moments in time, like saying, you're conscious now, not because you were conscious yesterday.
They can call space-time. There's this, and to me, is what I'm saying. There's this thing called space-time.
We will space.
There are like physical organisms, right? There is consciousness
Who experience
that experiences space-time at various moments from the perspective of these organisms, right? But I'm also saying, like, since this body exists at various points along space-time, this is a moment that other consciousness may decide to come and look through just to see what it's like to live from this perspective. right? Because just because my consciousness isn't looking through this moment doesn't mean my body isn't still standing there. So like thinking about what I was doing yesterday.
I'm not gonna jump
I
in.
mean, these are just like the real implications of the senseless theories of time and the realness of my body at various points.
What are the implications of space time?
Like, okay, so wait, is my body yesterday? Well, here, let me answer this. I'm really just trying to ask you this. Do you think that the physical body that I was in yesterday is like physically real somewhere in space time?
No,
Okay, thank you.
You think
I do, but you don't see him, right?
I mean,
Because you don't understand what I'm talking about.
right?
Thank you.
Space time doesn't. Let's see.
Do we see that he doesn't understand though?
No, what you talking about?
He just disagreed with you, Abe.
You're a person.
He just disagreed with you, Abe. You said yes, and he said no.
I never see him thinks that he got physical bodies in space time. I don't know what you meant when what you were asking.
So I was asking you, do you believe that there are moments in my life that are like physically real that my consciousness right now is not aware of?
I'm really getting confused.
Across space-time, right? It's like within space-time, the past, the present, and the future are equally real. There's a place where the baby version of me is like, oh, it's there in space-time, right?
Yeah, but it's not. You're no longer conscious of it. Yeah, you're no
I'm
longer
looking
conscious
at
of it.
that. So what I made of that is that the life of a physical organism is a point that any consciousness can probably peer into and see what it's like to exist. Your life is a book that not only your
I'm gonna have to
consciousness
take
can
a
read.
break if you want to continue talking with him.
Yeah. So I'm saying.
I just feel like what I'm saying is not like completely fucking like there's a lot of assumptions, but there's nothing in it that you're gonna be like that's unscientific. I'm not gonna be like
Honestly,
here's like
I think the whole thing's pretty unscientific, but it's okay.
so what's unscientific about it?
Your whole way of looking at the world is like,
Yeah.
Or like what if I said about reality that violates the laws of physics, right? So like I would say like if you tell me something that violates the laws of
the
physics,
assumptions
I would say it's unscientific.
I would need to say that my consciousness is somehow linked to a B theory of time, as opposed to just saying my brain is generating my consciousness. There's like so much more. It just is like incredibly unharmonious.
What was the assumption? What was the assumption?
You have a bunch of crazy assumptions.
Can you say one of them?
That you stay conscious and be conscious after you die. That's the main one.
No, okay. He asked, how did I get to there? And you're saying I got there. I'm saying that's an assumption that's already face claim. And then I'm trying to explain, what did I say about the nature of reality that is unscientific? That's what I'm asking you. Well, of course, I was like, okay. Again, I told you that I do believe consciousness is generated by the brain, right? I told you that. So how is that unscientific?
You did
Yes, I told you that if I don't believe, okay, look, yes. Just like I believe in evolution, right? We evolved from Adam. But I also believe that all points in space time
You don't believe we evolved from animals.
Right. So like what I'm telling you is the reason you're here is like this moment has existed independent. You can't say at the same time, but it's hard to say where as long as. Like this moment
Next time you like
has existed.
or whatever, just tell me what you're on, because I want to.
I'm honestly just saying that if each moment in space-time exists, I'm talking about the block universe. There's no privileged moment. All moments are equally. You've heard that phrase, right? There's no privileged moment in the block universe.
No,
right?
There's no. So when we're talking block universe, you don't live you don't experience the entire block. You only experience a slice, which is the right now.
Right. Okay, I think like what
And
we would say is the beginning and what we would say
does
is
not
the
even
end.
know why that is. He doesn't even know why that is, and I appreciate your honesty. But you admit
What do
you
I
don't
not?
know.
Which one did I say I didn't know?
You do not know why only one slice is illuminated for you, and you're not conscious of you as a baby. And the point is, if you acknowledge that, I think that undermines your whole conclusion, which is that you think you're going to be conscious after you die. But that doesn't make sense, because that time slice is going to be dark.
What I'm saying is,
That
that's all I'm saying.
slice is going to be dark, yes or no?
I think that we need to stop looking into I don't think so, no. Right? So like when you die,
Hold on. At that point, you're just like special to you because if you're saying
what do you mean a dark time slice? Let me just can you clarify that? A dark time slice.
your
Time will always be something
Like the
exists.
time slice similar to one before you were born.
exactly.
But also I said I don't know what happens
You don't
before
have
you were born.
memories of you before you were born. You don't have memories of you having a
I don't have memories of me when I was 1 or 2, but I still existed.
Yeah, but again, for
All
all
of my abilities
It's
are
not
always
like consciousness. Since you weren't conscious of that,
I was conscious at 1 and 2.
you might have as well been a rock. Like, I mean, if you weren't conscious of it.
Okay, so like babies are not conscious because they can't remember existing or something. Like,
Not that they're not. They are conscious by what I call conscious. What you're calling conscious as in you gotta be literally aware at that moment. Then it's what's kind of the difference really? Because you're equating consciousness to moments in time.
no, I'm not. The consciousness is awareness of moments in time. Right?
Exactly. You're tying consciousness
So that's not equating it to moments.
Well, you're tying it to moments in time.
I'm saying consciousness is your awareness of various moments in time. So yes, there's a temporal link between our consciousness and the universe. Within the block theory universe model, right? Like the arrow of time is even considered to be an illusion. So the notion that there is a such thing as before and after are arbitrary, right? So when you're saying that there's,
See, that's what I'm saying, yo.
in the C theory of time it is though. In the C theory of time, the arrow of time does not necessarily move forward or backward.
I forgot which one exactly is the C theory. I never really talk about it. But again, you still in the physical world, you still have entropy, and usually the arrow of time is tied to entropy, to the increase of entropy, which is what is it? The second law of thermodynamics. So
I guess what I'm saying is
disorder increases.
Yeah, exactly. The 10 force rate disorder. That's what a lot of physicists usually tie the arrow of time to.
Right, but then
It's not an absolute. Like, so in relativity, doesn't tell you that like there is no time slices or whatever. It's just like be bent a little. Not that they don't exist.
I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm curious why you think that's relevant.
No, well again, they can be bent, but they're still there and they're still.
I'm curious why you think that's relevant. I'm curious why you think that's like the letting me know time slices exist. Why is that relevant?
Look, they exist in kind of a sequential order. Even if that sequential order is not absolute, they can be bent a little bit.
If the sequence is not absolute, right, then that means the configuration of matter at any given point in space-time is not dependent on adjacent moments or even the direction of their link to that moment. Right?
Again, the time slate, there's still no.
Like, forget about consciousness. Let's just talk about like block theory and sequences.
Because again,
Right? The arrow of time.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about.
So what I'm saying is, if you're talking about 10-foot theories of time, where the arrow of time is treated as arbitrary,
No, so okay.
right?
Talking about like in relativity, there's still no closed time-like curves. Meaning there's still no, in this case, I guess, time travel and shit to the past. You can't do. There's no circles. The time slices are still planes in the block numbers. There's even if they wiggle, they're not circles. They don't close in on themselves.
Sure.
And this
Did I
is
say
kind
they
of
close in on themselves? Or like, did I say they close in on themselves or something? Like, I'm trying to figure out why you're saying this.
no, because then if they're still planes slicing, even if they're not completely perpendicular every second, so this is what I mean by they're not absolute. You can slice at like different angles a little bit. But you still have a sequential things of slice, and again, the angle.
Of course, that's my point. I agree with all this. I agree with all this. It's like what would be physically taking place now, billions of light years away, can change depending on where I'm standing right now, what I would consider now, billions of light years away, right? So that's what you mean by location, time, and location and movement in the universe affecting what you would consider to be now.
I understand.
So I mean, of course, I understand all of this. Like, I understand all of this.
Okay.
I mean, I get it was like, and like take consciousness out of it, just causality, right? If the arrow of time doesn't matter, then like sure, the sequence is there, but we're just describing we're just describing what the sequence of adjacent time slices, right? But with remembering that I'm saying the arrow of time is arbitrary, the fact that you're saying that this shit happened before, you're just arbitrarily calling that before, right?
No, but again,
So if I truly reject the arrow of time, what I'm pointing out to you is that this did not, like you're saying, this before thing must happen for this now thing. If you reject the arrow of time, then no, this is just, it all just is.
so is that what you're doing? I mean, again, even then, I don't think that gets you where you want it to get you, but you're rejecting the arrow of time.
I'm rejecting the arrow of time, and I'm also accepting the real implications of causality being reduced to a description of adjacent time slices. Causality is not some explanation for how things emerge or how things come to be. Causality is a description of adjacent time slices.
No, it's
That
not
all
an
exists
explanation.
simultaneously.
It's just the type of emergence, or the type of causation is now like an emergence of like
This emergence is trivial because that which has emerged has always existed. So this emergence is trivial.
No, again, the fact that you didn't have consciousness before you were born means that
We're not even talking about consciousness. I just want to like appreciate what I'm talking about with emergence in general. Because if you can't even appreciate that, then we don't need to talk about consciousness.
No, I can't, dude. So fine. I'm trying it to time.
Look, here's the thing. When we asked you about your God belief or whatever, at least you didn't bring up dumb arguments like miracles or whatever, but you basically had to throw out the entire fucking laws of physics in order to think that you live after death. So,
Which laws did I throw out, bro? Please, I've asked you whether I said it's unscientific, and no one will answer that question.
philosophically, your philosophical assumptions are just
Your
assumptions.
theory of mind is not
That's wild.
Of course, everything that I'm saying about consciousness is going to be assumptions, but I think that at that point, we all have like, I think some guys are like, they take the science and then ignore assumptions, and I respect that. So when I'm talking about science, when I'm talking about the consciousness, and I'm giving you these assumptions, I can understand that, but I'm never, those are not the parts. Of course, my assumptions are going to be unscientific, but what I'm saying is they're based on at least me talking about what I'm giving you accurate descriptions of reality and physics itself, right? If I've said some shit about physics that's not true, please let me know. Have I said anything about physics that's not true?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So where am I wrong?
Well, again,
We already claimed that after you die, your time slice, even though it'll be completely black, somehow you'll be conscious. Even according to all your philosophical
assumption about how that's a philosophical assumption. Because that's a philosophical assumption. That's not about physics. You're bringing in consciousness.
your entire theory of mind is just
That's all. Actually, what did I say about physics that was incorrect when you started talking about consciousness?
it's
So just to be clear, everything I said about physics is true. It's my assumptions about consciousness that are unscientific, right?
for the most part. I mean,
it's
I'm not gonna wonder.
Okay, bro,
Because that's not that important, right?
Without my theories of
it's
consciousness.
the entailments of your crazy philosophical views that make you think that in the real world, in real fucking physical reality, that you're gonna be conscious after you die. That's the unscientific part.
Well, okay. I think that I would never dispute that. Obviously, my theories of consciousness and God and stuff are not scientific. Okay, but I think I didn't say anything about physics that was unscientific. So I mean, like all that I'm saying is like, and I appreciate that that everybody can't rock with what I'm saying. But I think that when it comes to consciousness, I think that we will be able to discover what it is and explain it to be supernatural. You know, like I guess when they say like they're speaking to other forms of consciousness, maybe that's just like some disruption in some field that we're unaware of that causes someone to hallucinate or something. You know,
If we were to do that, then it would be supernatural. Go on. So the whole thing,
of course, by definition, it's like
so the whole thing
supernatural.
about tying your consciousness to time slices, basically, it's just you gotta think you're gonna be experiencing every time slice if you want to exist after you die. If you want to be conscious in the future after you die, you gotta think you're experiencing every time slice after you die, and that's what's completely unfounded.
Or you come into the universe, you look at the universe through the eyes of this physical organism, and then your consciousness goes to some other, like, see, now this is assumptions and shit, bro. There's like some other, I don't want to say dimension, but other, like, place, right?
Which is
where you're looking at.
You keep saying, oh, what I said about physics is it unscientific? Or you're trying to be scientific there.
Right, no, but I'm saying but you're asking me about my religious views and consciousness, so this is my religious views and
Why do you talk about your religious views? How do you think?
Well, I mean, it started off like with that. So like if you're asking me, so if you want me to only answer your questions with like, do you want me to don't include what I believe, only include what I know I can prove?
Well, because when I asked you for reasons, you started talking about B theories of time and relativistic space-time and all this stuff. Like you weren't just saying I believe.
Just to get us to abandon causality, right? So that we can understand why I do believe in emergent dualism.
You didn't even have to bring up relativity. You could have just said you have a block theory of time. You're holding to that. And again, I can update what you mean by causation accordingly. I don't think I would just there is still some.
Okay, wait. If I define causation as, isn't causation the sequence? A fairly colloquial explanation would be like this. Causation of X is the sequence of time slices leading up to X. That's causation, right?
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be that explicitly, but again, this is what I'm saying. You just think.
Wait. What's a better explanation? Like, come on now. I gave you an explanation. Is that a fair definition or no?
No, it's not really fair. Well, I mean, it's not directly leading up to it, but yes, the whole point is there's got to be stuff in the past. However, you're slicing that literally. However, you're slicing that like literally in this case. There's got to be something. It doesn't have to be in the direct past. I can set something like set an alarm for it to go off later on in the future. So nothing directly preceding it will be the time slice is going to be the effective. It's going to be something. It's going to be a gap way before. But that's not. Again, so.
Yeah, I don't dispute it. The crazy thing is like nothing that you're saying is different from anything I've said. So it's like I don't understand why you're arguing with the wall, bro. Like I don't get like you just don't like what I'm saying.
No.
Like nothing that you're saying is different from anything I'm saying.
No, because again, you're just saying these words and then just saying no.
Come on, God. All right, well, don't do this, bro. If you're stuffing, bro, you're good. You're good.
No,
I described to you.
You still
I described to you the nature of reality. You asked me to fill in the gaps on my belief.
For example, you're completely ignoring it.
How?
For example, because
I'm not ignoring it.
according to you, it's just now because you're tying consciousness to moments in time. Virtually, I guess that's a reason for you to say anything's possible. Like,
No, I never said that. What are you?
I'm saying there's
Oh my God! Like you can't track and just tell
It's
dude.
not direct causation, like in the A theory of time. There's no.
I asked you for a better definition of causation. You refuse to offer.
No,
I said,
it stays exactly the same. It just becomes internal.
Okay, so here's where I'm listening to you done. Because I feel like you're not tracking.
If you drop an egg and you see it splattered, how come you never see a splattered egg completely reassemble and become an egg? Like because Why that violates entropy? This is the reason you never see that. It's just because
I
we
never
never time your consciousness to moments in time.
I was
There's
so
no
entropy.
notion of causation, which is what you're trying to cling to.
So look. When you are looking at a broken egg, are you saying that you're looking at something that has come into existence that did not exist?
Can we move on to like a beat up Sam?
Right? Like he doesn't like why are you doing this? Like he just doesn't understand.
Well, again, I mean, I'm not trying to make you change your beliefs or whatever. I was just trying to see.
Like you literally just asked me if a thing happened, didn't things happen?
You know, you understand. You read some things in physics. I guess you kind of understood it. But then just for other things,
You can't tell me what I
completely
Look, here's the thing what we're not gonna do. If you can't tell me the thing that I said that's incorrect, stop telling me I'm incorrect.
You think you're
can't tell me
You're
you're
completely.
That is what's incorrect. Yes.
Dude, yeah.
How can you prove me that how do you know that's incorrect?
We're not going through this again. We're moving on.
You completely.
You can't prove that.
Thank you.
No, you say you're trying to bend the arrow of time. You literally say.
Yeah, exactly. Thank
But
you
you're
for your
Is that ludicrous? Is that unreasonable to think?
It's ludicrous to think that you're conscious after that. Yes. Even by your
So
limits.
yeah, you're an actual question to go back to the thing that's
What did
easy
you
for you to say out.
I rejected. Yeah, I literally. Not only that, I literally proved it.
How did I go against the second? Okay, look.
You admitted
Second off,
no, when I said,
it is an arrow of time.
yeah, you admitted you don't know. I said to you, why is it?
The second word, okay, the increase of entropy, right?
It's a local
It's
arrow.
adjectively describing that in accordance with our perception of the error of time, as moments seem to change, entropy seems to increase. If you move in a particular direction in space-time, however, because all moments exist simultaneously, this is just that we observe as we move in one direction, we observe entropy. You can move in the other direction in space-time, and you would not would observe entropy moving in the opposite direction.
Even if those moments in the past exist, you can't move in that direction. This is
If you were to observe space-time in the opposite direction, which you theoretically could, then you would observe interest P decrease.
you would have to be made of antimatter to go back.
Now, theoretically, there could be methods produced in which you could, like this is not like applied, but in theoretical physics, yes, there's no reason why you cannot move backwards.
No, but then you would have to accept the multiverse or parallel universe.
I do believe that we probably live in many worlds. Like there's not one universe. There's not one planet. There's not one star. There's not one solar system. I mean, we're probably not so special. We're not so special that
No, I'm talking about other, like, I'm talking about, because if you got time travel to the past, you run into paradoxes if you only have one universe. The grandfather paradox, like, you're talking about,
I don't want to get into all the paradoxes of time travel that's tangentially relevant. I'll say
evidence against time travel in the past, which is what you're talking
I'm
about.
not saying that you can time travel, bro. I'm not saying that you can time travel. Maybe that confused you. Wasn't trying to do that.
You're talking about like I can move backwards in time.
I didn't talk about it. I said try. Okay. Well, I think that
This is type of like philosophical thing when someone like redefines everything to like instead of saying I walk to my front door, they say like I did not move at all, and the entire universe moved 6 inches toward me. Yeah, like
But okay, it's fine.
or if I tried to do something like I didn't walk to my door, I'm just aware of this moment in space-time past argument. Like I'm not trying to be that pedantic, but I feel like that would be the
you were trying, but you succeeded.
If you want me, we can move on from this topic. I mean, again,
we can. I mean, I feel like you guys are good sports, and we thoroughly addressed it.
sure.
And I accept mine.
I mean, so everything you're saying is not completely, unfounded, but it's just you seem to be drawing some pretty radical conclusions from which don't even follow from what you want to serve what you want. Like it's
Of course they don't follow. That's a fair point. Like I would never claim that like it follows. Not
also biting some really difficult bullets. Like you're literally saying, I admit that I don't know why my time slice is only illumined right now. But then when I say, okay, so then it's possible your time slice won't be illumined when you're dead, and you're like, no, definitely not.
Yeah.
So like,
That's what you think about. But I think that maybe like when you're saying your time slice is illuminated, when you're saying like your time slice is illuminated, I think that means
you're experiencing a moment in time. Just believe me.
okay, man. If you guys were gonna like go talk or do something else, all good.
Well, if you want, just really fast. We can drop this thing if you want. I think he wanted to ask you.
Yeah, what else can you
religious ideas.
Okay, cool. So,
Yeah, I mean, I guess here you get to be as wishy-washy as you want. It's not a problem.
I mean, if he wants me with like physics, I don't even know if I should go into the God belief now because it's.
dude, I feel like physics is fine, bro. I think the assumptions that I draw from my physics are not justified by my.
Okay, so let's just ask simply, right? Why do you think a God exists? Try to like explain it
So
in
for
a
me-
paragraph.
Right, so I believe God exists because I've experienced forces that I cannot explain, that I through the things that I've seen in my life, I'm convinced that it's God right now. Since I'm not stupid, I know anything that I tell you could be a coincidence. I can't prove to you that it's not. I've not seen God, right? I'm a reasonable beast who knows. That's all my evidence is, right?
Okay, that's fair. Okay, do you mind giving one example of something you think is attributed to God opposed to coincidence?
I was going through probably like a time in life where I was trying to maybe it was an experience that I couldn't really explain. And I was changed from there. So I mean, like I was just in like a struggling stuff. I was struggling with something in my life. I don't want to go into details about. It's like I saw someone do a miracle. No one healed me from cancer. No one what I'm saying? But like I didn't view myself as being able to solve this problem, right? And then a few things happened. Like a few things moved out of the way. Opportunities came. Things shifted. You know what I'm saying? For that reason, I have been convinced that God was praised to and responded to to prayer.
Is it also possible
You were praying for that?
Someone else prayed for me. You know what I'm saying? That, and then I could feel the Spirit of the Lord. Right?
Is it also possible that like you felt camaraderie with the person praying for you and it made you feel better and comforted? Is that also like a possible option?
Well, in this case, I feel like I've also been like I can. There's great. It's like there's more of a realness to the sensation of the Spirit of God for me. That it's not just like I'm feeling like, oh yeah, there's some cool people. Yeah, you know what? Why not believe in Jesus? Like it's not that simple for me. Like there's actually like a supernatural experience that I cannot explain. That I can physically feel when no one's touching me. That I can physically feel that some people emanate. That I am intimidated sometimes.
What did it feel like?
Well, it's hard to describe, and I've tried to describe it to other people, and everyone hasn't had this experience. So there may not be words, but I mean, if it's just a universally welcoming energy washing over you, a sense of clarity in your mind. You know what I'm saying? And a sense of faith. You know what I'm saying? That comes over you.
Can that be attributed to like your neurochemistry?
Yeah, maybe I guess there could be a range of natural explanations, right? I mean, I consider that, but I think that it's also the real events in my life that took place, and the realness of the change in me that took place. So it's like,
Possible that people can also have like big changes that are just natural.
case as well, but I think that there's this ongoing relationship and feeling of the realness of another consciousness that is not mine in my life that I can feel. Feel as like, so when some people say they believe in God, what they mean is they can feel his presence, right? They can commune with God. I believe that is true for me, right? Like, that's what some people mean when they say they know God. Like, they literally feel like there's a dude they're talking to. Not a dude, but you know what I'm saying? I was a Christian fundamentalist. So I sought God, and when I was a Christian fundamentalist, I didn't feel God the way I do now, right? And when I was an atheist, I know I couldn't feel God. So I don't expect everyone to be able to. That's why I don't believe you have to believe in Jesus or you're going to burn in hell. I don't believe all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because I know everyone can't feel what I can't experience what I have. But I'm going to be a boring theist to argue with because I'm not going to be like you're going to burn or something.
No, I mean, I wish more theists were like you then.
Sandra, I do got to point out though, what you were explaining now, you're kind of going back on your earlier commitments about like causation. Like somebody prayed for you and things got better. That's kind of implying some form of causation.
Unless you meant the word like time slice where I was depressed and the next time slice is
I think that, well, I would say my experience in this universe is such that I have observed, and experienced things that have caused me to conclude God exists. All right, so maybe that's thinking, well,
that's a fair point, yeah. That's the causation stuff, that's a fair point.
I do think that, but I kind of was saying that like our bodies exist at all points across our life, and our consciousness is just slipping through moments from the perspective of our bodies. And like I think the observations that I had are such that I've been led to conclude God exists as I move through space and time, right? So,
But this, yeah, it's like, so I know it's just probably like a kind of a problem semantics. It's just the way you talk sounds just weird. You know, led to believe it kind of all this stuff implies causation or implies some kind of correlation. So it's
weird. I think that our body and our mind are, in my opinion, I'm gonna go full blown dualist. And I think that our mind's connection to our body is gonna be awareness of it at different points in space time. So like you have, let's say like you have your kid self, adult self, old self, teenager self, like none of those is really you. You are the awareness of the universe from that perspective at various points. Your awareness, like your consciousness, is impacted by the things that you see as you shift from one moment in your body to another. Right? So I do believe that our consciousness is influenced by the lives that we are aware of. That seems to be the case, right? So like the different moments that we become aware of influence our state of consciousness.
sure. I'm not sure if that's saying much, but this just seems to be trivially true. So I mean, I don't know. This is kind of what I was trying to say earlier with why I pointed out what you said about what you were saying now seems to imply some, if not direct causation, some kind of causation to emerge in something. It's just because what happens from the last moment to this moment is not random, right? It's not.
It's not like anything could be possible. Like it's not like you could go from one moment.
But it's not even but it's not even the ending and then possible. Is that there's some
anything's not
some kind of connection between the previous moments and these moments.
What do you mean? there's definitely a sequence of moments. What would you say? What it is about? How would you describe the connection or the significance of or nature of that connection?
I don't know. What are you doing it? However you want to describe it. However you want to describe it is just, again, from one point in time to another point in time, say shortly after or whatever. Yeah, how you said it, they're not just random. It's not, the later point in time seems to have some connection to the earlier points in time. Whatever, I guess, but that's going back to the causation.
But the connection is not derivative. Right? Like these moments in times are not derived from other moments in time.
Again, words here are just like failing us. Here again, arguing for direct causation or whatever.
I'm not arguing for it. I'm literally
No,
arguing against.
exactly. I'm saying you're arguing against it. But
Well, no, I don't. You just won't offer your definition for it because, like, I'm giving you mine. You won't give me yours.
well,
Like define causation.
causation. I mean, it's hard to define causation. That seems to be a pretty, elementary concept. Again, I know where you're at.
Well,
I know where you're at.
like you come on now. Like define the term.
It's an atomic concept. It's a concept in which we explain everything else. But they're like forces in nature. You can't really.
I could Google the Oxford Dictionary definition of causation. I'm pretty sure there's definitions of causations within physics and other fields. Pick whichever one you like, because I gave you mine. So, of the multitude of definitions of causation, just offer one.
Yeah, again,
So I gave you mine, and you're telling me like you want to criticize it. So like, just tell me. I'm just trying to agree to terms because it doesn't really seem like if you're telling me I have this misconception of causation, I'm thinking of causation wrong, and I'm okay, bro. If that's true, please define it so that I can actually understand what you mean. And then you're like, I refuse to define it. Pick any one you want. And it's like,
yeah, because I'm not trying to define myself out of the conversation, but I guess because you're usually gonna start talking about again moments in time and like etc.
no, like I'm gonna work with whatever concepts you think is best.
But what I'm trying to say about causation is some kind of influence from one moment to the next moment. Like again, from one moment to the next moment is not completely random. Like
what is the nature of that influence? Use the verb influence. What is the nature of the influence of one moment on a following moment? What is the nature of that influence? Or the substance of that influence, or the process of that influence?
See, this is what I'm saying. At the end of the day, it's going to be hard to not go in circles in terms of definitions here. Because I'm going to have to, if I keep going, it's the same thing with defining, like,
the reason why you can't describe that influence because there is no, like,
that's not the
when you have adjacent,
that's not the case.
okay, so
Any word in the English language, bro, every word in the English language is defined using other words in the English language. It's all circular. Like, I'll show you.
Don't define it, just describe it. Because like you're saying, moments in space-time influence each other. And I'm saying, okay, I have the influence of this many strong opposing variables.
Or we get, like you said, this is saying, or have some connection or something again. From one moment in space-time to the next one.
So describe that connection.
Random is, I'm trying to imply there's some kind of connection.
And I refuse to describe it. And so like that's the thing, like so I'm saying
I don't want to just describe it using cause and effect. Because then you're gonna say I just don't agree with the A model of time.
no, you can like describe the cause and effect process, I would believe that that's what's happening. Can you do that?
However I describe it, it's going to be equivalent to cause and effect, but that's going to be, you're going to say, oh, that only holds in the A theory of time.
Or you're going to conflate moments in space-time. Like you're going to say this moment became the next moment, right? Or something like that.
Not
you know what I'm saying? Like,
but again, influence is connected to So you think B theory of time just completely gets you out of causation? It doesn't.
No, I'm asking you to help me understand in like in a situation where there are two moments, right, that have always existed. You like you can't be like even if this one like wait. One moment was not derived from the other. They have always existed. Tell me how, if they have both always existed, one influenced the other to exist.
Just, dude, again,
Do you understand my question?
Yeah, no, talking about that, you're trying to find it out because, I'm asking a question, dude. Again, you're using thermodynamics, you're just looking at you drop a glass, an egg, the glass falls. I mean, you don't, even if you didn't say you letting go of the egg is what caused the thing to fall. It was just at one moment, the egg was in your hand, at the other moment, the egg was fucking just flying down to the floor. Even if you want to, again, not use this language of causation, there's some connection, like I'm saying, between moment A and moment B. Like, it's not, moment A was you had an egg in your hand, and moment B, the egg just became a chicken. Like,
I think it's probably more like moments in space-time fit together like puzzle pieces, right? Like this puzzle piece did cause the other puzzle piece to exist.
Yes, I'm good with that. That's
But like that, so now at this, yeah, it's like if these puzzle pieces go together, now the problem is the image that's written on the puzzle piece doesn't exist because the image that was written on the other piece did anything. Right? So like these moments, they're adjacent, but they fit together like puzzle pieces that have always existed that always exist. This puzzle piece may go next to this one, and they fit together, and the image makes sense when you look at it, but they didn't cause each other to exist.
That's fine. Is that you could even talk about retroclassically. They fit almost identically going backwards in time, but there's still connection. Like,
So do you I can describe the adjacency of moments in space-time and the nature of causality with more accuracy than you, right?
No, because again,
I asked you to describe it and you couldn't do it. So now I just did it, but you're going to tell me how to understand science.
This is what you're confused about. You think causation or influence or connections from one moment to another, they just completely go out the window in a B theory of time. They don't.
No. How are you saying that? I never said that.
Reinterpreted. The causation they go from A theories of time just become reinterpreted in a B theory of time. They otherwise remain identical. It's still,
No, they don't.
I punch you in the face, your teeth break. Like, it's just, you're using different language and saying, okay, it's possible that, it's just in 1 second you were swinging your fist, in the other second I had my teeth were broken, but it didn't directly, you're just getting rid of the cause and effect paradigm. But again,
I think that it's like, okay, here's what's happening. You keep describing moments in time that are adjacent and then saying, see, causality. And I'm like, okay, I don't dispute that. I already defined causality as if X, the causative factors of X are going to be all of the preceding moments in space-time that came before, even back to the origins of the universe, right? All of those moments in space-time took place and caused this moment X, right? So when you just describe things happening, you're not even disagreeing with what I'm saying.
right? When you say that,
So it's like,
I completely agree to that.
I said that already. I said the puzzle piece thing already. So I don't understand when you agree with the puzzle piece example. So what are you saying I don't understand?
Since you said the puzzle piece, I said, okay, that's good enough. I said any connection. Like I said, what I was trying to get away from was you was like thinking one thing, there's no connection between one moment in time and the next moment in time, or the adjacent moment in time.
I'm saying the connections are trivial.
Might as well.
I'm saying, no, I never said they might as well be random. I think that you're just not.
I think that You're trying to get rid of causation, which again, you can find out.
Look,
It's just like
I think that okay, I can appreciate what you. I think that you assume I meant that moments in time are like a deck of cards that you can shuffle. No, I don't think you. Of course not. Yeah, like you can like take the time with the dinosaurs and then move it and put it over here because it's causation doesn't matter. Like no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you just reach back and move the time slice. Yeah, of course not. Right? So I mean, if that's what you thought I was saying,
I don't know why.
so then
Okay. I'm talking about
you just said
a connection between adjacent moments, like that kind of again still have something that looks like causation, even if it's not causation. It's for all. This is what I'm saying. It's just the words are what's failing us here because you're just trying to stick to the speed theory. And like I said, because I don't know why you think in B theory you just like read somewhere. Oh, there's no causation doesn't exist in B theory.
when did I say when did I say direct causation doesn't exist? I literally just explained to you causation through physical things, through space and time.
So you do accept causation. That's what I'm saying.
I think that you feel like I think that the spirit's no causation. You don't like that I'm not embracing the spirit you have because you refuse to offer your definition. So there's just something about the way that every time, and I offered multiple definitions that you agreed to. I offered multiple analogies that you
work in this B theory of
I
time.
gave you 2 analogies that you agreed to and a definition that you agreed to. I don't know why you're arguing with me and you refuse to define your term. So it's like
I told you the terms that I wanted to use about some connection.
but you didn't want to define them, so it's meaningless.
Oh my goodness, bro. Again, because you're trying to define causation out of existence, which again, and you're saying, oh, have you ever heard of the B theory of time? Like, even in the B theories of time, dude,
I think what you want me to say is like, I think what you want me to say, bro, here's what you want me to say. You want me to say that like this moment is happening to cause your next moment to exist. And the next moment doesn't exist until we go into that moment. Like you want me to say something like you want me to say like or you want me to say there's some unspoken power that this moment has over the next moment. I can't define the power, but there's some unspoken power.
There's no connection between one moment in time and the next moment.
I never said there's no connection. I just feel like but you're a 5-star, right?
Explain the connection.
No. I've been giving you clear definitions, but you're just fighting, right? You're just fighting. So you feel like I'm giving you a 55, and so since that's what you feel like,
No, but it's all when you gave a good definition, I agree. Like I said, it works for
you should keep pushing back.
No, I said anything. The puzzle pieces or whatever, again, that works for everything I'm trying to do. I said that the moment you said it. Because you just tell me, I'll give you a definition. I'm not going to give you a definition of causation.
You continue to push back after I said that for like 10 minutes and try to explain to me that there's this thing I keep wanting to do. I ask you what's that thing? You can't explain. Okay, can you define causation? I refuse to define it because words are just words defined by words. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I mean, like, I would take your criticism way more seriously.
You tell me to define causation. I'm eventually going to go in a circle. It's like defining what's real. Real is what exists. Defining what exists, you're going to go back to what's real. Like,
we can do this shit further, man. I think that honestly it's because, like, a lot of times I encounter, because I do believe that you guys at least understand what the hell I'm trying to say. So, like, I think a lot of times I don't encounter people that can't even understand the basic concept I'm trying to refer to. And I definitely try not to bastardize the science while I'm trying to do it. Of course, my assumptions are unscientific. Hey, you are right. My assumptions are unscientific, you know what I'm saying, like regarding consciousness and God. But I would never claim that they are.
no,
You know what I mean? So,
therefore, your conclusions are probably unscientific as well.
of course, yeah, my conclusions are unscientific, but I think that like my premises at least try to take into consideration my premises are not built on scripture. My premises come from science.
Yeah, well, I agree. It comes from philosophy. At least I appreciate it's not from scripture, but it is from philosophy.
Exactly. I really wouldn't
Like,
like
you try to ground it like at least physics about the world. Like, if physics was saying that A theory is the case, that's what I would be. Like, if most scientists were saying they believe in A theory, then I wouldn't be saying any of the shit that I'm saying.
It's obvious that you have actually done some research on philosophy, and you haven't referred to arguments from like authority from scripture or miracles. So in that sense, I think you have demonstrated that you've tried. With that being said, I think that the philosophical assumptions and conclusions you're drawing are pretty wild and they're pretty far-fetched from what we know about like modern cosmology and physics.
That's fair. That's definitely fair.
So again, I just feel like you just don't want to use the words causation, but you kind of.
Don't do this. No, I'm just. Don't do that. I respect what you're saying, man. I feel like what you're saying. I mean, I guess I would just want maybe a more clear objection, where if you could be like, hey, man, because you're criticizing my conception
I'll give you the clearest objection I could give you, besides for all the science, and like I'm going to go on your level, right? I'm going to talk philosophically, okay? Philosophically, you admitted that you do not know why you're only aware of this present moment, and why you are not aware currently if you can be. So you do not have an explanation for why your time slice is dark when you're a baby, but why your current time slice is light when you're an adult. And by your own reasoning, if you acknowledge you do not know, that implies that somehow, somewhere, time slices are being darkened and illumined. And that's just a fact. If that's the case, it does follow that when you die, your time slice will be dark.
Does it illuminate how it does? I would say your question.
Yeah, do you want to?
I would consider the question, does it necessarily, because like, does it necessarily follow that your consciousness ceases to exist? Because when you're saying your time slice will be dark when you die, I'm saying that like, I don't think you are one with your time slice. I think that you are consciousness shifting from one time slice.
And if you're not one with it, why are you not consciously being a baby right now?
Because I feel like, you know, like we are like a light flashing through a movie reel.
Yeah, why is your light illuminating an adult to you and not a baby?
Because it already went through that part of the movie of the film spiel.
What do you mean when it went through the reel? How is it doing that? How is it going through the reel?
It seems to be the case that I'm aware of the reel when I'm a baby, then the reel when I'm 5, then the reel when I'm like a light shining through the reel.
Why is it doing that? Why is it doing that?
I don't know. Like, do you mean like what are the physical mechanisms accommodating that, or do you mean like what is the purpose behind it?
Everything.
Like if you're asking me about this,
what's the mechanism? What's the mechanism?
I couldn't describe that to you. That would be, but it does seem to be the case. Now I don't know how it's happening.
I agree with you. It seems to be the case. What I'm trying to get at is, if it seems to be the case, then it's logical to say it will seem to be the case that you will be.
And I also hold a belief. No, okay, and this is where I'm getting out of the physics, right? I mean, I think that it could be possible for your mind to become aware of another world or another universe or another life, right? And that's what heaven would be, right? That's what hell would be. That's what, right? So it seems to me like, because also we know our physical bodies never like die. If we really take the block universe serious, your physical bodies never die, right? In the realest sense, right? Now death is a moment in space time, so it's like
these are smuggling in words. You never died currently as a baby, and it stands to reason that it is certainly the case that it's possible that state can repeat itself after you die, and you won't remember. You won't be conscious.
that's true. It might not, but it might not. Or think about like, have you seen Rick and Morty, right?
A little bit.
And you know, like there's a video game where it's like you put it on and it's called Dave. And now anybody can play it. Because Dave's life is always there in the game to be played, right? It's like Abe is a game. You're something you picked up.
I certainly understand.
Yeah, I mean, so it's like,
In Rick and Morty, one of my favorite was when he made the butter robot.
oh, it's been a minute since I saw it, but no, Rick and Morty is wild. It's wild. I think it's
He makes a robot. It's like a tiny little robot, maybe like 3 inches tall or 4 inches tall.
oh, he's just designed to cut butter as his purpose. Yeah.
But it's conscious. It's a conscious little robot. And he plugs it in and it goes, "What is my purpose?" And he says, "Pass me the butter." And the robot's like,
impressed.
he's like, "That's it." And he's like, "Yep." And the robot goes, "Aw." That's like the whole scene. I kind of felt bad for the robot.
But the Rick and Morty is greedy.
Yeah, it's kind of cartoon philosophy. It's like time travel and physics, but it's also very like existential and absurdist. So Rick, the scientist guy, who's kind of like a nihilist. So he made a conscious robot.
Oh, yeah.
He made it its purpose to pass some butter. And then when the robot says that all, he's like, "Welcome to the real world, pal," or something like that. It's kind of sad.
Yeah, no, I've seen at least the first 3 or 4 seasons.
But that was a meta commentary on the nature of like Rick's inventions, because all of Rick's inventions seem to be strangely imbued with sentience, right?
Yeah, I wasn't sure of that. I just seen like different clips and different parts.
It's one of my favorite clips, like absolutely, because it's such a commentary on the existential crisis.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Just last thing, I think I figured out the issue. Just thought about it. I was like washing some dishes. I think essentially what it is that you're a dualist. This is actually the real issue here. You're a dualist who thinks your consciousness exists independent of the world or the matter. Exists independent of the matter, independent of your brain, however you want to put it. But I think at the end of the day, that's what I think it is. And this is, I don't know, we kind of did waste a lot of time. I don't know why I didn't notice this earlier. We kind of did waste a lot of time talking about causation and B theories of time. Which I guess, like I'm telling you, for me, just some form of emergence. But again, there's still some causal or sequential relation there. Like the causation doesn't just vanish. You use for 1 second to the next second, 1 moment to the next moment, just become different. But what actually happens is still the same. But anyway, I think
I just appreciate more like you're referencing emergence, but if that which you claim has emerged has always existed, then emergence is trippy.
no, okay. So
It's emerged to your awareness. It's emerged to your awareness. It's the same. Yeah, however you want to word it. It's
we can't come up with a new word, but it's essentially depending. It doesn't matter what we call it. It's still gonna be. We're still talking about something. Again, there's causal influence. Again, so like you know the B theories of time. You're heard of time worms. Like you're a time worm. It's like a worm-like thing of you. From a little baby to like an adult, like getting taller, and then to like you're like literally like a worm, just getting bigger and then getting old and stuff. You know what I'm talking about?
I never heard that name. Sorry about that.
I mean, I'll get you a picture of it. Yeah, it's so anyways, even in the B theory of time again, the only thing you just become a time worm. You don't
I always felt like a time worm. No, I'm just kidding. I said I always felt like a time worm. Can you send me the thing? I want to know what that means because I never heard that before. Since.
Sure. I'm looking for. I'd be interested if you could like try to explain what you're talking about to T here, not that he's here, but
Oh man, I feel like I'm surprised like everyone hasn't just left the room, dude. We've been like going in on this. disagree on for hours and hours.
I just want to say something though. This is another example of how religion is social lubrication, because you told Andrew hours ago that you're now a God believer, and Andrew's like, "Oh, that's so cool, brother. You don't want to hear." But then when you parsed out your God belief, it was so radically different than anything Andrew has ever said before. It's practically a different Christianity or whatever theism. So that's fine, but it just shows you that there are literally 8 billion religions on the planet, one for each person. And even the people who say that we're like Christian, they usually have radically different views about what constitutes God and time and whatever it is. And yours is like an extreme philosophical version. But it's just interesting to note that like when you said you believe in God and Andrew said he believes in God, very, very different when you just talked to both of you guys. So yes.
Very.
Can't find a good picture.
Are any of you guys anti-theists? Do you believe, or do you believe religion in itself is generally dangerous?
I'm kind of anti-theist, yeah.
Okay, I used to be an anti-theist, and to some extent, my brother holds anti-theist views. I mean,
Have you talked to him?
yeah, I mean, I do agree, right? That okay, man, probably the Bible.
The simplest definition of anti-theism is just that you think that overall religion has been a net negative on the planet. That's all you really need to be an anti-theist.
Okay, so then, I'm not an anti-theist, but I mean,
Do you think the net has been a net positive for the planet?
I would say we may disagree on what actions are going to be constituted as really truly religious conflicts, and so I'm going to say no. I don't think it's a net negative. I think religion has been a net positive.
So you think that all the Inquisitions and the Crusades and the Holy Wars and the torture and the persecution and the killings and all that doesn't count as still a net positive?
So I think that I'm one of those dudes that would say those conflicts were more geopolitical and cultural and fueled more by that than religion. Because you can take people who are let's say Muslim and Jewish, and we can find times periods in history where they were living together cool. Now the religions were the same, but the geopolitical relationship was different, and so everybody was fine. Now when you change the geopolitical relationship, now all of a sudden people start finding reasons to kill each other.
These are common apologetics for religion, but here's the issue with it. Even though it is true that there were certain times in history that people weren't being killed, but in general, especially when the religions themselves are preaching the teachings and the doctrines, you're going to have a much harder time of kind of justifying that, especially when the Catholic Church was preaching that Jews were responsible for the death of Jesus up until the 1970s or something. And I don't think the deicide. I can show you.
You're right.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
I'm not going to no true Scotsman's it either. I'm not going to say, those aren't really Christians. Because that's just I wouldn't do that. So I mean, but I don't know, man. I guess there are certainly some atrocities that we can say have been committed in the name of God. I think that when we look at most believers, they have led upstanding, positive, good lives. You know what I'm saying? Most Christian people who have ever lived were honestly just trying to do their best to be a good person and be like Jesus. And so with that being said, I think that since most Christians are good people, and I would say the same for Muslims, and I think most Jews are good people, and most Hindus, religion, therefore, I would say can be considered good.
Well, respectfully, I think that's begging the question, because we then have to ask the question, is acting like Jesus a good thing, or are these in fact bad people?
Well, yeah, I think like that actually.
turn all that water into why we're going to have a problem. You know?
That's a good point. Fair.
I do think a sincere reading of the teachings of Jesus Christ. I can't think of a bad thing that Jesus taught in terms of like, I think he has good ethics, good morals. You know what I'm saying? I think Jesus is actually a solid religious figure.
Yeah, you see, I think the problem is that, Christianity did reasonably well during the time when it was still persecuted. That's the thing. But it has overcome it in a way by letting go in a secular state, at least in Europe. And the US, we see a reversal that I find very worrying right now, but at least in Europe, Christianity has been able to let go of power, and it's done it good.
I can think of a number of teachings of Jesus that just are completely offensive, like, Jesus. For example, hating their mothers and fathers, hating themselves in order to follow him, and not here to bring peace but a sword. Like, I don't agree with any of that, right? Or ignoring the mothers and brothers when they come to see him, speaking in parables in order to confuse people. The whole end of the world speeches, they're just completely evil, right? Pregnant women may not escape, and the hope that the end of the world isn't on a Sabbath day. The man burying his mother tells him to follow him and leave his mother behind and let the dad bury the dead. Not very loving. It's just there's so many examples that can go on and on and on about this.
Can we so I'm thinking like I'm not. My first thought about Jesus and all of those things is I'm gonna have to pull a Charlie Kirk supporter, and I need those in context. You know what I mean? They'll sound like bad things, but then you put them in context, right?
Okay. What in context would you like to put in? I'm confused.
Let's go one by one from the top or whatever, and I'll just tell you why I think.
Let's do like throws the tables and trashes the temple, right? We know the context of that one, right? He called them robbers. You know the context of that, right?
So when he comes into the temple, he's flipping over the tables and stuff.
Yeah.
So you're saying that's like that?
I know that story.
Yeah, I think that was like a good thing.
Oh, I don't, right? I don't think that, practicing violence and trashing the place is an No, I'm not.
I think that like when we look at like
that was in all friendship and everything. But you see, atheists today wouldn't exist without Christianity. You being able to sit on that high horse wouldn't have been able had it not been for Christianity.
I don't know.
I would like to engage with your example though. I feel like you honestly gave an example that you thought, you know what I'm saying? So in the context of that, right? From what I've read, the temples, while they were being occupied by Rome, they were only allowed to in that area, the authorities, the Pharisees, Sadducees, right? They were allowed to meet in a building that was adjacent to the Roman state building, right? So the authorities could be aware of how their theocratic society was functioning, right? And the problem with having the temple adjacent to the Roman state building is that they are starting to do things that they don't typically do, like sell goods outside and even inside the temple, right? And so Jesus is saying, right, this is not how we traditionally worship in the temple. You're not supposed to be in here making money and selling stuff. Get this out of here. Like, imagine if you came into church and there was like a dude selling random like football jerseys and like some dude over here cigarettes, you know what I mean? Like,
but there's a real preacher that we're all aware of, right? So I'm not sure you're bringing it up.
Oh, I'm thinking that. Okay, are you making like the deontological? You're making the deontological claim that you should never flip over a table.
What I'm pointing out is in that situation, temple being used by money changers and people selling their merchandise, right? It's not a building that was owned by him. He's calling them robbers. I think that there's if this type of behavior today would just get you thrown in jail, right? It wouldn't actually result in any sort of lasting change, right?
I think that we disagree on the morality of like causing a disruption as a form of protest, especially in context because so Jesus was killed by the Romans, right? Because he did not like the way that they kind of kept their. Well, he was an unapologetic Jewish rabbi and leader.
Okay, but hold on. What you're doing now is apologizing for terrorism, right? And I'm not
Wait, Jesus engaged in terrorism?
Okay.
Jesus engaged in terrorism, bro.
Hold on.
Now you are grasping at straws.
Hold on. No, I'm not. Terrorism is the threat of violence for political change. That's what we're fucking discussing here. The threat of violence for political change. I'm just not going to be okay with that at any point, right? You can dismiss it as terrorism when it is in fact the threat of violence for political change, but I'm still not going to be okay with it.
I think that there are so the Roman occupation of the Jews is the history of that is so incredibly violent and brutal that even armed resistance would not have been unreasonable.
I mean, in my opinion, people, I'm saying all of that is equally bad, right?
So would you say all forms of armed resistance are unreasonable?
Not unreasonable. No, distasteful.
Well, I mean, I can appreciate you using the word distasteful. I'm saying that the oppression that they faced from the Romans was such that, for instance, Jesus Christ was like literally a victim of terrorism. He was tortured to death and hung up for everyone to see,
Which is the premise of whataboutism, which is we're discussing.
No, it's not. No, like I'm literally explaining at one point.
We're discussing terrorism.
No, like I'm saying in a context, for the example that you just gave. I'm saying that.
I know context, sir. Right?
Sir, then I think that we just disagree.
Context, right?
Let's just agree to disagree. I think it's fine to flip over a table.
Want a teaching of the person, which I'm not going to accept, it's terrorism, right?
Okay, yeah. I mean, cool. So like, if you're being occupied by a ruling force that crucifies people for political dissent, and you flip over a table, I'm not going to start calling you a terrorist.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Because that's what you just did.
Right?
You just said Jesus is a terrorist for flipping over tables.
No, I said Jesus is a terrorist for using violence or acts of violence for political change, which is literally the definition of terrorism, right?
He flipped over a table.
But you're diminishing the fact that it was an act of violence.
You pretend it wasn't flipping over a table.
No, I'm pointing out that it was an act of violence.
Have fucking disingenuity. I mean, I cannot believe it. I know this behavior from other people, but I mean, come on.
What? I'm sorry, I'm not.
There's easier verses to like. You picked like one of the ones that's easier to justify. There are more.
You haven't justified terrorism in my mind. Right?
We're going to disagree on this context because I think that you just view it in the way it's asked.
What I'm pointing out is you have not justified it in my mind. So if you're just going to accept that you're not going to justify it, cool.
I'll accept that. I think that we'll just. I'm honestly not going to try to run away. I think that we just honestly view escalations of force differently.
I agree. I'm 100% with you, right? No problem. We do.
So, I mean, and to be fair, you didn't try to pick like the most worst one that you could find. You threw one out there. But yeah, I believe that like the teachings of Jesus are solid teachings. So.
Just repeating that you were trying to argue for and failed to. Because you didn't know.
Yeah, because you said it was introducing stoicism or something.
No,
Do you expect me to introduce a word like necessarily follows that Jesus is a good teacher?
No, you were trying to argue, right, that this is a good teaching of his errors.
Right.
You did not convince me, and then you, at the end of the discussion where you failed to convince me, you repeated your conclusion, which is that it's a good teaching.
I mean, if we're trying to, I thought that I think that, like, for instance, you make this deontological claim that if you engage in terrorism, that is automatically bad.
I disagree. Excuse me, I said literally the opposite, if you remember correctly.
Didn't you say you can't justify terrorism?
I said
You said you cannot just.
opposite. Hold on, let me get one. I said literally the opposite. I said it was distasteful.
You said it was terrorism, right?
It is terrorism by definition.
Okay.
And terrorism
You said that
is distasteful to me. That's all I think.
Okay. I can't change. I mean, so my response to you, my argument for why this is a good teaching, right, is that I can accept that.
Right.
Okay. So, okay, like, where are you the arbiter of what's a good teaching? Like, if you think it's a bad teaching, I don't.
Yes, when it comes to my preferences, I am the arbiter of my preferences. Yes.
I thought that we already agreed to disagree.
I thought so too.
So, okay, so why are you pushing the issue?
Because, as I pointed out, at the end of the discussion, you decided that it was to declare victory when you lost.
I never declared victory.
You said I still think it's a good teaching when you lost.
How is that? If I say that I think it's a good teaching, how can you declare victory over convincing
your
you?
conclusion that you failed to convince me of.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know I hurt your feelings. All right, my bad.
No, not at all. No feelings hurt at all. I'm just pointing out that he was in poor form. That's all.
I was not trying to declare victory. It's not that serious.
Okay, cool.
I have won. You have lost. Victory. That's declaring
No, well, that's not the end of the story, right?
I'm just messing with you, dog.
But he's cool.
Like, I did have ones. You had a whole list, though. I feel like the first ones that you offered would have been much, like, even when he's like, saying, leave your mothers, leave your fathers, don't marry. You know what I'm saying? There's some teaching that are
giving you a softball, right? I think you're less likely to convince me that
saying I think that that's a generally good principle. And I do concede.
Contradicts that, right? He says I came with a sword not for peace, right?
I think that's there. I believe he's speaking proverbially there.
Well, that's the problem, right? Okay, but that was another objection of mine, was using proverbs to confuse people, right? These are just bad teachings all around. Like, you're not going to get around this. You're not going to convince me that any of this is good.
You know, I'll say, given the Bible, a reasonable mind could conclude that Jesus is not a good teacher for them. You know, I'm not going to say that it's unreasonable. He's coming to fulfill Old Testament law, and right? And now we have to hold him accountable for all of the things that God has done, right? So it's like,
I'm not going to say we can get into vicarious redemption. There's something I'm not going to agree with, right?
I mean, I respect where you're coming from, and the whole conversation I've had is like, I accept that I can't convince people of Christianity.
Well, no, I don't think that's fair, right? I'm open to the evidence that this is, in fact, a good idea, right? That there are times when violence is justified, right? I can think of times when I went, you know what, right? That's happened, right? I'm just pointing out that as a teaching, that's not something I'm going to endorse, right? I'm not. We should consider violence sometimes, right? That's just not the type of teaching that I can get behind, and that's why I find it distasteful. And I'm not making any sort of deontological claim beyond that. It's just me going ick. That's it.
I guess if I mean, my son to be like a complete pacifist. I would tell my son, like, if you feel like someone is going to like cause you great bodily harm or threaten your life, you should defend yourself, right? If you feel like you're in some world where people are being like nailed to crosses for what they believe, like they crucified hundreds and thousands of them. You know what I'm saying?
That's
It's
like
like,
the thing
if
about
I'm not
teaching of Jesus, right? If Jesus had like taught that, if Jesus had like really sat down and taught, you know, when to apply self-defense, when to worry about consent, when to, you know, those types of teachings, I'd be like, man, this guy was a fucking genius well before his time, right? But looking back at it, I see so much that he could have done that he didn't, and so much that he did that I'm just about, right? I see other teachers who did much, much, much better than him, and I'm going, where's the love here? I don't get it, you know?
I think that, you know, when I'm looking at Jesus and he tells us, like, some of the principles that I do believe are good to live by is to, like, love one another in the world, right? As another child of God. And I honestly do believe that if you honestly do regard each human being that you see as someone who you love, then you would, you know, and if you honestly try to make the world a better place, right? And if you, like, when we see homeless people, like, what would Jesus do?
Okay, but that was
Or if you
a
see
weird trope by the time it reached Jesus, right? We can't credit Jesus for that. That's just him repeating to teachers who came before him who did a much better job of teaching this stuff.
Well, I mean, I'm saying that, like, these principles are principles that I'm not saying he invented, right? And he is building on scripture and things that came before him. But I'm saying, like, these are the teachings of Jesus that I take and that I hold. And, you know, I'm not solo scripture. I believe that the entire Bible is Proverbs, right? And so you can take from it what is useful. And the parts that seem like they were written by, like, dudes 2,000 years ago are completely useless, then, you know, just don't. You're free to sort that out how you want. I believe that, like,
But even that's like 98% of the book, right?
I think that,
Like, on a given moral lesson, something really nice. Like, oh, good, you should love each other. But then the rest of it is like, you know, God did this and God did that, and all these stories and you know, history timelines that aren't real, and it's 98% crap, right? And 2%, oh, this seems nice.
I wouldn't necessarily say 98% crap, because, like, for me, obviously, you know, persecution of other people down to the last man, woman, and baby, that's obviously crap. But I don't think that's most of the Bible. I think a lot of the Bible is going to be stories about, you know, people of God who were able to find meaning in life through trying to be virtuous and good people.
Yeah, that's the crap I'm
You know,
right? Literally, right? Instead of, like, you know, one or two sentencing that, they go pages and pages and pages and pages of boring, right? It's crap literature.
of course. Well, I mean, if in terms of like if you were to be like writing a compilation of stories by today's modern standards, like, they lack introduction, they don't set up the characters, they don't give you backstory, you know, the dialogue is shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a well written.
You keep on saying that, but I think that in some way it's not.
Like a literature critique. Like, you're good enough of a writer to give it that critique as a writer.
Right, because I am the concept that I'm give you any number of other books which are just going to be better for teaching the lessons that you like, right? And that's why I'm saying, like, you're holding this thing in high regard, and I can give you source material that's going to get so much quicker to the point, going to be so much more reasonably argued, going to ditch 98% of the narrative bullshit that gets in the way of actually teaching the lesson, right? That's the problem, is it's got all this narrative that gets in the way of actually teaching the lesson.
I could see how if I was some person that only believed in the virtues of you know, in similar virtues to Jesus that I would like definitely use other things, but I do believe in like, I do believe in the power of I'm become a theist. I believe in Jesus, you know what I'm saying? And so with that being said, I do believe that there is something to be gained from becoming familiar with the Holy Scriptures.
Okay, but that's presupposing the point, isn't it?
Of course it is. Yeah, I accept that. I accept it. You can't be an honest theist if you're not going to acknowledge that there's presupposition. For me, I'm sure on some level I'm presupposing, but of course, my faith in Jesus does come from like experiences that I've had, right?
No, I don't understand.
But I'm sure.
Because faith is something that is that you use to justify a belief external of any evidence for it. So if you have experiences that raise probability, I would just consider that evidence, and then you wouldn't need faith to justify it, right?
No, my faith doesn't justify my beliefs.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then we're talking about two different things. Usually, when people talk about faith, they talk about like, I believe it on faith. Right? What they're doing is they're signifying that they have a belief, and they're providing the justification for the belief, faith, right? And that I don't have the evidence for you, and so I'm going to put a placeholder for that evidence, a placeholder justification, and I'm going to call it faith, right?
See, when you say I take it on faith, that's what that language sounds like, but the definition of faith that I'm using is faith is the act of placing trust. So faith is the belief itself, not the justification.
Right. Faith is the act of placing trust and confidence for that, right?
Well, I think you're just using faith differently from me. It's like,
I'm trying to point out that we have a separate word for a reason, right? We have the word belief. Belief refers to a propositional attitude towards a proposition, or an attitude towards a proposition, right? That's what belief refers to. You want to call that putting your trust in something? Fine, but that's still a belief. Okay?
You just said that I was using faith as evidence. I'm saying no, I wasn't.
Yes, right? So we have a belief, propositional attitudes towards things. Independent of our belief, we want to have justifications for holding those beliefs. Why do I believe that? That's called a justification for the belief. When people say, I believe it on faith, what they are doing is they are providing a justification for the belief. The justification is on faith. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Most people don't use the word that way. Most people would say,
most Christians that
most people don't use it that way.
Most Christians,
I'm going to disagree with that. So, like,
right?
That's why when I go to
You're disagreeing with my personal theories now, right?
No, here's what I'm saying, bro. I'm making an argument that we should just use faith the way it's defined.
And I'm making an argument that obfuscates my language.
Like, if I use the word what they say, we're going to look them up. I'm telling you, I heard you make your case, and you said you were using faith for
What should we supply for a justification that lacks evidence? The word that we use in the English language is called faith, right? That's just what that means. It's a justification.
That's not what that means. I'm disagreeing.
You know, I'm telling you that's what I mean by the word.
Show me the definition that says that.
I'm telling you that's what I mean by the word.
I'm telling you, I just mean what it means. And
That's what I mean by the word. When I say the word,
okay, I'm saying.
Hold on, I'm not done. When I say the word faith, what I'm referring to is a justification for a belief. That's what I mean by faith, right?
That's not what I'm saying. So
we have different words here, because they actually do mean in this context, in this context, available. And I'm going to have to say
if you said the word faith does.
I'm saying it does.
But you're telling me because in most of your experience,
that wasn't the reason. No, that wasn't the reason. It obviously is the language, positional attitude, and faith refers to a justification for it. You see, what I'm doing is I'm drawing a distinction. Now, what they want to do is they want to erase that distinction, which obfuscates the language.
But I think your distinction is not justified because that's not what faith means.
I'm telling you what I mean by faith, though.
Okay, I think that you mean something odd that most people wouldn't.
That's fine.
That's why I'm telling you.
That's fine. We can go with odd. I'm odd. I'm weird. I'm gonna own it, right?
Well, I mean, this is just a quote. This is like a trivial point. It's really not.
It is. You just accept the definition and move on, right?
But it's odd. Like you were telling me that I was giving you evidence and I didn't. So like that was the point.
I thought you were giving me evidence.
You said I was giving you faith. Faith is evidence, but you're telling me
No, faith is not evidence.
Or you're saying it's a concession that I don't have evidence if I'm using it the way that you're using it. But I'm just saying that I'm not using it in that sense. So I understand.
So you can get from it within the evidence rather than using the word faith, right?
I appreciate that. And so like I'll say evidence would be anything that
Raise the likelihood of compelling being true. No. Anything that raises the likelihood of the proposition being true. Just because you find it compelling doesn't mean it actually raises the likelihood of the proposition being true. So I'm going to put that foot down on that, right?
I'll agree with that definition because sometimes people are going to say you're what I'm considering evidence is not considered evidence. So it's good to define that term.
Right. Yeah.
So in my testimony is
I'm
not
just saying to raise the likelihood of the proposition.
So then I will check on the section 19, Alessandro. Like, you're all over the place. You're not like addressing what you said. Then why is faith evidence? You just said it's evidence.
It's not evidence.
You just said it was.
Right. Did I
You just said it was.
No, I think we're
did I say faith is evidence? Wait, let's clarify.
just supply me with the evidence and skip the faith.
Okay, but did I say faith is evidence?
Yes.
No, he doesn't think so. Okay, bro. Like if we're just gonna start making up stuff about what I said because you can't track the argument, it's not interesting.
There isn't an argument. You never presented anything yet. You keep mentioning these like esoteric definitions. You're not making them up.
Here's what just happened. Here's what just happened. You came up, you told me that I said something I didn't say. Now you're continuing to argue with me. He just told you I did not say what you said. He just told you that.
I mean, you might have and I missed it, but I thought we were.
No, I didn't make it clear to you, T, that I don't think faith is evidence.
Yeah, I thought we were talking about faith, I said. Right.
Yeah, so I don't know why he's doing this. Like, so what I'm gonna say is, there's no like my evidence is gonna be testimony. My evidence is gonna be my personal experiences. Not say me.
Okay,
let me say
that would be a pretty good start, right? Because if you're going to say testimony, I'm going to say that testimony isn't going to be evidence for anything more than personal experience. And if you're going to say the personal experience, then I'm going to point out that I was actually asking what the personal experience of the evidence was.
You can also use testimony to talk about conditions, shared conditions that we all experience.
Yes, I'm sure we could. Yeah, usually when we talk about evidence, we talk about it in terms of like a hypothesis, and we're going to predict the observation that we want to make that would falsify that hypothesis, right?
Certainly the scientific method, and that's a reasonable standard. That's definitely a reasonable standard. I'm curious though, Andrew, like if you had any thoughts about like the virtues of the teachings of Jesus. We were for a moment going back and forth about like the teachings of Jesus even virtuous.
If you're gonna list the teachings of Jesus, it would be under 20 things. Like you're making it. I mean, what are the teachings that maybe I'm missing something?
Doesn't Andrew love Jesus still?
Yeah, and when you say, virtue, that's always going to be a subjective judgment call. So you're just going to be like asking, like, hey, Andy, what do you think is virtuous versus AT, what do you think is virtuous? And I think we know we're disagreeing on that.
I mean, too, he did have a good point with the love your neighbor, right? I mean, unless they're Amalekites that drive them into the woods and slaughter them, but otherwise love your neighbor.
Well, no, that's part of the objection that I had, is that wasn't a consistent teaching that he had, right? He he said things like, hate your mother and your father in order to be closer to me, right? And so it was a very inconsistent set of teachings that he had regarding love.
What, can you say that again about love?
Yeah, I was saying that it was a very inconsistent teaching that he said, the set of teachings that he had about love, because he kept on saying things like, hate your mother and your father in order to be closer to me. And there was a bunch of just like he could have said some really profound things about love, and instead I feel like he just dropped the ball pretty hard.
Did he say hate your mother and father and become closer to me?
Yeah.
Well, hyperbole. I mean, anybody who actually likes studies the text can obviously see it's hyperbole.
Sure.
Anybody that actually studies religion.
And that's another objection that I have, right? Using parables and hyperbole and other stuff in order to, confuse people. Something we admitted he did.
In order to confuse people.
I mean, we're already talking about how did he convey to his people, if you hate your father and mother, you become closer to me.
The ideas are sure your English.
Well, I don't even think that was the point. I think the point was him being more important than, immediate family members. One thing is me is to actually hate, your brother and your sister or your mother.
Yeah, Luke 14:26. I'm gonna look it up right now.
The only way that you could probably say to hate is there's this thing where when you have two masters, you learn to love one and hate the other.
Okay, so the quote is directly, if anyone comes to me and does not hate his own father and mother and wife and children and brother and sisters, yes, and even his own life, he cannot be my disciple. This is the type of thing that I think that he could have put so much better. And instead, he's got these really inconsistent hyperboles, metaphors, parables, all this stuff, right? It's a horrible way of teaching.
I mean, I guess that's just your subjective opinion, because there's people that would disagree.
Yes, it is my subjective opinion. I'm talking out about how I feel about things. You are correct. These are my feelings.
So why should we care about how you feel about it? Other people found value in it.
That was found value before you got here, Dad.
I'm just pointing out that there's a lot of people that found value in it just because you did it doesn't mean it's.
Yeah, I know, but that wasn't that discussion, right?
Well, that's very interesting. Thank you. He does say this. Thank you for showing this to everyone. It's a very interesting. Was it Luke 14:26? If anyone comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brother and sister, yes, even their own life, such a person cannot be my disciple. Wow, that is very interesting.
It is, and it's one of those things where I just feel like, these messages, this is an example of a case where his style of teaching is getting in the way of the lesson.
And he even told his disciples to abandon their families, their lives, all that, and just follow him. I also think that was pretty more. Alligator, what was it? What was that? Luke what?
14:26. Very interesting.
14:26. I'm gonna tattoo that on my arm, bro. So
If you search, even their own life, if they do not hate even their own life, wow, that is very interesting.
I mean, so do you take it literal when he says your right hand cause you to sin, cut it off? Is he literally saying you should dismember yourself? It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. We already agreed that it was hyperbole, right?
So when we agree that it's hyperbole, so we agree that
shitty way of teaching getting in the way of the lesson.
All right, so we agree that hyperbole. What do you believe the point he was trying to make? If we agree that this is hyperbole, though we should all understand the point that he was trying to make then, right?
Well, the only way I can look at this, and there's only one woman that Jesus ever mentioned was Lot's wife. And we know about Lot's wife and looking back at the destruction. And this kind of conveys something similar to me. If you're not the place where you hate your life, that means you love your life. And you can't be a part of what I'm doing because you love what you're doing over here. And what you're doing over here is not part of what I'm doing over here. So if you hate over here, you'll never love over here. You can never serve two masters.
Right. I believe that the message was one of fundamentally othering, right? What I'm saying is that you have to cause the separation in your heart between everything else that is not me and me, which is, all of Christianity and the religion and everything. And you see this all the time played out in Christians, right? Where they take this very, very literally. If you are not Christian, you are not one of us. You are other. You are something.
I can feel the ostracization of it. Like if you're not one of us, it's just tribalism. That's all it is. That's in every group. I don't feel like that way towards people that aren't Christian, but there are Christians that feel that way. Just like there's atheists that feel that way, but that's amongst like all groups.
So this was bad teaching, right? That was my whole point. Is that's why I brought it up at all, is because somebody asked me, what's an example of something bad that Jesus taught? Well, here we go, tribalism.
I don't think he taught tribalism because if you take everything he said in context, he was talking about all people of all nations coming together. Pretty much.
We just covered the tribalism that he taught, right?
But if we get the whole context, he says there's no Jew, no Greek, which are all different tribes, and we are all one through Christ. I mean, it's like breaking down the barriers.
But that's just more problematic, like contradictory lessons that are getting lost in the narrative here. This is yet another example of why this style of teaching fails so hard when the lesson gets lost in the narrative.
But there's certain racist tropes that Jews pretty much used to use against the Gentiles, and you can see that Jesus was trying to get and break down these barriers to have Jews no longer be separated from the other nations, because Jews around that time weren't allowed to communicate with Gentiles. But when Jesus came around, he was showing that God had no respect of persons to Gentiles.
Yeah, I agree. Technology was primitive, right?
Yeah, I mean, technology was primitive.
His technology was primitive. Specifically, this idea of like I can use God to show this and achieve this political goal. It was primitive technology. I agree, right? And for its time, it was advanced, right? It was advanced technology.
I think God can afford to be primitive technology. God said one thing.
No, I'm pointing out that by those standards, it was revolutionary, and by today's standards, it's antiquated.
It's still revolutionary by today's standard. It's still revolutionary. No, it's changing a lot of people.
No, it's not. No.
So Christianity isn't changing.
Years has this truth.
So Christianity isn't changing people's lives. Are you saying that?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. That's not what I'm saying at all.
So
is Satanism or the Church of Satan changing people's lives also?
Not in a positive perspective. Not in my opinion. It's not a positive way of changing people's lives. Not
positive.
Of course it can be positive.
Well, you have to show me the group. I've seen a lot more positive changes when it comes to like there's people that used to be.
What change is
there's people that used to be
temple that is not positive.
Are they a monolith? Do they all have the same beliefs? No.
What?
You don't have to change the same beliefs in order to be positive.
What change?
I'm asking.
This
Give me a perspective.
That is not positive.
Give me a specific group, and I can tell you why.
No, that's a question.
Tell me what their beliefs are. Because they all have their beliefs.
I'm going to ask you.
What if some people
because I'm not aware of any.
I don't have it right now.
I thought you had your reading.
No, I'm not talking. I'm talking to some homeless guy. some guy talking.
About the 8th time now. One thing that the Satanist temple has done, that changes that they have made in people's lives, that is not positive.
That's not positive. I mean, it depends on the group because there's actual Satanists that believe in Satan, and then there's atheists.
No, that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question. The question was not, what do Satanists believe? The question
That has an impact
give
on
me.
whether or not they change their life.
That wasn't the question. That wasn't the
So you're saying
question.
that belief doesn't impact how they change their
No,
life?
that wasn't the question.
It is a question.
No, the question is, name one thing the Satanist temple, not individuals, the political organization has done to people that is not a positive for those people.
Which one? Are you talking about the ones that actually believe in Satan or the atheist group?
I'm talking about the political organization for the 3rd time.
Okay, but there's like 2 different versions of Satanism. There's an actual.
No. There's only one political organization called the Satanist Temple.
Alright, so are there Satanists that believe in actual Satan and
You're
worship Satan?
confusing the Church of
No, I'm
Satan
asking.
with the Satanist Temple.
Alright, so which one are you talking about? If I'm confused,
For the
then
9th
clarify.
time, the political organization called the Satanist Temple.
Okay, and are they the ones that actually believe? Because I'm asking you to clarify. Are they?
In the Church of Satan for the Satanist Temple.
So that's why I'm asking you to clarify because I
Okay,
don't.
so I'm going to ask the question again. Name one thing that the Satanist Temple, the political organization, has done. One thing for people that is negative. Please.
Are you talking about the ones that actually believe in Satan?
I'm talking about the Satanist Temple, the political organization. How can I be more clear on this?
Alright, I'm asking you to clarify.
I'm not clarifying. I'm not talking about the Church of Satan.
Well, obviously, I'm not familiar with this political group that you're
Okay,
talking
well,
about.
I'm going to
So I'm asking you, do they actually
make
believe?
the claim, Dennis?
Because I was under the impression that you're talking about people that actually believe.
No. You're the one who made the claim that the Satanist Temple does negative.
Yeah. Satanists don't believe in Satan, by the way.
That's why I'm asking you. So are you saying that all Satanists don't believe in Satan?
Holy fuck. I'm going to ask the question again.
No, because somebody made a rule.
I'm just going to ask the question again. Name one thing the political organization has done for people that is negative.
But you're sitting there acting like there's only one group of Satanists.
Yes, there's only one political organization called the Satanist Temple.
Okay, and the ones that I'm familiar with are the ones that actually worship Satan and don't
That's
worship
the Church of Satan, and we didn't say the Church of Satan. You said the Satanist.
Alright, so you're talking about the ones that are atheists and not. So we can just clarify that. How hard is it for you to clarify?
I've done so repeatedly.
Alright, so you're saying that it's the group that doesn't specifically believe in Satan as a real being, but as are atheists. You're talking about that group?
That's a political organization, last I checked.
Okay, that's all you had to say.
I did say like 9 times at
Well,
this point. I think we're not right?
From my opinion, you know, being atheist has results on
That wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
Don't bring evidence. You just made another claim. You said that something, I'm paraphrasing you, but you said something like being an atheist is like bad or harmful for your life. Did you say that? Explain what the harm is by somebody being an atheist. Go ahead.
From my worldview as being a Christian, if you don't believe in God, I mean that would be a negative. Because I believe that God is real, not that He exists.
That's your
So that would be
how hard it is.
the harm would be the harm would be separation from God. From my
That's not the issue.
Yeah.
Right.
So you're saying
from a Christian standpoint, separation, we need it from like a spiritual sense. We don't need like a literal sense.
it's harm in a completely imperceptible way.
Yeah, I mean, from your perspective, it would be exactly.
No, it's from your perspective, it's imperceptible, right?
No, from my perspective, it is.
No, it isn't.
Because I believe, because even when we look at scientific studies, there's actually evidence that shows that having a relationship with God can have positive effects on well-being. So, I mean,
Do you know the scientific studies that having a belief in God can have negative effects if you're afraid of hell and shit? That can be
well, actually, I mean, I don't believe in, eternal torture chamber. I know there's Christians that do.
Some people
But then David, I know that's
So we can say that about any belief. There's some atheists that have beliefs that
you think that's a corporation. Do you understand why that's fallacious?
What is fallacious?
Saying that because there's scientific evidence that there can be positive benefits from believing in God, that should therefore apply to me as if, therefore, I believe in God, therefore have net positives.
What is
That's a fallacy.
Well, actually,
It's a fallacy.
it's not. I'm not going to tell you what.
Dennis, I'm not done yet. What you assumed was that if I were to believe in God, I would have positives. But that's not been my experience at all, right? We have to personalize and contextualize. I'm not done yet, Dennis. We have to personalize and contextualize the evidence. The evidence suggests that belief in God in my life, independent of whatever aggregate science might come up with, was a total net negative with zero positives. So that's the reality that I'm living with, independent of what the science might say, right?
Well, yeah. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, thank you. And Dennis, look, I get that you're saying it from your worldview, but you have to realize that your worldview, right, like vilifies atheists and basically says they're all going to hell. Whereas from a point of view, just like one,
Not my worldview.
a lot of Christians' worldviews. To the extent that you seem to have been affected, at least to some degree, when you said, oh, you think it's harmful to be an atheist. Now, let me ask you a question. Even if God existed, why would it be harmful to be an atheist? Are you saying that atheists who believe that when they die, they don't go to heaven?
No, I'm not saying that.
Gentlemen?
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm saying that there's a lot of positives when it goes to believing in God, and just like there's negatives when it goes to not having a belief in God.
Okay, what are the negatives of not believing in God if you're not going to hell?
Well, and like I'm saying, it's not across the board, but there's a lot of people who have that fear of the permanence of death, and I mean, it has a lot of impact on their well-being and their mental health. So I mean,
Okay.
this is something that has a negative impact on people that don't believe.
But the thing is this, at that point, you're just talking about human mental health at that point. So it's not that being an atheist is harmful. It's that living in reality and acknowledging that reality is sometimes not the best or what we want it to be, that can have negative effects on your mental health. That has nothing to do with atheism. That's the fear of mortality.
Can I speak?
And wait a sec, I'm just finishing with this.
No, I'm just saying, how do you know that's the reality though? Like, how do you come to that conclusion that you're living in reality? How do you know that you're as a legitimate thing deists are in?
How do I know I live in a reality where I'm going to die?
No, well, you can say a reality where you're going to die and not live a spiritual life or another life or some type of out-of-body, type of
I have overwhelming evidence that I'm going to die one day.
What happens after that, though? Do you?
I have overwhelming evidence that nothing happens after that.
There's overwhelming evidence. Have you died before? Do you know people that died before? Like, I mean, science has science proven that there's no life after death.
Whoa. Science isn't in the business of proving things.
Yeah, science doesn't prove science.
Well,
Science
you know when I use that word, you know what I mean by it, right?
Science gives us the best explanation based on the available data.
No, science giving us the best evidence. So science giving us the best evidence that there is a life after death.
Yes, that's definitely.
Based on what study?
I can give you a bunch of them. One of them is the very fact that I'll give you the biggest one and then I'll go smaller.
Like all
The biggest one is that the universe itself is governed by entropy, so the whole universe is dying, not just humans. Humans are not special. Stars die, planets die, galaxies die, everything dies because everything's losing energy. So that's number one.
And what does that tell us about afterwards? Like, what does that tell us about afterwards? Our experience.
There is no afterwards. As the universe loses heat, eventually everything will start to slow down, and eventually everything reaches the same equilibrium, and there will be no more movement, and there will be no more time, and that means that everything is dead.
So do we ignore like one of the studies that actually talks about people having these experiences where they
have these sort of out-of-body experiences where it seems that they shouldn't be able to have experience.
Hold on. We could go to NDEs in a moment.
Okay, there's like millions of them. So like, how do we explain those? I mean, if we're going to this certainty of that there's no life after death, like if we're going to have certainty.
Yeah, I'd be happy to go into that, but all I'm pointing out is the universe itself is dying. That's number one. Once you acknowledge that, it kind of makes sense that humans die too. So I just want to say that. Number two is that humans are made out of atoms, right? We don't have souls or disembodied, others outside of our brains. Our consciousness is being generated by our brain. If you take away the brain when you die and you deprive it of oxygen, the brain shuts down, there's no more synapses, there's no more electricity running through them, and then your brain rots. There is no more brain, therefore there can be no more consciousness. You will not be conscious after you die.
And how do you know that?
That is entailed by the laws of physics.
Alright, well,
If you need a brain to be conscious and you have no brain, then when you have no brain, you will not be conscious.
so what about the evidence of consciousness when the heart stops beating? Like, I mean, should you be able to have experiences while your heart is not beating?
Sure. So the problem with NDEs is that even though you
That's according to science. That's according to my science. Like, no, you don't have it. So when the heart stops beating, I'm saying if the heart stops beating for several minutes, it's impossible.
So here's the important part.
It's impossible to have a conscious experience.
Death is not a single thing. It's a process. Death is not a singular event. It's a process. And when people are having near-death experiences, right, look at the first word. The first word is near-death experience. No one has ever died, been clinically dead for like 7 days, and then got up and said, oh wow, I had a near-death experience. It never happened. You're talking about people who've been clinically dead for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. They got back on the oxygen table or whatever. They got their brain started again. They got their heart sent. And then they woke up and were like, oh my God, I had an experience. Of course they had an experience. They weren't dead. They were dying. I don't deny that. They were dying, but that doesn't mean they were dead.
I mean, according to science, though, like, we should not be able to have, once the heart stops beating, within like several minutes, you should not be able to have a conscious experience. Yeah, there's been reports of people reporting their environment with 99% accuracy when they should not be able to do something.
So here's the thing. That's not true, though. There's certainly truth that there have been events and experiences of people who they were out cold on the operating table and they were able to, let's say, come back and they were able to recover a conversation that the doctors had at their bedside when they were unconscious. Now, what I would say to that is that, number one, yeah, that's interesting. But most likely, there was some type of like subconscious processing going on because obviously they heard something. And number two is that there's never been any good evidence that these near-death experiences were like supernatural. Like, for example, all these people who say, oh, I floated up off the table and I saw the doctors and I was floating above them. All those people, without fail, if we run a fucking experiment where like we put a number in an envelope or whatever, or number on top of like the cabinets of the surgery room where they should be able to clearly see a number that's written, and then they come back and we say, okay, what was the number? None of them are ever able to say the number, which tells you that this is most likely a hallucination and not them actually traveling out of their body, being in the operating room and being able to see the number that we posted there. So they're not actually getting any real information. It's more like a hallucination of some sort. And that can happen because of stress, because of hypoxia, like lack of oxygen to their brain. There's lots of things that are happening when you're going through a dying process. And lots of things that are happening to your brain. It's a complex event where like different parts of your brain shut on and off. The point is that all of these things are completely explainable by our neurology. And there's no need to jump to a conclusion and say that like you have a soul. Yeah, this is
very
dying brain.
Actually,
Very smart, Abe.
Actually, none of them are. A lot of experiences are unexplainable by neurologist because there's like instances even with like Pam Reynolds where she had I believe it was an aneurysm and had to do surgery on her brain. I'm sorry, I'm at work. I got a physical job, so but they had to do a surgery on her brain. They had to freeze her heart. They had to keep her under 60 degrees. They take her eyes closed. She had stuff in her ears. I forgot what it was that they put in her ears before the surgery. They had her eyes closed with tape, and they had her ears sealed off. So she shouldn't have been able to hear or see the things that she reported back. So when stuff like that is reported, I have to take it serious. I can't just ignore it. And just, well,
You should take it serious because there's nothing wrong with that. The issue is drawing far-fetched conclusions based on
it's just a hypothesis. It's a
hypothesis, correct. And if we had better evidence, like if anyone ever was completely unconscious and we wrote a number on a big sheet of paper and put it up at the top of the cabinet and they came back and said, hey, the number is 3,742.
Yeah,
That would be fucking cool. But they've never done that.
Yeah. Because the body is going through shock. So that's probably why a lot of that stuff happens, because the body's trying to process the shock that's happening.
Yeah, I get it. That's your hypothesis. And I mean, honestly, this is my hypothesis that there's something more to human consciousness than what we're aware of, and it's not just materialism. I don't think materialism is only
hypothesis, though.
Yeah. So far, we
Again, it's not a
maybe one day we can.
No, it's not a hypothesis. It's just a guess. It's literally a just-so story, an ad hoc explanation. There's nothing more there.
Okay, well, maybe one day we'll be able to falsify.
Okay,
right now,
that's called wishful thinking, right?
Okay, it's wishful thinking.
Okay, well then I don't know why we would compare a non.
Don't you think
wishful thinking? Dennis, I don't know why you're talking over me. I don't know.
I wasn't done speaking. You cut me off. That's why I was.
You're right.
Go ahead.
I'm a moderator, right?
Yeah,
that's how that works, right? I don't know why we would compare some wishful thinking, like wishy-washy bullshit that you just, seem to like for no reason at all, to an actual hypothesis which is falsifiable. Like, why would we sit around and do that? Do we have nothing better to do?
Well, is God falsifiable?
I'm asking you,
why do you sit around and talk about God at this time?
I'm not sitting around talking about God. You are.
So you don't have conversations with kids or believers about God?
But I
don't want to. It's unqualified.
Yeah, I don't propose it as a hypothesis.
So you don't.
Of course not.
Oh, of course not. So you're in a room right now that says divine command theory, which was actually called something else earlier, but you don't go in those rooms. That's
Do
crazy.
you know how long this room has been open? And how many times the topic has changed?
I don't.
It's probably been open for over a day now.
It's been open over 24 hours, and I can't count the number of times the topic has changed.
Okay, I'm just saying, we like to have conversations. What question?
The question was, how would we sit around and talk about your wishy-washy bullshit, made-up guesses, based on nothing more than thinking? Why is it interesting?
You're actually entertaining it right now, so
I'm asking you why you bringing it up at all.
I mean, you're entertaining it.
No, I'm asking you why you're bringing it up. Do I need to stop entertaining it?
I mean, if you want to. I brought it up because we was having a conversation about God, and that's part of the topic.
So Dennis, can I just ask you before we kind of switch? I'm assuming you're a theist of sorts, a Christian.
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
And what's the main reason you think God exists in the first place?
I mean, I think the thing about Paul is very interesting. How he was one persecuting Christians and killing them, and it seemed pretty interesting that Paul changed his tone after having the experience. And from my opinion, you would only change that your tone or something like that because you actually believe something. I mean, you can say that about you probably say that about a lot of other religions, and I can say that about a lot of the apostles. A lot of them put their lives on the line. So it makes me feel like something had to occur in that in what 10, 20 AD that caused them to believe and come to the conclusions that they believe. Because I personally wouldn't put my life on the line for something that I knew was a made up BS. I mean, there's other reasons why I believe in God, but I'm kind of like at work.
No, that's fine.
fine. That's fine. Yeah, that might not be like the only reason, but you're saying that's an important one. So here, let me kind of give you something to think about. You said that seeing that poll, kind of just the story about how he used to persecute Christians, and then he had this experience, Damascus Road experience, and then he suddenly became a Christian, and he's going around and giving up his life. So here's the thing. It is one option. I don't deny that people can be sincerely convinced, right? But are you not leaving open the option that there are other naturalistic explanations for his behavior in human psychology? Like, it's very possible also that he was sincerely convinced, and it's also very possible he was sincerely delusional. Like, is that a possibility?
Oh, my bad. If I'm being honest, yeah, those are all possibilities, but honestly,
Why were you impressed by somebody who is delusional?
well, I don't think that's the case for Paul.
Right, but can it be the case?
Well, it can be the case, but I don't think that is the case.
Okay, but how would you know whether it's the case or not? Like, how can we tell the difference between a sincere poll versus a delusional poll?
Well, I would weigh his character out. I would look at some of his writings, get an idea what type of guy he is, and I would base my conclusion on that. He comes off as a genius.
That's your reality.
Yes,
Well, first of all, someone could be a genius and still be delusional.
Yeah.
So even like
why he would turn to them and character to see if they're delusional.
because hold on. Even in the court of law, don't we weigh credibility of witnesses based off of what we know about the individual? Don't we weigh the credibility?
First of all, hold on.
No.
And if we did, and if we would still be wrong. I hate how people, by the way, always bring that stuff about modern day courts and law. Modern day courts are a fucking medieval, like, horror house. Okay, modern day courts are really bad. Even though they're better than they used to be.
When you
So don't bring down modern courts as if that's like the way to do epistemology.
So when when somebody tells you something, you don't weigh their credibility based on what you know about that person.
No, what I do is I weigh their credibility.
The main witness testimony in cases, right, is
Who's
in
talking?
jail.
Who's talking? Dennis, the way you weigh their credibility has nothing to do with their character. You look at their claim, and you look at the evidence for their claim. That's it.
Yeah, of course we look at that evidence and we look at the claim, but if we have circumstantial evidence, which is what this is a circumstantial evidence, we have to go based off of credibility of the witness.
No, hold on, wait, pause. You just said if we don't have evidence,
If it's circumstantial evidence, we have evidence, but it's
circumstantial evidence, we have to go based on credibility. No, in that case, you know what we do? If we don't have good empirical evidence, then you should remain agnostic. You should say, I don't yet have enough evidence to come to a conclusion.
in that type of situation, it would be like, and I hate to compare it with a lot of like witnesses, right?
Doesn't matter. Witnesses are notoriously mistaken. They're really bad at getting back.
There's plenty of examples where people are like spending the rest of their lives in jail because of like the whole believe all women situation that's going on right now. I mean,
You are literally proving my point. I'm saying if there's only circumstantial evidence, you should not put people. Why is that difficult?
Right, but there's situations where it's just a woman man and we have to go off her ability. We can't just ignore the
You
claim.
should not ever go off someone's credibility or put someone else in jail. That's bad.
But the thing is, that's a lot of people getting away with crime. If we're going by your methodology, there's a lot of people committing crimes and get away with it.
No, that's not true at all.
Because
The methodology as a
you're doing this
thinker.
they're doing this hyper-skepticism.
No, it's not hyper-skepticism. The point of the methodology, avoid putting innocent people in jail, which you could easily do if you're doing it by your way. Anyone can just lie and just say, oh, this person is guilty of whatever. And like, well, he's a good guy. He said it. I guess we're just going to listen to him. That's bullshit.
Alright, but is it just as bad to allow bad people get off the hook? Like,
It
is it
is
just as bad?
It is, no, it is not. It is worse to jail innocent people than to misjailing some guilty people.
And I would say that it's terrible to allow guilty people to walk free and to hurt more people. I would say that's worse.
No, but it's worse to take your methodology, which is basically saying just listen to whoever accuses someone of putting people in jail left and right.
I'm not saying listen. I'm not saying to listen to everybody. I'm saying we weigh the credibility of the witness.
The credibility of someone means next to nothing. What matters is their claim, whether it's like a supernatural claim or whether it's like it could actually happen, and the evidence we have for their claim. That's it.
What
do you even say about someone's credibility? What do you mean about their caste in society? Do you mean if they have money? Do you mean if they're like character, their personality? Like, what do you even mean by saying their credibility?
Yeah, it's really we think because we know the other way around. Hold on a second, Dennis. What usually is around, right? Credibility is established by their ability to make claims which are in turn verified to be accurate. It's not the other way around.
We don't know about
credibility. Dennis, what are you doing?
No, man.
You're coming off of mute when talking. What's going on here? Yourself, please. It's not the other way around where we go, oh look, this guy has credibility. Therefore, what he's saying is true. That doesn't make any sense at all.
It makes sense if you're like in the 14th century for like witch hunting, then it makes sense, but not for modern day.
Well, the thing is, like, when we base things off, like, our history is based off of credibility of the witness that lived in that time. So do you ignore all history? Because, I mean, honestly, that's what you would technically have to do. Because, like, we're going on.
Ignore all history. History was
history is wrong. Witness testimony. Are we just going to say it's all wrong?
It was mostly wrong, yes.
Okay. I mean, if that's how you do it.
In the 13th century, they literally brought in animals to court so they could testify. They were that fucking stupid.
So how do you know that's true? I mean, do you have evidence? Do you have evidence?
I do have evidence. Yes, I do. I can give it to you right now. Religious people
somebody said it, right?
bring in animals to court, and they would say, "Speak. Why did you do this?" They were that fucking stupid.
Well, how do you know that's true? Why?
It's true.
Do you have
It's true.
evidence?
It happened.
I mean,
It happened.
because based off of what we know is basically what people were told. You wasn't here.
Historical evidence is often based off, but not just what we know. It's based off what we can show. We have
It's right there. It did happen then.
We have things that people wrote down throughout history. These are things we can point to show that this likely occurred.
It did happen, Dennis. I think Abe knows a bit more about this stuff than you.
You see how like hypocritical you are. So like, I'm not trying to say that as like a shot, but it's hypocritical because you're going to believe that, but you're not going to believe other things. Like,
Dennis, you can't outsmart Abe. You cannot outsmart Abe. You can't. You're just mad because Abe is way smarter than you, and it doesn't matter if you disagree with him or not. It's actually fucking true what he's just said. So as long as Abe knows.
Yo, shut the fuck up. If is not correct, quiet. If is not correct, quiet. Shut the fuck up.
Thanks, I appreciate it. But look. I'm just trying to give Dennis a little background about the history of religion. And about how human testimony is like incredibly suspicious, and there's a bunch of reasons to discount it. The more we've even learned about neuroscience in the 21st century, the more we see.
Well, by those accounts, then I guess we should cancel everything we know about Plato, because nothing is first hand with Plato. Every single thing we know about Plato was written at least 200 years or 2 to 400 years after his death. So how do we, no, but I'm saying though, like, how do you, like, if you're saying second-hand evidence is cannot be trusted, how then is the Western world resting every knowledge they have on something that is second-hand? Tell me.
Yeah,
What are you saying about it?
Yeah, I'll say
we have Plato's own words that was written by his followers. Plato never wrote anything down. Like everything Plato wrote down, most things Plato wrote down was by his students. Right? So it's all secondhand.
Not Socrates, but not Plato. Plato was Socrates' direct student, and yes, he's the one that all the little parables and stuff known to Socrates, yeah, I say it all the time, are actually from the hand of Plato. But
my bad, it was okay.
And the point is this, it's not about even look and whether Plato actually existed or Socrates.
We have his books. I have his complete works right here sticking out.
I know you do say.
All of those notes were written years after he's dead. That's the point.
No, the point is this. The point is this. Look, what I said before to Dennis, it's not about the credibility of the person's testimony. It's about what they're claiming and what's to support their claim. Even if you could show that like Socrates or Plato wasn't real, but whether we did or not, it's not relevant because all of their claims that we're discussing, we're going to debate them based on the claims. If Socrates or Plato, it's not about the person, it's about the nature of the claim.
I mean, they called every non-Greek a barbarian. Like they called every non-Greek.
I'm not sure how you're on with this.
What?
Okay.
One second. I'm just blown away by the stuff you're saying right now. It's pretty hard to listen to, bro.
It's hard to listen to. What exactly did I say that you disagree
on? You're telling Dennis that history is pretty much entirely wrong. You literally just told him.
Basically, that's exactly what he's saying, Andrew.
Hold on.
That's kind of like what you were saying, man.
No, that's not what I said. It's what
that wasn't what I was saying. I was still managing age conversation.
You just muted me. That was weird. Somebody muted me. But yeah, so A basically just said that history is pretty much entirely wrong. And then what's crazy about that is then you hear them talking about like Plato and Socrates and talking about how do you know these people existed? Who are you talking about? And how do you know anybody wrote anything? If you go way back, you're like, well, it's not about their claims, it's what we can substantiate. They said, well, how do you know they said anything? Who's the they? Who are you talking about? What are you?
Who cares? We
That's the point. Okay.
We have to be on it.
Yeah. The kind of methodology that you guys are employing is insane. And there's like nobody in academia who would be on board with saying history is like non-existent. Except if they have pictures or video.
Hold on. I never said history existent.
What I mean is that the names go to the names of actual people that they're referring to or supposed to be referring to. That the things that the people supposedly wrote, they actually wrote. You are claiming that all of that can't be really substantiated because it's all done basically by a testimony, by people writing things down.
I'm not. Hold on. I literally said we have other ways to substantiate it. Like,
how can you do it? There's no video, no pictures.
You can do it if you have other people from other places who are like substantiating, saying, "I met this person."
Hey, 1400s, 1300s. How do you substantiate?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Like I said, multiple sources. Like if you want to know if the popes were real.
Those are writings.
Correct, from other people.
Okay, so you are okay with testimony. You are okay.
No. But what I'm saying is, look, at the end of the day, even if I'm an extreme skeptic and I'm going to say, okay, everything is just a testimony with history. First of all, history is not like a hard science, okay? It's a social science, and I'm fine with that. So it's going to have more, wiggle room for evidence. But the point is better to me because if you said you could prove that, like, whatever, one of the popes was fake, they never really existed, okay, it's not as important. What's important is whether we can track, like, what was being said or whatever was being written. And if the claims that are being said are crazy, then they're wrong regardless of who said them.
No, that's not the point. The point
No, that doesn't even make sense.
We're talking about testimony and the validity of that. And you're trying to make this point like, well, testimonial evidence is not very good. And so we turn to history and you're like, well, testimonies, I mean, if you have a bunch of them or several, well, yeah, then maybe you could conclude something. But what's crazy is like, obviously testimony is used all over the place, not just in history, but in court, and people come to conclusions all the time. And your methodology would pretty much discount what people are taking as factual history. It's crazy, dude. You have a crazy, this is a standard methodology. It's crazy. But it's fine.
I didn't say I don't believe in history. What I said was if you could prove that like people in history that we knew about were fake, I'd be fine with it. But you're not wedded. I'm not faithful.
You didn't say, you actually switched what you said. You didn't say if you could prove that it's fake. You actually assumed that it was fake. You told Dennis that a majority of history you think is false. That's what you
No,
told
what I said was the majority is false. The testimonial shit that we're talking about
That's what history is.
No. I meant in history, like in the court systems, like when the Catholic Church was like bringing people into the court system.
What? Wait, Dennis, was that the context? I thought you guys were talking about history broadly. I think it was
That's the context that I meant. I meant it because we were talking about when they brought in like animals to the court to literally like testify, and that happened in the Catholic Church.
From animals, so that's kind of
They believed they could, Andrew. They were
No.
that dumb.
okay. Look, here's the point. The point is that even if
They
you
really like bring in the donkey and say like, you stepped on this guy's toe. What were you thinking? And the donkey just sat there.
You're telling me that when you told that to
Dumb
Dennis,
fucking people.
right? So you're saying when you said that to Dennis about you think the majority of history is pretty much false because he actually asked you outright, you think the majority of history, like pretty much all of history, you're like, yeah, I think the majority of it is false. You're telling me that was just meant to be in the narrow context of like these animal trials and stuff like that.
That was talking about trials. Yes, in court trials and testimonies with people.
Control your speech. Yeah, trials are
And
usually
they were false.
No, wait.
Dude, they were not controlled. Are you fucking kidding me? They allowed even spectral evidence. They were completely out of their fucking minds.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, that's
For
the trials I'm
trials,
talking
witch
about.
trials, right?
Yes, but I'm talking about in general, the way they went about gathering evidence. Like, they had no clue what evidence was. They did not know anything about critical thinking.
You understood what it means to say I heard something, I saw something, I was there, it did certain
Yeah, and then you had to say, I dreamed something, and I'm like, oh shit, you dreamed something? It's real. Like, they were that dumb.
I don't think they were that dumb.
They really were.
You don't give these ancient people enough credit, man. They built pyramids. They weren't that dumb, man.
Okay, hold on. Taking big rocks and putting them in a circle in the shape of a triangle is not that fucking hard. Especially when you have slaves. Especially when you have slaves.
Okay, that's cool, but by the same time, I can't remember what I forget the name of this Egyptian school, but it has a detailed recordings of certain anatomical parts of the human body, certain like the bedrock of medicine can be found in certain papyrus that was from Egypt. I forget what it's called. The same thing with engineering. So to say that these people were just carrying stones here and there is actually stupid. Like in Babylonia, they had a clear understanding of astronomy, although at the beginning stages they understood, certain things that layman today will have no idea about. So I get that.
You can
I get what
point to
you're trying to
times
say.
throughout history. You can point to times throughout history where there was like an influx of knowledge or scientific, growth. But what I was talking about was in the context of like Western Europe, and that was the Dark Ages when they lost most of this information from like Greek and Roman times, and they were just going around burning witches. Yeah, and that lasted for like a good at least 800 years, if not more. So yeah, it's pretty messed up.
I agree to that, but like all I'm saying is that don't paint history with a straight brush. Like we know that something called the late Bronze Age happened, that many civilizations actually lost a lot of their technologies, either through natural disasters or they getting I guess infiltrated by something called the sea peoples or something like this. So many civilizations at that time, and I wouldn't say it was the first time, but like over several times they lost a lot of the technology, so many of them had to start over again. The same thing that happened with the Dark Ages. So I just don't want you to paint like history with a straight brush. That's all I'm saying. And then like hold on, one last thing. I think your idea about claims and the claim has to be substantiated or in the history. Like we have kings that made claims. We have Egyptian kings, Persian kings that made claims that clearly weren't real. But in their time, they probably thought they could get away with it because, kings want to write good about themselves. They want to, it's like propaganda, the same thing we do today. They did that today with their claim. So you cannot say like a claim has to be substantiated for it to be true. That's
No, what I'm saying is it depends on the nature of the claim. If you're making a claim in history and you just say that, oh, there was this king, and then after this king came this king, and this was
King X and that was King Y. These are very mundane claims. We know that kings existed and we know that monarchies changed. But if you say King X was a king and then King Y came in flying through the sky on a winged horse, that's fucking bullshit. And we know that claim is wrong. That's all I'm saying. It depends on the nature of your claim. If your claim is going to be supernatural, the bar for claiming that it's actually evidence-based or empirical, you're going to need a lot more than just saying, oh, this is historical.
But you wasn't saying that at first. You're just pretty much saying that about any part. I mean, he wasn't really saying that at first.
Well, it was in context of who was I talking to? Was it about near-death experiences? I forgot what it was, but it was in the context of some supernatural.
I understand that. I understand what you're saying. But like, it's of course hard to
Robert, pyramids are in triangles? What do you mean by that?
I'm saying like this. It's definitely hard to substantiate supernatural claims, though, that are made historically. But there's a lot that have been made historically.
If I could tell everyone in this room one thing to like help your life, here's the one fucking thing that will help your life. There is no supernatural. Okay? Just that will literally help you in everything in your life. Like, there's no magic, there's no astrology, there's no tarot cards, there's no reading tea leaves, there's no miracles, there's no magic, there's no answer prayer. Like, if you just understand that will literally clear up like 90% of your time to actually do like important shit in your life.
Is there? I choose absolutely not to agree to that, and I believe my life is going to be as great as yours. So like, don't even go there.
No, it's not. You're going to waste your time
because
believing in
that
supernatural nonsense.
would be you trying to conclude that you know 100%. Like you're 100% sure about how.
I am 99.9% sure there's no supernatural.
I'm gonna take my chances with the 0.001%.
No, because here's the point: 99.9 repeating decimal actually 100. So it's really 100%.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does. That is actually true. That is 100% true, and I can demonstrate that mathematically. You know, at the very least, I can say this: I'm 100% sure that there is no good empirical evidence for the supernatural throughout all of human fucking history. We've been on this planet for roughly, give or take, 150,000 years. We have never had any good evidence whatsoever for answered prayer, miracles, any type of supernatural nonsense.
Well, millions of people in the world right now, and people who have lived historically, would disagree with you. So
they're mistaken.
And of course you have people who agree with you too, and you could be mistaken too. So like, I don't even know why you're trying to make it look like as though like science is the. I understand and I work with science, but like to think that science is the only mechanism we can use to understand this world is actually insane. We have spiritual methods, we have hold on 1 second. We have philosophical methods, we have I wouldn't even say spiritual in the sense of religion, but just natural theologies about like, how to live life a certain way. Like there's so many conclusions people have reached in this world.
Those aren't reliable.
Where you can't. Yeah, but that's for you to say. Like, it's not reliable. That's for you to say. Like science is not reliable. Science is not 100% reliable.
I can bring back to life.
Thank you. So there you go.
I mean, those aren't reliable methods, though. Science is, in fact, a reliable method for falsifying hypotheses.
Science works for falsifying stuff that does not exist in object. Excuse me. I was in the middle of a sentence. I was in the middle of a sentence there, buddy. So pardon me for a second. So science is an excellent way of disproving if something does or does not exist in objective reality. And nothing supernatural has ever been demonstrated to exist in objective reality. So it's not that we could be wrong, it's that you are wrong until you can demonstrate something supernatural.
Well, one thing I can say is that, okay, I could agree that we might not have the scientific tools to actually investigate the supernatural.
False. That's not the case. That's a lie. That is a lie. Sir, stop talking. No, stop talking.
No, you
just lied.
You shut up, right? You shut up, right? Because we know things about quantum physics that doesn't.
Thank you. So you lied. You said that we just don't have the tools to investigate the supernatural. That's false. It's that there's nothing to investigate. There is no supernatural. No supernatural thing has ever been demonstrated to exist. No healings, no magic, nothing. So it's not that we don't have the tools to investigate it. It's that there's nothing to investigate.
Every time that there is a hypothesis, we investigate it. And so this idea that we don't have the tools to investigate it, when we go around investigating it all the fucking time, only to demonstrate that it's just not the case, is a straight up lie. And I don't know why you would lie like that now. It doesn't make any sense.
It's not a matter of agreement. It's not a matter of facts.
Right?
It's a fact.
It's a fact that we go around testing a hypothesis using science all the time.
And we can test supernatural hypotheses. Like, listen, if prayer works, we can test that. We can set up, a couple blind experiments that show whether or not prayer works. And guess what? We've done it, and it doesn't.
For a lot of people, because
no, it doesn't. It doesn't work at all.
Yes, it does, because the experience.
Pretend that it works. That doesn't actually make it work.
Yeah. That's what you say. What's
no, we've done tests. I'm back in the fucking audience. Put it back in the goddamn audience. Motherfucker, when we talk, listen. Just gonna fucking preach. Nobody's gonna put up with that shit here. So listen, we have investigated this shit. Prayer does not do anything else. Stupid anecdotal, personal preference or personal experience bullshit. We've run the tests. Prayer does nothing. Bring him back up now. What a fucking asshole.
Well, I don't know, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Because, if we have a discussion about whether or not God exists, well, you can't just say, like, oh, this what it is your room, but because it's your room, you can't say, oh, it doesn't work, that's fine.
I'm not saying that. We've run experiments on this. It's not me saying this. This is objective reality saying this.
Right. It was Mary who was making the claim that it doesn't work, not us. And he's the one who doesn't understand that we absolutely have the tools to investigate hypotheses when they're proposed.
Well, so if I say that prayer does work, I mean, that's not validity, right?
Well, it would be strictly anecdotal, right?
Yeah, I'd say I think it works.
Any claim that you're going to make is going to be based on anecdotal evidence, and it's going to be contrary to the actual science that we have observed.
Man, these guys are talking shit, right? Like personal experience, it
Garbage.
Embarrassing.
Yeah, look, in order to say that your anecdotal evidence counts for anything, it would have to be reproducible, okay? The reason anecdotes are not reproducible is because of that. They're just stories. If you want it to be worth something more, then you have to set up an experiment, set the variables, run the experiment, and publish your findings in a peer-reviewed study where other people can run your same experiment. And if they find the same conclusions, then we're onto something. But if they don't, but if they don't, then it's just your story. That's it.
Yeah.
Y'all just showing how dogmatic y'all are as theists.
We're not dogmatic. What does that mean? How can you be dogmatic?
Y'all just as dogmatic as theists, bro. Like, you're just making this claim that it's all facts, and it can't be otherwise. Like,
Wait.
There's a difference between anecdotes and facts. Yes.
Who made that claim, Dennis? What are you talking about?
it seems like y'all are making a claim now. Like, y'all are just saying that this is true and it can't be otherwise. Like,
No,
you're saying that.
make that claim.
Oh yeah, if somebody's saying something is 100% true, I mean,
We never said.
like, my bad, 99%,
Listen,
0.99.
Don't give a number of percentage, you're just lying.
said that the supernatural is 99.
See, now you're just speaking and you're just eating your words.
But that's not about what he said. You're talking about
I'm making a claim about what he's saying.
Okay, Dennis, if somebody were to put forth a hypothesis regarding the supernatural, we would use science to investigate it. Do you disagree with that premise?
I don't disagree with it. I'm just saying, just as dogmatic as he is. That's all I'm saying.
That's not dogmatic.
We're not
It's not dogmatic. It's very dogmatic. You're saying that there's only one that can verify things.
Dennis, I didn't say anything about only one anything. All I said was, if they were to put forth a hypothesis regarding supernatural, we would use science to investigate it. Nobody made any additional claim on top of that about science being the only thing or any of this or any of that. This is a straw man that you are constructing in order to attack us for a position that we simply don't hold.
No, we did say that it's the most reliable way of coming to know about
For now.
nature. For now, it's the best we could ever come up with until now. But in the future, we might come up with something better. But you know, I think science too.
Yeah, the same way we might come up with better tools to investigate the existence of God.
No, not the existence of God. The falsifiability of hypotheses.
Right. So okay. So I'm asking you a question. Why was Einstein? So you guys know about, like, I'm sure you know that anybody who claims, for example, to absolutely understand quantum mechanics, right, they lie, right? I don't know quantum mechanics, right?
I wouldn't say that either. I would say that the show was
Clubhouse smarty guys. I can show you PhD.
You are.
I can show you PhD holders that tell you that to say that you understand quantum mechanics. Absolutely 100%. I can show.
I don't
actually say that.
I know what they publish is what I care about. Show me
you're not a PhD holder. Of course I can.
No, Melly, I'm telling you, I don't care what they say. What I care about is what they publish, right? That's what's interesting here.
The only thing I care about, Julian, is what they publish, not what they say, because they might be wrong, because they haven't done experiments or testing or peer review yet.
So what do you guys think about intelligent design theory?
It's not a theory. It's like jamming two scientific words together and hoping to make something intelligent.
And they don't even want
a battery. No, you've not actually done anything intelligent. You just mashed two words together.
They don't even
actually get it.
One second, Eric. They don't even claim that it's a theory. They just call it intelligent design. You had a theory.
Oh, well, I mean, intelligent design or whatever. I mean, same thing. I'm going to put the word theory. You guys don't, so it's we theorize, all right? We talk about, different perspectives.
It's not a theory. It's a silly idea.
It's
okay, okay, so it's a silly idea. Okay, so everything that lines up in the universe to raise its age it's important. Complex life. It's just like
is the complex life.
That's the opposite of true. Instead, complex life evolved to adapt to a very, very, very narrow niche. It's the other way around.
Yeah, that's the intelligent life. Can you repeat that and break that down?
Yeah. So the analogy is originally put forth by Douglas Adams. It's got some cracks and some crevices. It's got some depths and shallows, right? It's got some things jutting out of it. And it thinks to itself, wow, look at how perfectly shaped this hole is. This hole is perfectly intelligently designed to be exactly the right shape so that so it conforms exactly to the shape of me. Look at how intelligent, look at how amazing these cracks are and all these crevices that are so well designed for exactly the shape of me, a bit of water in this puddle. Clearly, this is the case. And the puddle continues to evaporate, never realizing
in its last moments that it was the other way around. It was the puddle that conformed to the cracks and the crevices of the hole itself. It was the puddle that was doing the adaptation and the conforming, not the cracks and crevices to the puddle.
So basically, in simple terms, you're saying that we conform to the world around us. We evolve to the world around us, right?
Right. We are the puddle in this analogy, and we are the thing that evolved to survive in a very, 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 very narrow, small, minuscule niche of ecology in the far western arm of a very, very uninteresting sea amongst many, many galaxies, right? Tiniest of smallest of minutest, there's barely, units that are smaller on, than us, right? It goes the atoms, then the cells, then the organisms, and we're basically at the state of the planet, right? And then we quickly get to galactic scales, right? The amount of space that we occupy is a zero with a point, and then a zero, and then a whole slew of zeros, and then a one, right? That's the percentage of space that we occupy.
There's 100 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy, and there's 2 trillion galaxies in the observable universe. Each one of those stars has a solar system.
Okay, and now, if I agree with you on the last, information you see about the universe and the stars, if I can agree with you on that, what is how do you guys infer from that there is no intelligent design or no intelligent creator behind all this?
We don't infer from that there's no, right? We start with the hypothesis there could be, and then we demonstrate that it's not true.
And I can do that by disproving all of creation. If nothing has ever been created in the entire history of the universe, there is no creator. I can do that.
But we have ample evidence of the universe actually having a beginning.
There's zero evidence of that.
Zero evidence of that.
We have zero evidence of a Big Bang theory.
That's not what we say.
Big Bang is not the beginning of the universe.
Big Bang is not the beginning of the universe.
That's a French view.
It's the beginning of the
70% of physicists think that Big Bang has nothing to do with the beginning of the universe.
Right. The Big Bang is a description of the state of the universe when it was undergoing a period of rapid expansion. Right. Prior to that, we have other theories which describe the state of the universe.
Look fucking together. You go ahead while I look.
I was just saying, bro, can you guys point out to me anything in nature that exists without a cause for it existing?
No. Therefore, the universe must be eternal, and there must be an infinite regression of causes going back.
And that would bro.
Oh shit.
It would be eternal, and there would be
shit. Right.
An infinite regression of causes going back.
Right.
Wait, now I don't know what you guys trying to use, words to kind of go over my head, but it sounds like to me, bro, you just said that all of this has a cause going back.
I just said that there's an infinite regression of cause. Every effect has a cause. Going backwards forever. And there is no first cause. It's just more causes causing causes. Right?
Wow.
For sure. I put this in the notes. No, there's no beginning, so eternal means. I put the full 100%. Physicists think that the beginning is silent on origin.
So, Eric, a beginning is an arbitrary index in time prior to which there was one state and after which a different state occurred. So, to say that there is a beginning, of course there is a beginning, there's multiple beginnings. There's an arbitrary number of beginnings. There was of inflation, there was a beginning of recombination, there was a beginning of solar formation, there was a beginning of pick your poison, right? Wherever beginning you want to talk about, we can talk about the state prior to it, and we can talk about the state after it in all cases.
Okay. I'm gonna just say like this. You guys sound pretty smart, you know what I mean, using these words and stuff, but if science tell me today that the universe is constantly expanding, and not only that, like it tells you the work like about the rotations of the earth and sun and different things like that. And if these things were off by even an inch, by even a centimeter, like like it would probably mess up the whole creation. So
life would have evolved differently.
I'm not the smartest man, but it just sounds like
You're correct, because life would have then evolved differently. We would have been in a different set of circumstances, and life would have evolved differently. You're talking about something like the butterfly effect, right? Where, a small consequence early on in the system leads to big changes later on in the system. Sure, nobody's disputing that. But that's not the world that we live in. We live in the world where life did evolve on Earth, right? Where we did build cities and we developed the internet, and we're talking on it right now. That's the world we live in, not the imaginary one where the sun was, a little bit bigger or the Earth was a little bit further away.
it all happened by chance.
I don't know what you're explaining with chance there. It doesn't seem to explain anything.
Oh, what do you mean doesn't explain it?
I don't think you've done any work there with your explanation.
Well, if we say that life had to have a certain amount of things had to happen, right, to keep. Okay, so if you have seen that a certain amount of things have to happen for life to take place on this planet, then you're saying that everything that happened can happen simply by chance, right?
Yeah, that's just repeating the claim that's not doing any work.
It's happening anywhere else.
Yeah, that's just repeating the claim that's not doing any work, right? I don't know why you're doing that.
And what claim am I repeating?
You're not doing any work with that statement. By saying that it happened by chance, you're not doing any work. You're not accomplishing anything. You're not explaining anything.
I don't have to, because again, I don't think science.
No, you're an old man.
I don't think science has any explanation. Right? The same way
of course science has an explanation. Of course science has an explanation, and it doesn't hand wave without chance. Right? It does a much better job than you. Right?
Right. So how did life come to? How did life begin with the diversity that we have?
That study is called abiogenesis, and I'm sorry, I'm not done yet. And it's a branch of systems chemistry. Are you familiar with systems chemistry?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Well, that's where I suggest you start your education then. Start with systems chemistry and how it differs from synthetic chemistry, and then apply systems chemistry to biological development on a macromolecule scale, right? Where chemicals are falling into lower energy states, forming more complex macromolecules, which are being selected for by the environment for their fitness in a given environment based on their functionality. That's how life began.
Yeah, that right there is not 100%. Like, okay, so I agree with you.
That is 100%.
I agree with those.
No, I'm sorry, that is 100%. You're incorrect. That is 100% true, what I just said.
We have other theories like plants.
No, Melanie, hold on a second. What about what I'm
There's this theory that, and this is a very
Melanie, you're not engaging here, so I'm just going to mute you. Melanie, what did I just say that you doubted is not true?
I'm not saying it's not true. I'm saying you can.
Okay, then why did you say
you
that
cannot
it was not 100% true? Why did you say something that I said was not 100% true?
Because you cannot prove it.
Of course I can prove everything I just said. What are you talking about?
Prove it. Okay, prove to me right now. Like, show me the actual books or show me the list of evidence that prove exactly.
Melanie, I didn't tell out human life. What are you doing?
That's easy.
Melanie, we got the subject, right? I'm talking about life. I didn't talk about anything like that. So what you just did is called a straw man.
No, because I think I heard you what we were talking about.
Seriously?
We're just talking about Genesis.
Yeah, we're talking about
Well, that's not human life. That's all life.
Hey, Donald, he wants to know how human life started. Evolution explains that. We can show him.
But you know,
that's not
Yeah, we have mouse heads, right?
But what you said to you earlier was kind of like a little bit of hand waving because I mean even
He's not that way. Yeah, he's not that way. He thoroughly explains everything.
no, because when you said that the parameters were different, we would just evolve differently, but it all had to be within certain bounds to sustain life.
That's not true.
So it could be like
That's not what I said.
it would have to be slightly different.
That's not what I said.
You said if the parameters of Earth was different because he was talking about how if things were slightly off or whatever, were off a certain parameter, right? It would just evolve differently. But obviously it would still have to be within a certain bounds to be able to sustain life.
Do you know how large that is? I got a chart.
It's very slight.
No, I got a chart.
Like temperature.
Dennis, you're incorrect.
I got a chart, buddy.
It's actually slight. It's not big.
Dennis, you don't need to repeat your incorrectness. You're
But
incorrect.
you're incorrect.
No, I got a chart that shows that you're incorrect. I got a chart that shows that you're incorrect.
But you don't need to just sit here and claim.
And I got a chart that says you're incorrect too.
Okay, but
Show me your chart. I'm giving you my chart right now.
can't control yourself, right?
Show me your chart. Look at your charts.
And demand that you're correct when we can show you the chart that says you're incorrect, right?
I'm getting it right now.
Right? Just sitting there going, but I'm right. You gotta show up with receipts, right?
What's the name of that shell that had Nautilus? It's the Nautilus magazine.
I've got another point I would like to make. So in 1929, Edwin Hubble, this is what Google say, right? It say he discovered that the universe expanded, right? And again, I'm just a simple dude. You know, I read into history and a little science, but I'm just simple. So he discovered this in 1929. Now, if I believe that, for example, I'm not to get it into too much of it, because I know how some of y'all atheists get when I try to bring up, not no disrespect, atheists get mad when I bring up scripture. So if I go to the Quran and I read about, it says in it's 51, the book of Allah says in 51:47, and the heaven we constructed with strength, and indeed we are its expanding. So it's showing you over 1,400 years ago in this book that I believe is a revelation from the creator of the heavens and the earth, the universe. But the universe is not expanding.
That says that it used to be expanding. Your book says it used to be expanding. It's still expanding.
No, it says we are its expanding. And other translations.
No, that's not what you said. You just lied. You just lied about your own fucking scripture. It said we expanded. We are expanders. It didn't say that we are expanding.
Wait, can we hear it again, Eric? Repeat.
I've read it. I posted that chart that says that you're wrong about how small the thing is, the area is that life can exist. It's gigantic. I don't know how to say expanded.
It's the expander. We are an expander.
Okay, that's what I mean. Expanded.
Hang on, give me a moment. No, I'm not gonna give you a moment.
Then Eric, what is expanding? What is it? What are we expanding?
The universe.
Where's it say that?
No, read the scripture again, please.
And the heaven. And the heaven we constructed with strength.
In the heaven, we constructed with strength. So hang on, Eric. Eric, you're reading it's referring to the heaven, yes? Buying that, right?
Yeah, because it doesn't mean that. Every time he uses it, it doesn't mean that.
No, it's not talking. No.
Eric, let's be honest here, right? In the heaven, now you're saying because it says heaven, you're implying that means universe. What are you doing here?
It does, bro.
Listen to my question. Is that what you're doing here?
Bro, that's what any Muslim would tell you. Any Muslim knows. When the Quran is referring to the heavens, it's talking about the universe, the cosmos, bro.
When it's talking about
it's talking about paradise, how you see like heaven in English or Christian terms, it says Jannah or Jannah. You understand? It's not what means Jannah. That's the word for paradise, like the place where we go when we pass.
And that's not the word that's used here in the original Aramaic.
Bro, it's
The word that's used here in the original Aramaic, what word is used here?
In Arabic.
In this scripture, the one that you're telling me about, we are the expanders or whatever, what word is used?
It says wa al sama
I wish you could go someone who knows how to read.
Yeah, you might gotta get somebody who knows Arabic, bro. But they'll tell you that it's not talking about paradise. You understand? It's talking about.
Why don't you know that it's talking about the universe?
Because
they thought that the heavens was the sky.
Nah, bro, that's what I'm saying. Like the heavens is the stars, the cosmos, the other galaxies, the universe.
That's
All
not
that was known. They didn't know about any of that.
yeah, that's not backed up by the rest of the context.
The creator of the universe will know. You get what I'm saying? And he revealed the book.
Eric, that's not backed up by the rest of the context.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
Hey, come on, don't do it. Hey, I'm speaking in bondage, bro. That's how. Hey, come on now. Don't do me that.
Eric, it's a
Come on now, bro.
argument.
Come on now, bro. I'm so ghetto, but I'm so smarter than you, T. I'm smarter than you.
Convenient argument when you want to try and make a point that these people knew something that we later figured out. But it doesn't work in your favor because the context doesn't support your argument.
Bro, I'm telling y'all, heaven, I'm telling y'all what it means, bro. Y'all could take it or not, that's what it means.
It doesn't mean that it's currently expanding.
We've already dismissed that. We have dismissed that because the context doesn't support it. Why
Bro, this what I'm telling you.
dismissed?
If you talk, listen, this is all I'm gonna say, bro. You just listen, right? But if you talk to
No, Eric. I don't think you understand. I have now researched the context. I looked up the Aramaic. It does not support what you are saying.
That's what you really should do.
Talking about the heaven. There are many examples in which they're talking about the sky. At no point does anybody make any reference to the universe or any aspect of the universe or any being of the universe. They never demonstrate knowledge of cosmology. They never demonstrate knowledge of orbits, of the nature of stars, of the nature of planets, of the nature of gravity. They never demonstrate knowledge of any of this knowledge. So the context...
Stars are weapons that they used to kill Jim.
The context does not your assertion that they were in fact describing the larger universe as a whole.
They use body when they say heavens, they mean sky in both the Quran and in the Bible.
And vodka overpowers the gin, so they use vodka.
Unless it's Bombay wins against all comers. So we can agree now that we're talking about the sky, the blue sky that you stare at during the day, and the few thousand stars that you can see with the naked eye on the surface. And we're talking about galaxies, and we're talking about the universe. They didn't know any of that stuff existed. And all right, and tell them.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. He said, right? You said they didn't, in his Quran, he didn't have any knowledge of the orbit, so, whatever you said like that.
They didn't really know about other planets, man.
All right, check it out. And I could pull up multiple verses if you would allow me in your room. You know what I mean?
I'm sure about the versions. You're dealing with the Christians. Hang on. See, you're dealing with the Christians. You're trying to find a different translation that says what you wanted to say, but that's not what the words say or mean.
No, I'm talking about multiple verses of the book itself, of the Word of God itself, to present my argument.
That's exactly what I said. You're gonna go through and you're gonna find different translation after different translation until you find one that says what you wanted to say, but that's not what the words mean, and that's not what the writers meant when they wrote those words.
I mean, I'm not talking about different versions. I mean, different versions. I'm not talking about that.
See, different versions. Those are the words you use.
No,
to say that God is currently expanding the universe at an accelerated rate.
I mean, the very describe an invariant relationship between mass and distance as in terms of attraction. None of them are describe of hydrogen fusion. None of them are going to describe any feature of the cosmos which we later figured out, right? None of them. All culture is a post hoc rationalization, which you're taking a story and then trying to retrofit our understanding into it.
You're using anachronistic analysis here. But damn it, Kevin, other people are talking because you haven't looked up every sentence I've said. So listen, you're using anachronistic analysis here. You're taking the knowledge that you have today in ancient texts and then using your cultural context instead of theirs.
All right, well look, I'm gonna just read this just to proceed with the convo because we had been going back and forth all day. And we made
And at the end of the day, you'd still be wrong.
We made the sky a protected ceiling, but they from its science are turning away.
Right.
And it is God created the sky and the sun. All in order
was factually incorrect. They didn't make the sky. The whole thing can be dismissed as false.
Also, the sky's imaginary. It's not really a real thing. It's just how space looks like from the surface of the planet.
But in the
sky.
In the second verse,
there's an atmosphere. We have an atmosphere. You know, we have an atmosphere right on planet Earth. If your gods wanted to be accurate, they could have talked about our atmosphere.
But in the second verse, I was just bringing up the part about the orbit. And it is you created the night and the day and the sun and the moon, all heavenly bodies in an orbit are swimming.
Also,
you don't swim literally.
That's more people ever dismiss this as being just completely wrong fiction.
Right? It's a fact. Yeah, you see, you theists and you apologists, you always say, well, this or that is just an opinion, so I can just.
What's more is there was an opportunity here, right? There was absolutely an opportunity to describe epicycles of orbits. There was absolutely an opportunity to describe invariant relationships with regards to energy, with regards to mass, with regards to fundamental constants of the universe. There was a massive opportunity, and it got left behind.
Actually, I disagree with that. I think they observed the same things now with telescopes and shit like that. Like, to the naked eye, they observed all the same things we observed. But they were at a linguistic and technological disadvantage. They weren't at a cognitive disadvantage. Their brains are the same as our brains, right? The ancient cities. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Like, they couldn't really have described what you're expecting them to have been able to because of the linguistic and technological deficiency.
Okay,
because they were gods.
But
that's a separate thing, right?
I'm granting the whole idea that this is God-granted knowledge, so they wouldn't be limited by their own understanding.
No, but you shouldn't take the bait of the fundamentalists. Don't give in to their premises.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree. Plus, I mean, if God were writing this, why is everything so human-centric in the Quran? It's all about humans. Why wouldn't it be about other stuff besides just humans? Bible suffers, all religious text suffers from the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Hey Donald, if I may chime in, just want to say there, I was born in Iran. We were forced to learn Arabic and Quran when we were kids, so I have a very unfortunately, very first-hand knowledge of the Arabic Quran and its translation. And there's so many ridiculous and, to be honest, you throw up language in Quran that you talking about this stuff, it's just nothing. Like the discrepancies and the dirty stuff that's there. If I don't even want a person wrote this, let alone God. But anyway, I know you get that. Yeah, and so I'm just thinking it's a waste of time when you have. I mean, I'll
one example. You go to the verse 2 of 29. It says first there was the earth was created and then the heavens. And you go to 79, 27 to 33. It says the heaven first was built and then the earth, as if like a person has forgot what they said like a few pages before and made a mistake. This is on top of all the dirty stuff about women and about harm them and hit them. They don't disobey. First they say tell them once. If they disobey, then for the second time we can hit them and do much worse things. Your old person in this age with the ChatGPT could have done a better job than Quran. Anyway, I think I talked. I spoke a lot.
So that was from someone who actually speaks the language, right? The original Quran, and agrees with us.
Oh, for many years by force, unfortunately, but
I'm sorry, man. I've read it. It's a horrible book. So, is anybody else on stage in the audience who wants to have a conversation? Finish up this conversation.
Now, have you slept?
Yeah, I did actually.
Okay.
So Donald, if no one is talking, I thought I'll ask my question.
Question.
Go ahead, Kate.
I just want to know how to say it because it's in a different alphabet. Pronounce your name.
Oh, I was born in Iran, so my language is actually Farsi. The alphabet is similar to Arabic, so it's easier for us to read and write, but the language is completely different. My name is pronounced K1. It's like a letter K and number 1.
I love that.
K1. K1?
Yes.
K1. K1.
Which actually means Saturn in Farsi. It's planet Saturn.
Is it right?
Yeah.
Farsi or
Could you say the alphabet, please? In your alphabet.
Oh my God, you're gonna get bored. But Aleph, Bet, Tes, Egyptian. We almost have all the same vowels. Anyway, I guess we're just getting off the topic. Donald, I had a question. Are you first, let me ask, are you atheist or are you just agnostic?
You can call me an atheist. I'm an atheist, but you can call me an atheist.
Same here, more or less. I'm thinking for us as atheists who, we know this is the only lifetime we have, how much do you think we should spend on discussing these issues, atheists, the religion, why there is God, like how much of our life would we spend on this before we think, like when we're 80 years old, we think, did I spend too much time spend of this one lifetime just discussing it with people who don't believe or believe it, who believe that there's some other life after this? At what point cost and benefit analysis is just past that point?
I think it's gotta be up to you, because if you don't enjoy doing this, you're not gonna get anything out of it, because all it is entertainment.
I do actually enjoy. That's the reason I'm here. I'm not trying to say like this.
Just do it as long as you want, and then stop or take a break. Because I did this straight for like almost 2 regular basis. Even now or not. I've just now, this is only like my 4th room in the last 2 or 3 months.
But do you do it partly out of being kind and want to enlighten other human beings? Is it part of it, or is it?
Okay, that was what it was for about a month, and then I realized there's no helping these people, and then I just made a game out of it, and I've just been entertaining myself ever since.
Okay, so at the moment it's just entertaining for you right now.
I've tried to help these people. They don't want to listen. They don't want to be helped. They think that they're the ones that are helping you.
Yeah, I'm just asking. I'm just curious how other people who think like me, feel about these issues. Because to me, the discussions are they go up to the point and then they break.
Yeah, and they break down. They can't get any further than that. Everything stops.
Yeah. And to us, and this is to us, do you think like pushing to
Just one way.
sorry?
Don't just one way if you're pushing.
No, yeah, I'm just saying like how do we expect, we as an atheist, that someone who has been a religious person all their life, with whatever we say, they kind of, because if they agree with us at any point, it means that a lot of their life was for nothing. A lot of the stuff they did, a lot of the ideas they had, it's all for nothing. So to me, it's almost impossible. Like if it was me and I was a religious person for 40 years, whatever you say couldn't change my mind.
What was the last sentence? I didn't hear it. You were for 40 years anymore?
Yeah, if I was a religious person for 40 years, anything you say that makes me say, oh, all the last 40 years I was dumb. There's no way you can change my mind.
Yeah, that last little bit, they have to be on their own. So you can give them the education of the stuff that disproves all the stuff that they think is true. And you have to do that 1,000 times for each theist. A theist has to be told something 1,000 times before they accept it. I'm convinced of this. So you can give them all the information in the world that disproves what they think, but that last little bit where they go from believing to not believing, there's nothing you can do about that. You're gonna have to let them do that.
Okay, but do you think they're actually, if they agree, from that point on, they will have a better life, or they actually have a more depressed life?
They'll definitely be more depressed because there's that seed of doubt. Anytime you have doubt in your brain, you're not happy.
That's right. So, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like, what am I doing? And then the only thing is just, you're having like you, I enjoy the discussion. But sometimes I lose the sight of what the final goal is, to be honest.
I don't really have that. I don't have the fun. But Professor Roger, welcome. Thank you for coming by.
Hello. Yeah, I'm what do we call it? We say atheist, and what's the other?
Theist. The opposite. Yeah, it's theist.
Oh, theist. Okay. So I'm a theist, right?
You know what that is?
Belief in God.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So no, I just wanted to know what titles we're using, so I could be correct in the conversation. So I'm a theist, but here's the thing I always see that poses a problem with religion, right? Is that
it's false.
Well, okay, not really false, but
religion is 100% false. All religions are 100% false. It's okay, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah. So if a lot of us are reading interpretations, that's one, right? Another thing is that we read in absolutes, while scientists, I can tell a scientist.
Hang on one second.
Okay.
I don't accept absolutes in any way, as far as
right.
Unless I have no choice in the matter. And I've never been presented with that part where I don't have a choice to not accept an absolute.
No, but I'm saying that we talk in absolutes, which is not true because the earth is not absolute.
Yeah, I don't talk in absolutes.
I didn't say you did.
You just did when you said 99.999 is 100%. That was absolute when you did that, bro. Why are you lying?
I haven't said that today, but yeah, it's 99.
You literally said that was absolute when we were having the discussion. You said
I've never said that. I've never said that 100% is absolute. I've never said that. It was absolutely true. You are. So now you're lying about me. How about you not lie about others and just worry about yourself when Professor Roger finishes up here?
Brother, you literally told me that you were 100% sure, like, because 99.999%, you said you could do the math. Like, I told you that if there is today. I told you, yes, today. Who was on stage when he said that? Like, something.
Oh, you racist! You're racist! Go on, Manny, pay your race card. You're being racist!
Oh, please shut up, TA. Please shut up.
I came at that.
Oh, my bad. That was it. My bad. Listen,
So why not Professor Roger finish now?
Yeah, go ahead, Professor. My bad.
Okay, so my point was is that from a religious side, where sometimes it becomes indoctrination, where we believe it as truth, as absolute truth, right? While scientists, they believe Pluto was a planet for almost 100 years?
It's whether or not it's called a planet doesn't stop being a chunk of rock.
Right. No, but I'm saying that scientists believe that, and then, we go
That was just me defining it. It's not that they believe it. It's just not defining it.
Real quick. Let me just
let me finish. I apologize. Just let me finish.
Let me just make this point. The point is that theories and all this can be changed, right? There's no absolute in science. One day we call it this, then with technology we find out it's not that. And everybody knows that.
Do you know why there's no absolutes in science? Because we haven't found any absolutes in nature.
Right, exactly. So,
but God is absolute, right?
That's the problem with talking about these topics with religious people. Sometimes they believe that their book is the final. That's it. There's nothing that can disprove that, or there's nothing.
Very silly when they say that. It's very silly when they say that you can't disprove my book.
Right. So that's the problem. Some of it is interpretation. A lot of the Bible is parables, right? Because, especially with Jesus, because the time that Jesus came, the Romans ruled, and if he would have said what he wanted to say, clear and they would have killed them.
They did kill him.
Right. Eventually they did. Right. Exactly. But he talked a lot in parables for that reason. And so now, thousands of years later, as we try to interpret those parables, some of us can get it wrong, right? But and I don't think that we come as thick as pieces. Oh man, now I can't even say the word. I don't think we come as believers. I don't think we come with an open mind. I think we come, I think we come to kind of turn you from your evil ways as an atheist. I don't think we come with good intention. We don't come with a good intention to hear you out and debate, and we don't come that way. We come to change your evil ways and the demons that are in you and understand. So that's why these debates don't work, right? Because the one party of the debate want to change instead of listening, right? So that's the problem too.
That's a big issue. I agree with everything you just said. And it was an excellent example of that very thing.
Yeah. And then it becomes emotional too, because I think someone made a point. If you believe that the sky is gray, and I tell you the sky is gray because God said so, and then science disproves that, now you are personally. But
It's not your identity even.
right, exactly. So yes, it's kind of hard to have these debates unless we both come with clear lines. And you know, I see in the chat people are calling each other names. You know, I thought this was an intellectual debate, right? I didn't know it was. You know, it got to that point, and that's what most of these debates. I've been in Clubhouse for years, and that's what most of these debates kind of get to, right? At the end of the day, and nobody learns anything. That's my point. No.
Oh, and by the way, Melly, I'm not white trash. I'm not even white.
Oh, by the way, I just want to say, JCC, your mom's a bitch. Remember that. I don't give a damn what you want.
Anyways, Professor, yes, do you know why they changed the status of Pluto as a planet and made it into a dwarf planet, and why that's not like the evidence of like science changing that you think it is?
I'm not saying science is changing. I just say the interpretation. You know, at that time, with their limited technology, thought it was one thing. When technology got better, they disproved that, and no one.
They didn't disprove anything. Hold on. So Pluto still exists. It's still out there.
Yeah. Right.
What happened?
They define it.
Exactly. What happened is we found past Pluto in the
bunch of other Pluto sites.
We found dozens, hundreds of other objects almost the size of Pluto. And we said, okay, we're gonna make Pluto a planet. We have to make all these planets as well. Now,
do you know in the solar system with 100 planets?
Do you want to sit there and make your children, your elementary school kids, memorize hundreds of planets? Or do you agree there's obviously something different between all these little rocks and Jupiter and Saturn and Neptune, and then just the big inner rocky planets like Earth and Venus and Mars, which there's only 4 of them, big ones, and then there's like gas giants, right? And then that's it. But then so we had the first planets series and all these other planets that some of them have names, some of them are just numbers. Eventually we found so many they're just numbers. And we said, okay, this is ridiculous. We can't just call them all planets and give them all names. There's hundreds of them. And we're gonna keep finding more the more we look. But we call these dwarf planets, just give them numbers, and say we only have 8 major planets. So nothing really changed. Nothing got overturned. We made our definitions a little bit.
Yeah, we reclassified things. And
that's what science does all the time. That's what the Queen says is the bad thing about science. It's the good thing about science.
Pluto is like 20 times smaller than our moon, right? And if Pluto were to be brought here, like into Earth's orbit, and be in orbit of the moon, it would start releasing, like a tail. It would have like an ice tail, which is that's no big deal for a planet, right? How do you about it coming? Is the reality of the matter.
It just failed as it just didn't hit enough rock. It just failed as a planet.
So, Professor,
right.
Are you saying because the scientific theory and all these discoveries are preliminary? I think that's a good thing, or you think that's a bad thing?
No, that's a good thing, and that's my point. In religion, there is no correcting. There is no
once the Bible says a bat is a bird, that's wrong forever.
Well, it's wrong. Well, the interpretation is wrong forever. I'm not sure if God even said that.
Yeah, it's there. I'll get you the scripture if you want to.
No, but I'm saying that's the interpretation, right?
It's not. It says this is a list of birds and bats is in the list. There's no interpreting it any other way.
But I'm saying that we don't know if that's from the original.
It is. I've read the original words.
Okay. Well.
There's no original.
This is what I mean.
There's no original.
The oldest that we have copies of is what I mean. When I say that, I mean the oldest that we have copies of.
but he asked you about the origin of today's religion. It's all covers.
As far back as we know, this is what it says.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, now your book is unreliable if you want to go that route. You might not want to do that.
I am not dogmatic at all. Like I'm Torah.
When I say that, you know that I mean the oldest that we have copies of, because we all know that there's no original text.
Okay, all right.
So you could have just confirmed that, not been an asshole.
You were here.
I've read it, so this was when I was a kid 30 years ago, 5 years ago, when me and my dad were going through the Bible. We went through the English version with the Hebrew Bible next to it, and a Hebrew lexicon, so we knew what each word meant while it was being used.
So you don't read it.
I know, it doesn't. I had a vague understanding of how the language works.
Yeah, so my point was that science can readjust, religion can't. Right? So that's why these debates sometimes, you treat that. There's a word you use to say they take modern times and try to inject it into ancient texts. Right? Yeah. And that's the issue. Right? That you're trying to tell me that a text
I actually used that word earlier today.
You said what?
I used that word earlier in the conversation today.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And so that's the issue with the debate. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, especially trying.
Yeah, it's because atheists don't have any skin in the game when it comes to the holy book, so we don't have to lie about it. We don't have to interpret it in 10,000 different ways to see what we can make it say things that the book doesn't say. We should work.
But some of the scripture, they're trying to make it into
atheist fundamentalists.
There's no such thing as an atheist fundamentalist. That's
just describe when you say we just read the words. Like you don't just read.
Yeah, I just read the words I read in the book.
Yeah, but
I have an understanding of the ancient Hebrew cultural context because my dad made sure of that.
That doesn't mean an atheist fundamentalist.
But no, I think it was a fundamentalist.
Melly thinks
I'm just saying.
Apparently, if you read the words in the book, then you're a fundamentalist. If you don't write out your book, you're a fundamentalist.
Reading is literal, and it's writing literary. I say that's exactly. It's reading literary, literally. That's all it means. Like you just read.
How about this? What's the
absolutely no. I'm saying like
we're not making makes sense.
It's not a great way to read.
I was just reading literally.
If a priest's daughter defiles herself by becoming a prostitute, she disgraces her father, she must be burned in the fire. What's the interpretation that makes that something other than burning your daughter for sex?
No, it does do that.
Absolutely.
Nobody's disagreeing with that.
Straight, but I'm saying the whole.
Nobody's disagreeing with it.
Oh my God.
That's why I reject the fucking book.
No,
Not because of the interpretations. Listen, I get it, I agree. You can stop saying my own over and over, I understand. After I say this, so it's stuff like that I reject the book. Not because of stuff that can be interpreted a different way, it's because of shit that it says that is just wrong.
Perfect. So, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. That's totally fair, right? I think sometimes atheists don't. There are a couple of critiques that atheists make on the text. One is things aren't true. The second thing is are moral, right? Sometimes though.
Perfectly valid critiques of the Bible.
Absolutely, right? However, I do find that atheists do deliberately choose to say, I'm just reading the words, without actually understanding that is an interpretive choice.
Exactly.
That's not really a thing, just reading the words. We would never read any other ancient text in that way and expect ourselves to understand. No, I'm not. We would never
read ancient text exactly the same. they're all should know to be.
You got which one to read.
Do you read them all?
Yeah, that makes sure that I knew about the ancient Hebrew culture.
Okay. So if you're reading it in their ancient cultural and linguistic context, that's a good way to read it. I find a lot of atheists don't do that, and actually say that to do that is not as good as quote unquote just reading the words.
If you don't know the ancient cultural context, then you don't have any idea what the words mean.
Right, that's why knowledge of Hebrew would be good, knowledge of ancient archaeology, knowledge of...
I have all that.
Imagine something as a great God, you want to send one book to help everyone, and you send that to one particular point in the planet Earth, and you don't tell all the other human beings, and then you tell this in one language that nobody else around the world knows. And then even with that, you leave stuff to interpretation. Wow, what the God
Actually, you have a weird thing for a powerful God to do, huh?
But actually, you're missing the point. That book was not for the world.
Yeah, it was just for the Hebrew people.
Right? So why would it need to be?
God only cares about the Israelites and not else about the rest of the world.
No, I didn't say that.
That's what the book says.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. And like, let's be clear. Let's be clear. One second, Kayvon. Kayvon? Is that his name?
Yes, go ahead.
Kayvon. You misspoke, right? It was never a book intended to be universal. It was written for Hebrews, for Israelites, by Hebrews and Israelites, right? Just like all the other kinds of books that are unique mythos to their own culture. Right? They're for their own culture, they're for internal consumption. Right? So the question about why couldn't a God have made it don't really apply, because when you're inside the cultural context, you don't need the interpretations of what the signpost is. You understand what it means, you know it as a native.
And as a matter of fact, if he knew the cultural context, he would know what you're saying already. If he knew the true cultural context, but he doesn't know that. Like, he doesn't know that the universality of God started to sort of bleed into the Hebrew mindset around the second temple period, and further, right? The Christianity, actually, like the professor that talking about that, oh, religion is always dogmatic. I agree that sometimes it can be, but Christianity tries to shift the personality or the ontological explanation of the side of Israel. Like, you need, like, that's what I'm just, that's
I would say different. Yeah, I would say that better.
The book says that he only cared about
Say that better. Say that better, right?
Yeah,
the Israelites chose Yahweh to be their chief God, and then wrote a story about it. Right? And then wrote books about the relationship between them and their God.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense that the book would say that the Israelites are God's chosen people.
That's right. Everyone's book says that about their own internal story about themselves. Nobody tells a story that says.
Some of them say the human race. Some of them say that the whole human race is included.
Yeah, but nobody says we're the scum up here. Nobody writes a triumphant story about we're scum. Nobody writes that.
Christians did.
Well, kind of, except there's a triumphal ending.
Well, no, only for some. No, only some of the Christians. Even only some of the Christians are going to escape it.
I guess
there are Christians that are going to hell. Ask any Christian who's not a Baptist, the Baptists are going to hell. Ask any Christian who's not a Catholic, the Catholics are going to hell.
Only
hell is not even a real concept in Hebrew. Like, if you go back to the ancient Hebrew.
Yeah, not until the Greeks showed up anyway.
Exactly. So, like, we see transformations happening in, if you want to call it the text or if you want to call it the, so like, it's not totally dogmatic, like you guys say. And I'm definitely not a dogmatic person. Like, if anybody, like, if God was
probably because you've read the book,
right? But if God would tell me today, oh, you go do this and kill this, I'm not going to do that as a modern day human being. Like, I just shouldn't post books that are out there, like every religious person isn't dogmatic, and to say that the whole book is dogmatic is simply not true because we can see
that's false.
inside of the book.
But that's the way that most Hebrew people feel about the book too, and I like that. That's why I don't mind talking to Hebrew people and Jews about the Old Testament, but I don't like talking to Christians about the Bible because they lie about their book. The Jews and people like you, Christians like you, who've actually read the book and are like, this is bullshit. Some of this just gotta be bullshit. I don't mind talking about the Bible with those people.
No, some of it is like there is some levels of propaganda in the book. It's quite clear, and again,
especially in the New Testament.
In the New Testament, you can find that, but then you can also find that in like the Old Testament, like when Hezekiah, for example, there's a historical thing that happened where Hezekiah was surrounded by someone called King Sennacherib. And if you look at the steles they have in Persia, right, it tells a different story than what the Bible claims happened. Right, the Bible claims that an angel destroyed the fleets of the Persian soldiers. Well, historically, that didn't happen. Right? Historically, what happened was that Hezekiah paid tributes to Sennacherib, and Sennacherib probably spared Judah. That's probably what happened. So yes, we understand those. So that's what I'm saying. Like you gotta understand cultural context on that level.
I agree fully and completely. I mean, you won't understand the Bible if you don't understand what was happening when the Bible was written.
Exactly, and I think that's the problem today.
Yeah, I agree.
They're taking these verses and trying to make them harder. So eventually, they're going to be like, well, God was 2,000, 3,000 years later, and interpret that with ancient texts. And some will say, oh, wow, they're prophecies, right? They will say, well, like I think the guy earlier was trying to relate what the Quran said to today's science. And, that's wrong. And that's not the purpose of the Quran in the first place. The Quran never stated that it's a scientific book. And if it was...
Yeah, but Professor, the problem there is a lot of Muslims like to say the Quran is scientific. Like they like to say that the Quran is accurate with embryology. The Quran is accurate where the sperm is produced, right? And they're totally mistaken.
They want to say it's an error.
They're totally mistaken when they do that.
Well, that's absolutely mistaken. I agree with that.
Accurate in what? In the times of Muhammad, but not today. You understand? And I don't think
what?
It could have been accurate in the times.
No, it's not accurate. They're mistaken. They think they're accurate, but it's not actually accurate. You understand the difference?
Alright, so hang on real quick. Professor, I wanted to read you something. So I'm reading my Bible here. I'm reading Leviticus 13, and it starts in chapter 13. I'm sorry, it's Leviticus 11, chapter 13. Leviticus 11, chapter 13, and it says, these are the birds you are to detest and not eat, because they are detestable: the eagle, the vulture, the black vulture, any kind of raven, black owl, curcumin, great owl, stork, and bat.
Right. And we know today a bat is not a bird. A bat is more of a rodent. Right?
So if God had made everything, wouldn't he know that he made a bat as a mammal, not a bird?
Well, so saying that though, right, you're implying that the possibility of God is accurate, but it's the human beings who wrote it made the mistake of categorizing these animals.
So the book is not inherent.
That's
what I use to biblical inerrantness. Right for that. I use biblical inerrantness. But he didn't know that there was he thought there might have been an internal thing that wouldn't make it bad. But it's
so Also, the discussion about like understanding the culture, right? So let's talk about the scripture where a husband is suspecting his wife wasn't
Test of bitter water.
right. The bitter water one. What does the cultural interpretation have to do with understanding that the husband takes the wife to the preacher, the priest, or whatever, whips up this batter,
Does anybody know the ingredients besides me?
Well, I don't know all the ingredients, but I'm just trying to give a quick note just to get the point across. The point is, the woman drinks this. If the woman was faithful, she'd keep the baby. If she was unfaithful, she would be devoid of her uterus and become infertile, right? She would miscarry, and that.
I do agree that some things are pretty much direct.
Okay. So what do you have to say to that, Melly? What do you have to say to that?
About like what do you want to know about that system?
So like that
How to spit in dirt from the ground make a woman infertile?
Well, no, regardless, the point is the point in this scripture is they're inducing miscarriage. They're trying to abort a baby. So they're supporting abortion in this. And this becomes an argument about how abortion is wrong. However, in the Bible, in the scripture that all these Christians and God believers hold, valuable, this is happening in scripture.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I'm sure you didn't record that.
Listen, I don't think that I think that there's a way to sort of concede that, or at least I myself concede that these things may have made sense to them right at that time, but there's no way that we can confirm or say that.
So you're saying back then it was okay to abort a baby?
By our modern standards, of course not, right? But
no, that's not what happened.
Modern standards.
I didn't bring up modern standards. Nelly, what's Nelly? Just listen to a question. So are you saying that it was moral to abort back then? Is that what you're agreeing with in the scripture?
No, but from their perspective,
no.
I don't even think that they have the moral framework that we have today. So
this is directly from God.
It's not my question.
This is a rule directly from God.
Today, we don't have the original. So we just don't.
So it's unreliable. God.
Yeah, it's kind of unreliable.
And it's not like you're doing here. You're protecting your scripture. So it sounds like.
No, I'm just being dead ass though. Like we just don't have the original. So like we just
dead ass. Whether you're dead ass or not, the point is the scripture is promoting abortion.
I wonder if I can find instances of the test of bitter water being used outside the Bible. I'm going to see if I can do that.
Right. So like I think, like I said before, I don't think what they're doing in our modern world, like they probably didn't know the repercussions of what they were doing. But I could show you like Egypt, and even in Canaan, right? There's something called the I forget their actual right now, but like they have this records of the Canaanite people that was actually found, right? Like you find that they had different kinds of medications for different things.
What's your point of doing this? What are you trying to do here? What are you trying to do, Melly?
What I'm trying to do is that there were many things that they thought were applicable, right? And they thought if you do applicable, because they had listen, they had an idea that through rituals you could actually change.
But Melly, what are you saying that you?
Okay, these are just things that we.
Melly, what are you trying to say is applicable? You're saying that they're trying to condone ending the pregnancy because the woman was not faithful. Is that what you say here?
No, that probably.
So what's applicable?
They were trying to use what they believe were natural forces.
No, I don't care about that. The point.
Understand the situation that was beyond
Melly,
I'm telling you what it was.
Melly, you're missing the point. Right. If the woman was faithful, she would keep the baby. If she was unfaithful, she would not only lose the baby, but also not be able to have children again. So, where in this is a good moral procedure to occur?
I I'm not gonna listen. I'm not gonna defend that. All I'm saying is that.
So do you think that's a good thing, or you think it's hang on? Hold on, no, please.
Hold on. 1 second. Let me just say this real quick. Like, you just said hold on.
Just so you think it's a good thing? Just I want to understand.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Okay,
great. Thank you.
Of course not. Right, but I've been saying that. All I'm trying to do is explain how, of course, it was not a good thing, but like they're trying to find out if the woman is faithful, and they believe that somehow the universe or natural forces can reveal these things to them. Now they were wrong, right? Because almost every time they did that, there was a miscarriage.
Yeah, they thought it was witchcraft. They were trying to use witchcraft.
Exactly. So, yeah, man, like,
but still, the
I'm
point
just gonna say
is,
that, by the way. Never suffer a witch to live.
yeah, but the point is, they were okay with terminating a pregnancy just because a woman was unfaithful. That's kind of ridiculous.
yeah, I agree. But women didn't have the rights.
Do we hear some more Bible magic?
Women didn't have the rights that women have today.
Oh yeah, I'm aware of that.
Yeah, why didn't the God understand that, by the way?
That's a very good question. I'm not going to answer that.
I wouldn't either if I were you.
It wasn't from a God. It was from men trying to control society. Human beings did this, not a God. There was no angel Gabriel that came down and whispered sweet nothings into a person's ear and told them shit.
Hey man, like I said before, like I understand y'all, and I'm not I'm a believer, but like I also understand that I can be wrong, and also especially with just pure religious topics. Before we're talking about science, right?
That's good.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm not dogmatic by any sense because again I leave room for other. So that's why I was having this issue with the A guy who was telling me that he was 100% sure that this was 99.999. I'm like, brother, like you have to leave a possibility open for something else because again, like we don't even know our history as humans. Like we don't know the actual way this whole thing played out, right? So
What
I would say I would like
what whole thing is in question? What are you questioning if we don't know what played out?
I mean, like just the accurate, succinct history of humans. If this was something that happened.
What's on the table? What happened? What are you questioning? What happened? What are you asking? What happened?
Well, like
No, I don't know. So I'm asking you. Just don't get me. Biology? Are you not understanding evolution?
Right. I don't think that there's 100% proof.
Okay, so do you hang on? So stop.
The same way.
No. The same way. Do you understand evolution?
Well, I'm not a scientist, so I don't.
Do you understand evolution? And if so, what is your understanding of evolution? Can you elaborate?
Well, from what I understand about evolution, is basically the fact that different parties, right, or different organisms,
Doesn't know.
compete for advantages, right? And this sometimes leaves certain genes to be replicated
Yeah.
compared to other genes.
Okay, so that's
Doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. You're making a fool of yourself. You're making an utter fool of yourself.
Miss J, hang on a second, while you're kidding. Hang on. Nelly, Miss J, we were having a nice conversation. You didn't have to do that. You told me to back. Yeah, so just remain silent, and we're going to have a discussion about evolution. And T is more knowledgeable than myself, and I think Nelly can learn a few things. It'd be a good conversation.
Yeah,
So what you just said is not even close to what evolution is. And it makes me wonder why you're skeptical of something that you don't understand at all. I guess if that was my understanding, I'd be skeptical too. But I think the first thing I would be is skeptical of my own understanding, because clearly you have not taken the time to study this at all.
Yeah, but my whole point is that, and of course, I definitely haven't taken time to understand evolution as a whole, right? So, like, just to show the usual definition, we said about evolution is a process when living things change their inheritable traits over a generation.
Correct.
Mechanisms like natural selection, right, leading to new species.
He's raising Google. He's using Google.
You're big. You need to go to the audience. Someone give me my badge. I'll put this
Let her be on there. She's gyrating like a little monkey. So
no, she's just an interrupter.
That helps me a lot. Now, but T, I think the only thing I've been able to grasp, because again, I don't work. This is not what I don't study this to be fair to you. JC, you probably have just looked into it a little bit more than myself, right? But what I personally understand about evolution is just the idea of natural selection. Right? I mean, I've been wrong by genes, but traits, these traits that move on. So that was my overall point. But what I'm simply saying is that, right? So we know that there are religious scientists. So we know that there are scientists who are religious.
Yeah, that's not a problem. Scientists who are theists keep their theistic beliefs out of the process of using the scientific method, right? They keep that separate. There's no problem with the scientists believing in a God. There's no problem at all. No atheist has a problem with that as far as I'm concerned, right? So I don't know why you didn't mention that. What's the deal with that?
There's lots of room.
I guess my let me just say this last thing. I think you got it. So to just my skepticism, which is basically what this is not that I don't have any other or high. I'm sure I should probably study a little bit more on evolution, but the fact that we just can't sit here and act as though there aren't theories. They might not be scientific, right? About, for example, the existence of aliens.
We jump into aliens, right? So our universe is so vast. So now that you mention it, our universe is so vast.
Right.
It would be just asinine to say that there's no possibility of life. There's a major, big possibility of life because of the vastness of our universe, and that we've discovered many other planets that are very similar to Earth. So it would follow that there may be life very similar to the life on this planet.
We may have even discovered biosignatures on an exoplanet.
Exactly.
No, the idea is.
And we've already found possible life on Mars.
Yeah, what does this have to do with evolution here on Earth, though, right? So
Evolution, because again, there's something, for example, the hypothesis. You guys don't give me, right? It's a hypothesis about panspermia, right?
We don't need that.
Hold on 1 second. It might not be as it might be fringe in the science community, right? But there are real scientists who believe in this, idea that
I can disprove it.
Right.
But what does it have to do with evolution?
If panspermia is real, quote unquote real,
He's using Google.
that of course inserts problems into what we understand. What I understand.
no, there's no problem at all.
None whatsoever. If life came from the stars, or if life generated on Earth, it doesn't matter. It's still not God.
That presents no problems at all for evolution. So I don't know how you
If
say
there's
that.
something from other sorts of the solar system other than planet Earth that provided elements to help the starting of life on this planet, it's not a big deal. Evolution still occurred. Evolution is supported. We have a preponderance of evidence to support the evolutionary theory.
We have an embarrassment of
It
evidence.
wouldn't start the way.
So what? It doesn't matter.
Anybody will start the way abiogenesis happened, right? Life started from chemical reactions on planet Earth.
Most likely. I mean, that's like the 90% supported right now.
Here's the thing that I think would help you, Ellie, is that
That's what I'm claiming.
There's lots of room for doubting. And hold on 1 second, Ellie. There's lots of room for doubting and skepticism in science. I personally am a fan of proper doubting and proper skepticism in science, right? Evolution isn't one of the things that we need to be doubtful or skeptical of. No. We know evolution occurs.
As certain as anything.
Well, let me just finish up. Sorry. We then need to study the processes. And this is where the skepticism can come in, right? Is when we study the processes, we might ask the question, like, is there a observed ratio of changing of allele lengths in a population as it relates to environmental pressures, right? That's something we might be skeptical of, right? And there's lots of room for skepticism there, right? But just saying I'm skeptical of evolution, that doesn't fly, right? We know that populations of genetic organisms evolve over successive generations, leading to biodiversity. That's just a fact. We shouldn't be skeptical of it.
We may not be certain of all of the mechanisms. I was like right in the middle of the sentence there. So we may not be certain of all of the mechanisms, or even if we have the mechanisms correct right now, but evolution is a fact.
Yeah, and to be fair to you guys, my skepticism isn't just, I could sit here and talk all day, but it isn't just about evolution.
Common ancestry, right?
Yeah, there's like you said.
We can demonstrate common ancestry with endogenous retroviruses. It's excellent evidence that very definitively shows common ancestry of all organisms on Earth.
Right. So again, my skepticism isn't just for evolution itself. It's just basically generally the fact that we just don't have every single evidence or every single.
We don't have to have everything to know things. You understand? We don't have to know everything to know things, right?
Like, why would that be relevant?
Because there are things we know that we don't know.
Yeah, and we understand that there are gaps, but the parts that are gaps are knowledge.
Yeah. For example, we know that we're mammals, right? And the reason that we know that, hold on, I'm not done yet.
We got boobies.
Yeah, the reason that we know that we're mammals is because our females have mammary glands on their chest. We call them boobies, right? And so then we want to go ahead and explain why are we mammals, right? And the best explanation that we have for why we are mammals is genetic inheritance.
Why are there boobies?
That's just the best explanation we have. If the genetic inheritance is a valid explanation, then what we should expect to find is that traits like mammalian DNA gets passed down from generation to generation. And it turns out that hypothesis is pretty fucking good, right? There's lots of evidence to support that that's exactly how I got my mammalian DNA. How my girlfriend got her boobies is from genetic inheritance.
And why men think that boobies are fun.
Right? I mean, so there's not a lot of room for skepticism there.
Yeah, that was actually a good response. That was pretty good.
Yes, it is. It's a great response. So, now, Melly, you're mainly.
I love that when I get to say boobies a lot.
So, Melly, your history is that not everything's 100% guaranteed, right? No big deal. So, what is your stance on God existing? Are you 100% certain God exists, or you just believe?
I'm not. Okay. That's exactly why. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure about that.
There you go. Awesome. There you go. We're just not 100% sure of every mechanism and all of the details of every mechanism, but we're pretty certain that evolution is a fact.
Yeah. Evolution could be a fact, and God could still be a fact inside of it.
Right.
And you can believe that too if you want.
Yeah, they're not comparable because one presents a hypothesis which is falsifiable, testable, and has been repeatedly observed in reality, and the other refers to a fictional character from mythology. There's no hypothesis there to extend that into the actual realm of science.
God has zero hypotheses or predictive capability.
And Melly, just to be fair, the scientific method is not used to whether or not understanding God existing or not existing. Science doesn't care about that.
I mean, you can still use science on God, though.
Yeah, well, I don't think so. Because science is a fictional character, as has been said many times over, right?
Well, yeah, but you can apply science to the things in the Bible for sure.
Right. So what you can do.
We use the scientific method to understand the natural world around us. So the implication of God is something supernatural, not within our natural realm. Therefore, the Bible's scientific theory does not apply to that.
Who are prayed for. So that's actually a testable hypothesis that we can put forward and then apply the scientific method to.
That's testing the supernatural, man. You can do science on supernatural. You just gotta be creative.
Well, it's not actually testing the supernatural. It's testing
100%.
No, it's testing the hypothesis that this prayer is working or not.
Well, yeah, and prayer is the supernatural thing. Well, the answering of the prayer.
The answering of the prayer is what's possible to be supernatural, right?
Yeah, that's doing science on supernatural.
Is the placebo supernatural?
No, it's not. There's never been anything that's ever been demonstrated to be supernatural, and we can demonstrate the placebo effect.
Right. So once again,
So what is the placebo effect? Isn't it that people are able to somehow heal even though they're being not real medication? Oh, I'm sorry. What is the placebo effect?
It's you feel better because you've been given an imaginary medicine, and they've confidently told you that it is good medicine, and then you get the results of your perceived what the medicine is supposed to do for a short period of time.
So the placebo effect is like feeling better than actually. So it's not getting healed or anything.
There's more. So no one's ever been healed by the placebo effect.
Yeah, there's more to it, right? The placebo effect is effectively the enemy of medical research.
That's why they have to do so many tests.
Sorry, can I just finish, Donald?
Sorry.
The whole thing here is that we're trying to demonstrate that a medicine is more effective than a sugar pill, right? And then being told this is medicine when in fact it isn't, right? And the weird part, here's where it becomes the enemy of medical research, is that it seems to be very effective. We know for a fact that people who are given a sugar pill seem to do better in terms of like medical recoveries and just across the board on everything than people who are not given a sugar pill. What's more is that number goes even higher when it's a gel cap over a regular pill, and it goes even higher when it's an insulin injection over a gel cap, right? And so it's like this weird thing where people who are told that they're being helped or even just have good medical care, good bedside manner by their doctors seem to do better, even though that's not actually medicine. Now, the same is also true in the reverse, something called the nocebo effect, in which you're given medicine, like a Tylenol, but you're told it won't be effective. You're told it won't be a drug. And in those cases, we measure the same effect, where people who are told that this won't be effective have decreased efficiency, have more headaches when they're given Tylenol they're told that won't help their headache, versus when they're given Tylenol that they're told will help their headache, and it does help their headache more. So it's the enemy of medical research because we're trying to defeat this idea, this reality, it's not an idea, this reality, that people seem to do better under the placebo effect and seem to do worse under the nocebo effect. And we have to develop medicine that beats that beats just being told you should do better.
I think that's why the third group in the temple tincture, because not even all Christians are intercessory prayer believers.
Right, that's the critical part of the third group in a double-blind study, right? Is you have to have, and that's why medical tests are so complicated, is you have to set up the medical test in such a way that you can create, separation between placebo, nocebo, and the medicine itself, right?
It's weird how hard that is in medicine too.
Was there also a study where those who were didn't get better because they were stressed out, that they had to get better because people were praying for them?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah,
that's what I just said. The Templeton prayer test. There was 3 groups. 2 groups didn't know that they were being prayed for. A third group did know that they were being prayed for, and that was the group that did the worst.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
It's cool. I love that Templeton test. It's just, it shows the just sheer non-existence of intercessory prayer. It's beautiful. And Christians did it. Thank you, Christians. You disprove your own religion, good job. Anybody else have anything they want to talk about? I fell asleep a little bit, but I'm back now. I apologize for interrupting you, T, so often I blurt whenever I just like have a bunch of coffee and wish I do.
You're good, dude. You know I love you.
Thanks, man. I love you too. Hold on, people in the audience. Feel free to come on stage.
Was there any discussion about divine command theory at all?
No, I don't think we've talked about it today yet, or yesterday. We talked about divine command theory.
Was that why the title is the way it is?
What?
The title is divine command theory.
Oh, gosh. No, somebody else did that. I have no idea. I had to make mods because I can't keep up with inviting people, so.
Yeah.
I'm going to change it back to what is God and not be mine. So I want what is God people to come in here. I don't care about.
It's your casa in your room, bro.
If it'll let me.
It should.
It's lagging. Yeah.
What would you say that how a person feels about themselves could or could not potentially affect the outcome of a medical process?
I mean, it might affect how long it takes them to recover. Sure, that's about it. That's actually something else that the Templeton study showed, was that it can affect prayer. The people that knew that they were being prayed for that did worse took longer to recover also. And that was all about attitude. That group was all attitude. Every change in that group from the other two groups was about the attitude of the prayer. So it was directly testing the placebo and nocebo effect. It was an excellent demonstration of both of those things, actually.
Yeah, right. So I think there could be something to be said about the psychological dynamic of human consciousness outside of the physical body.
Right, but it's your immune system that heals. It's not your attitude. Your attitude just will make you more or less lethargic, whichever will help you get better faster. Your attitude will make you more hollow in like because this was a heart thing. They did post heart surgery. So it'll affect whether or not you take your meds on time or not on time, every time or not every time. Whether you do your physical therapy, whether you even do anything outside of your physical, whether you do more outside your physical therapy, and there's also a limit to that. So if you do more outside your physical therapy, but you do too much more, you can actually cause damage that makes you take longer. So there's all of these things that your attitude about your recovery will affect. And this was very well demonstrated in Templeton.
Melly, what were you saying about the conscience outside the human body? What are you talking about?
Well, like I'm talking about just the physical body and the psychological.
Well, psychological is physical.
Dynamic, or would I say the mind per se?
Mind is physical.
Yeah. I don't
is everything about the mind.
What else is there? Show me one other thing.
I mean, if you're talking about how human beings, for example, Carl Jung, right, has this idea that there is a, I don't know, I can't remember, I'm quite tired right now, just not working, but he speaks about, maybe you can, if you know about this, he speaks about this, these well or subconscious reservoir that humans seem to share.
The collective subconscious? That's never been demonstrated.
Yeah, so where do you think consciousness comes from, Millie? Where do you think consciousness comes from?
I don't know.
We don't know. You don't know, but we do. You tell us we're wrong and silly for accepting the science about what we do understand. It's very weird.
I think that major. Hold on, 1 second. Let me just say this, right? I think there are two major. They can say this on JC. You can go after. I think there are two major perspectives to this. Like there are scientists who hold to the proponents of consciousness emerging from the brain. And you have people like Roger Penrose.
Oh my God.
Who have the idea of consciousness sort of emerging, not from physical properties, right, but from sort of quantum, I guess, quantum fields collapsing, or there's a way he explains this.
Yeah, he's got a wacky hypothesis, right? Penrose is kind of interesting. So, but however, what is you know about? Hang on, Melly. What is your understanding of what the brain does?
Yeah,
the organ in your skull. Do you know what it fucking does?
I don't think. Yeah, the brain is definitely paired to our consciousness.
Great. So you do have some understanding of where consciousness comes from. The brain is the organ, and the function of that organ is consciousness. So without the brain, you are not conscious. Do you understand or do you not understand?
Well, we have situations where.
Do you understand or not understand that if we remove the brain from your body, you will no longer be conscious? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Great.
But that doesn't mean that consciousness itself.
Yes, it does.
You could look at the brain as some kind of like radio, right?
It's not a radio. It's a biological organ.
Right. So how then? Because I don't think like everything can be with consciousness. I don't believe that everything with consciousness as of right now, right? Possibly in the future, right, we could possibly have ways to explain, for example, Carl Jung's
See, don't talk about Carl Jung, right? Neuroscientists have elaborated that. Neuroscientists have already collaborated that the brainstem is the main source for consciousness. So, Carl Jung has a unique concept and hypothesis, right? So,
all right. So, what about Roger Penrose?
He's also unique as well. He's also unique as well.
Okay.
He's not a neuroscientist, is he?
No, he's not.
There you go.
But again, okay. So, are you telling me that consciousness can only be studied by neuroscience?
No. What I'm saying is consciousness is a function of the human brain.
According to neuroscience.
Consciousness comes from a substrate. There must be a substrate in order for things to be conscious. Consciousness does not live and exist ontologically unto itself.
Okay, do you think birds are conscious?
Yes.
Okay, that's me. So a small bird brain. Alright, so okay.
Yes, even ants have a level of consciousness too. It's not about the size of the living organism. It's about whether or not it displays the ability to be aware. Even slime mold displays a level of consciousness.
But as long as we can agree that there are people like Roger Penrose out there, it might be free. It might not be the majority
conclusion about this, but like their actual, and to be fair, Roger Penrose hasn't really gone far, right? But what he has been able to do was that they were able to use, I think he worked together with an anesthesiologist, and what they understood was that certain, just a long time I already speak, but like certain chemicals basically affect consciousness, right, in such a way that you detach from your body, right, whatever that is, right.
That's just psychology.
Oh, so that's just psychology.
All out-of-body experiences are psychology. I've experienced a few.
Yeah, but psychology is a branch of science. Would you say so?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and I do agree though that Dr. Penrose, he has a lot of work to do. He hasn't necessarily proved it, but it is.
You talking about that nonsense?
Oh, you think it's nonsense? Dr. Penrose's work?
I've looked at it. It doesn't say what he wants it to say.
Yeah, that's fair. Not yet. I don't think he has.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, neurons are just too massive to have quantum. Hang on one second. Also, neurons are far too massive to undergo quantum effects. And that's what he wants. He wants the quantum effects to happen inside the.
I guess, to be fair, like I said, I've read your work and it isn't conclusive, but it's a start.
No, it's not. It's a non-starter, actually. Most of the neuroscience community has rejected his work completely. That's what happens when a physicist tries to do neuroscience.
Good conversation. Good conversation. Like that's a fair thing to say. I know that it is a fringe idea, but like again, me personally, I'm not just looking at consciousness purely from neuroscientific standpoint.
Yeah, you want magic to be there. Magic's not there either.
Right. It's just something I want to do. Just like I'm looking at this from a holistic point of view. I don't just write off that the brain isn't part of what we know as consciousness. Of course, the brain is part of that. But like to say that.
Show me something other than
to say that we have just one definition of consciousness, and it is the neuroscience.
Oh no, you can't do that either.
Isn't true. Like there are several
No one's
definitions
saying
of
that.
consciousness. Right?
No one's saying that there is only one definition of consciousness, though. No one has said that.
Okay. Okay. That's fair. If you concede to that, then it's just one definition of it.
But if you want a consciousness to also include, something magic like a soul, you're gonna have to demonstrate the soul, the magic, or both. Preferably both. And I call anything supernatural as magic to me. So if you think there's something above nature, outside of nature, that's magic.
So you basically call Carl Jung's analytical description of collective consciousness as magic, right?
Yeah, because consciousness doesn't exist outside of the brain. Well, outside of biology. I can arguably show you a couple of minds that don't have a centralized nervous system, but there's still a substrate. Also, there's this amoeba. It's called a slime mold, and it doesn't have what we would call a central nervous system. We used to not understand how it did this, but it can learn something and pass that information on to the next generation. Like if you run a slime mold through a maze, if you take a slice off of that slime mold and graft it onto a different slime mold that's never run that maze, that slime mold will run the maze better than the first slime mold. So for a long time we didn't understand how that happened, and then we discovered microtubules, and we found out the information can be stored in microtubules, and then we found out that there's something that a slime mold has a whole lot of, and it's microtubules.
Yeah, I think what Japan was more got something to do with energy to look it up right now, but I read like a lot of it has something to do with microtubules also analysis.
Well, microtubules are far too massive to undergo quantum effects also. Everything in your body is far too massive to undergo quantum effects.
Okay, I think, oh man, it's such a long time. I messed up that.
So it takes 154 atoms of carbon for something to be too massive to undergo any quantum effects. That's it, 154 carbon atoms. Anything more massive than that, the quantum effects are washed out. Do you have more than 156 carbon atoms in your body?
You're damn right we do.
Yeah.
So yeah, listen. I don't think like, but probably another time I could go read like the article again.
Don't waste your time.
But we can get back to this because he says there was this conversation about microtubules also and how
yeah, but microtubules are still pretty massive as far as like quantum effects.
But his idea was that they sort of break down gravity or something. I believe in his work.
Yeah, but they break down into sections that are still massive. So there's like, so whenever microtubules are built, they're built in, they'll like take the radius of the microtubule and slice that into sections, and then separate them and put them together, and that's all that's produced is those little sections, and then you just put them all together as you need them and take them apart as you need them. But those little tiny sections are still too massive to undergo quantum effects.
Alright, so let me get this off real quick. So because me, I like to look at stuff as we have a conversation.
Sure.
So it says a question on whether microtubules are too massive for us to process a whole. These are the two main perspectives on this.
Yeah.
Skeptical mentioned when you meaningful sustained quantum effects to be have to make it logical relevant. And then the or has also a proponent to it, which also can be first. But we would say something like trying to make opposite point to read it, but this is really just
So hey, while he's doing that, if anybody else wants to talk, that's fine. There's people in the audience. If you guys want to come up on stage, raise your hand. I've been trying to make sure that everybody gets invited, but it's hard for me. I don't know if I have any mods left. Also, I know that once you finally started having a real conversation, it was much, much better. You actually had done, research on this stuff.
Nah, yeah, man. Like I said before, man, I believe I was just coming off work, I was a bit like, you know how you be sometimes, you like excited and all that kind of stuff. And then I guess the moving down, I was getting moved down several times. I guess that pissed me off a little bit. But, to be fair, you guys don't fair, at least in the way you, because Abe told me it was 100% sure. Abe told me it was 100% sure. So, yeah, I mean, it's been a good conversation. But like, if you read, for example, what Org says, there's just proponents of the, and if anybody wants to talk, it can just come up. I believe some of you have come up.
Just keep blurting my coffee, and I've had a lot of coffee today because I feel like
everybody. Melly, that article, is not a scholarly article. They did some suggesting if consciousness, which there's no description for it, no definition, as Donald put it correctly. We don't have a definition for it, a single definition across all platforms.
Right.
If consciousness has quantum basis, the only place that it might be happening or give it the opportunity for it to happen, it would be in the microtubules. But there's no, they did not consider the environment, as I said. It's too wet, too hot, and too massive for any individual quantum effects to happen at that level.
Jesus loves you all.
Yeah, ASAP, those are strong. If he has, I guess we'll see what happens with this work.
Well, the work is old enough that if there anything could have come out of it, they would have by now. I think it's almost 10, 12 years old. At least the basics of the article. So it's not something that just came out, now they have to work.
No, I understand it. It's just a while. Yeah, I get your point. I guess it's hard to, how do you even begin to,
And what was Donald pointing at in terms of if there is such a thing as consciousness, and if you have a definition of it, it was the importance or the necessity of agency to host that
stage and have a conversation. I would love to do that. Anybody in the audience, anybody on the stage you have something they want to talk about, please. Let's talk. Did Millie just leave? Oh, no, he's there.
You know what?
I can barely hear you. Maybe it's me.
Okay. You know what? Let me join the room real quick.
It was me.
Oh, okay. Okay, so what do y'all think about acquired surveillance syndrome? You heard about it?
Yeah, it's brain damage.
Right, but like the fact that, what do you think about the real occurrence?
It's neuroplasticity. So the brain has to rewire. So neuroplasticity is the brain rewiring itself after an injury or some other kind of traumatic change. So whenever it rewires itself to a particular part of the brain, this savant condition can present.
Where you design a new skill, or not even necessarily, some kind of like, so acquire a new skill.
it's usually something like it's nothing that like it's math very well very quickly. So it's not like they get rewired and brand new information put into their head. It's usually an ability. It's always an ability, like dexterity or good tone recognition for the musician. Yeah, it's the tone recognition. It's not that they learned how to play the piano out of the blue. It's that their tone recognition became such that they could just learn to play the piano without thinking about it. So when they actually put their fingers on the keys, they already knew how to do it because they have learned it.
There's something to be said about the brain. The brain is a piece of art. It's a beautiful thing, and the fact that the brain can.
It evolved. We can show every step of the way of how it evolved and why. We know why neuroplasticity happens too. We actually just recently discovered that.
I understand that, but like it can happen. Like you could choose to neuroplasticity change your.
No, you cannot. You cannot choose to change your neurons. That's silly. What you can do.
You cannot change your neurons, but you can choose to
you can
leave certain habits, right?
You can choose to practice something more often or less often.
That will change the physical.
Yeah, because those are neural inputs.
The physical shape of your brain. Sorry.
Yeah, neural inputs change your brain.
Yeah, but I'm saying like you could do that consciously and apparently unconsciously.
You can do things more or less often, which changes your brain.
Sorry.
You can do things more or less often, and that changes your brain. Like if you have something that you do every single day the same day, that neural pathway is going to be very reinforced. But if you were to stop doing that thing and start doing a different thing that same time of day, those neural pathways would change, and the different neural pathway would become reinforced.
Yes, I agree with that. I just think it's interesting. The brain can be affected in such a way without your influence to change.
But I just said it's.
Abilities through the pathways and all that. So I think it's quite fascinating.
It's all because of neural inputs, though. There's nothing like immaterial that's doing it. It's neural inputs doing it. So like when your brain regrows, it's neural inputs at the it doesn't regrow whenever it changes the neuroplasticity thing, whenever it rewires itself. It's the same neurons just being moved around. So whenever that happens, there's a physical reason for it. There's nothing immaterial there.
Smoking.
Of course, I smoke all day, every day. Yeah. I smoke weed because of the pain. I was so intelligently designed that my body failed before I was 30.
Traditions say that's God punishing you.
I was a Christian at the time.
Exactly.
I went to church every now and then back then. Mostly because my wife dragged me. It took me pointing out 3 verses in the Bible for my wife to stop going to Bible journaling class. I thought that was funny. One of them was 2 Kings 2:23 and 24. She hates that one because she likes nature and God used nature to kill kids, and she didn't like that at all. to her rapist was a second one. She didn't like that one single bit. And that's how I end all discussions with Christians about Bible, is this well, except for a few. It doesn't work with a couple. Selling your daughter to her rapist is pretty much a conversation starter to stop her from most Christians about the Bible. Occasionally they'll say, it's the Old Testament. Oh, did Jesus come to abolish the law? No.
Jesus, for example, says something about if you, I can't remember how it says it, but it says, if anybody verse his children, he said it would be better for you to tie around your neck.
A yoke. He also says that those who teach others the law and follow the law will be greatest in the kingdom of heaven. Those who do not will be the lowest.
Yeah, that's Matthew 5. You're absolutely right.
Mm-hmm.
I find it funny that Jesus says those who hurt their children are wicked, when in the Old Testament it says if your child disobeys you, you have to take it to the edge of town and stone it to death. With the rest of the children.
They had a special pit apparently in the Bible that you would dig a pit to stone your children in. Keep it on the edge of town. Hands raised. Boy, welcome. And the classes on today.
Would it be logical to say that Jesus doesn't like God's law, his own law?
Jesus loves God's law. Hello, boy, how are you? I've not been so hot. That's why I've not been doing the clubhouse. Yeah, I've missed it too, thanks. I can barely hear him. Barely.
Seriously, what about?
Oh, that's better. Wow, that's much better. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, like, we still discuss like about the existence of God, like, until now.
Yeah, what's the name of the room say?
You know, but you think it's boring once God, like.
I'm not bored about talking about it. I just don't have the capability of doing it as often anymore.
Like if we know there's God or not, so what's the difference?
Well, I mean, a bunch of God believers right now are trying to change my country and I don't like it. They're doing it because they're God.
You know, I feel like this discussion, you know, like we're just people, it's useless, you know, like. Because I don't
fully agree.
You know, like,
I don't fully agree, but the ones who are the debaters rarely change sides. I get that, but the ones who are listening change sides all the time.
Romans 1 says that debate is wicked and should not be done, and if you do debate anything, then you will go to hell.
It's a good thing hell doesn't exist then.
People are not ready to go to hell. They're not prepared well. So, face this fate.
When you die, something bad is going to happen to you.
At least,
I'll so when you die, something good is going to happen to you.
Because I'm a good guy.
What makes me a bad guy?
Because you're.
That's it? Just because I disagree with you, I'm a bad guy?
I'm expected to feel like that.
God. Sure. Yeah, that's weird. You disagree with me, so when you die, something bad's gonna happen to you. It's horrible,
So you
horrible.
you would like to do stuff on that.
I just want to know the truth. I don't wish for. I don't wish for gravity to be false.
Okay, just like let's say,
Even though I really want to just.
let's say like there was God existing, like would you be happy or not? For example, would be that satisfying to you or not?
If God existed,
Yeah.
it would not change dramatically anything except which religion I argue against, because then I would only argue against the true religion.
So if we could prove God, we would no longer be atheists. But that doesn't mean to say that we would follow that bully God, the megalomaniacal, genocidal weirdo.
Yeah, I mean, any God of the Bible is still a fucking monster, and if any God of the Bible is true, then I would argue against that. I would argue with that God over why he did what he did. And if he wanted to supernatural me to death, I couldn't do anything about it. But unless he did that, still call him a monster to his face.
Yeah, which I think is a noble thing to do. And that's why I respect that. I don't have issues with like atheist person.
I don't think every atheist would say what I just said, but hey.
Yeah, that's true too. But
A lot of atheists would just worship.
Yeah, I also want someone who's views like you want to see me like I remember y'all was having a conversation with a dude like he was just basically have a hard time to sort of agree that certain things in the Old Testament were just at reaches. And I tell you who believe that like if I heard a voice like that from heaven that told me and you have to kill your son because I want you to do this. I'm not going to do it.
Thank you.
Like, I'm simply not going to do it. Like, I don't give a damn. Like, although I believe there's a God, like, whatever this God is, like, we're going to have the conversation. So I respect that part of you, what you just said about, like, if there's truly God, like, I don't think it should be a follow. I think, like, I personally think that God wants us to ask questions. This is what I personally think. Like, I don't personally think that God just wants you to follow everything that God says. I understand.
Yeah, God isn't that strong, to be honest, because he had a fight one day with Jacob, who's King Israel, and Jacob beat him up, you know, and God conceded, and he was like, okay, Jacob, okay.
God had to cheat to even get a tie.
But there's something like called agency, right, where it says it's God, but it's actually like an angel doing the work. You see this used in different parts, like when Moses met the burning bush, it was an entity. It says he met God, but he was an angel. So you have situations where
Moses was faithful.
It was actually symbology for the god Moloch. Moloch was the god of fire, and it was
appropriated.
Yeah, it was said that his followers used to say that he would appear as a burning bush. So they must have taken that from that kind of worship to be symbolic of a god being or a celestial being.
Right. So they drew a lot of their work from neighboring territories, especially Canaan itself. The male date was subsequently for the Canaanite people, and they sort of incorporated that. So, and then you look at like people could make like you said something, for example, about what if Jesus is God. You know, the Gnostics seem to think that that's the type of view when the so-called Yahweh's going to hold about. You have no explanation as to why he's the way he is, and you can explain that he's the ultimate creator of the universe. So that's that. And you also have Jesus himself claiming that nobody in the Old Testament actually knew God. So Jesus is claiming this. So there's some theological proportion to that. It's something like your forefathers never really knew or had a direct contact with this God. Whatever they were having contact with, they understand it very much. Jesus is actually making those kinds of claims. There are two ways to look at it. Like I don't know, like to I conceive that it's a difficult thing because how could a God say one thing and we can do that thing? It's gradually mutates. But we see this happen all the time in the Bible. Like for example, the beginning of the Sabbath, it was at first it was evening, and then at some point later on the Tanakh changes to day. So you have things that are evolving as the people socially getting more complex. Even ideas about God is gets more complex as time goes. So there's something to be said about that. I don't claim to have put the whole answers to that.
So what is the Bible is being used here as? Is it as storybook? Is it evidence? What is it being used?
Sorry, say that again. I missed what you said.
I want to know what Bible is being used at in here as a evidence of something, or as a storybook, as a historical text, as the most sold publication in the world. What are we using Bible?
A storybook. It's a collection of books written by different authors claiming the same thing, but not upholding continuity at all.
Yeah, like for me, I just look at it like that's crazy because I look at it like as stories. But I understand also how stories play an intricate role in
mythology. Yeah.
Yeah, mythology and human.
It shapes societies. You know, this is an integral part of our past, our history. So yeah, I think stories are what make us evolve, give us passion, make us creative.
It also entertains.
It also entertains for sure.
Yeah, it can also be very harmful. You know, it can give people trauma. It can be physically harmful, especially when people take things very literally. You know, groups of people can be harmed. So yeah, there's a lot of benefits and there's also a lot of harm. But one would say, if there is harm in the religion and it's claiming to be wholly good, then yeah, we need to question that. Yeah, exactly.
I think the misconception that the Bible, like, and that was a good question you asked, Ethan, because I hold like to it as a story, but I think it's even more complex than that because we have a modern conception of the Bible in 2025 or relative modern conception, right? It is that we have this conception that this is some kind of good book, right? It has like this label on it.
Maybe it's from all the Christians calling it the good book.
Yes.
Yeah, they even did a translation called the Good News Bible.
Yes, and that's weird. These are
so weird. Armageddon is in there. How is that good news?
Yeah.
What's good? You know, we're all gonna suffer.
All the unbelievers are gonna die.
Yeah,
Jesus suffers around.
Yeah, I'm not one of those Christians. You know, like it's crazy. Like it's crazy. Those are like the dogmatic extremist type Christians, right? Because like the truth is that we don't know for 100%. That's just the truth of the matter.
I know 100% the Bible God doesn't exist.
Alright, okay.
I can 100% disprove the Bible God.
Yeah, I can as well.
But I just
it's true. I mean, you just gotta read the book, right? And I'm like, yeah, this is all bullshit, and throw it in the trash. I was like, oh, it belongs.
Got you. Right. But I just wanted to say this, right? To ask a question, right? I think there's a modern conception of, for example, the Bible. And I don't think that ancient people who wrote this, I don't think they were writing it in the format that we are receiving it today. Which is crazy.
Of course not. They were just writing their history.
I think there is a cultural disconnect, and because again, the Bible, the first Pentateuch was put, or the first Tanakh, or the Torah itself was put together. Yeah, the Torah was put together, as in the Septuagint, right?
But you do know that the Torah is actually, a lot of the stories that are in the Torah are actually taken from ancient Mesopotamian polytheism. Yeah,
a lot of motifs.
It's outright stolen from them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can demonstrate that.
Basically, the god El was part of a pantheon. Yeah, and he was taken from that pantheon, and so El's wife was Astarte. His queen consort was Ashura. He had 3 sons. He had brothers. So yeah.
Consort means hooker, by the way.
Yeah, concubine mistress. Yeah.
Yeah, which by the way is a much more diabolical death back.
Yeah, the Gnostic Christians got a hold of these texts and went berserkers with them.
And they used to worship Asherah poles because they were phallically linked to the penis. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think
and then when Asher dumps out, he's like, tear down those Asherah poles.
Yeah, I think people who don't know history, like the ancient Israel was actually they weren't monotheistic. Ancient Israel wasn't monotheistic. It happened at some point around the time of Hezekiah, right? Historically, we can sort of like there's
a switch.
Yeah, something happened around that time historically, because from what I understand, the fact that Judah wasn't
it was one of the enslavements, not the Babylonian enslavement, but the one before the Persian. Yeah, Persian enslavement maybe.
Right. So I think something happened right there that caused them to start to go against all of these, like the Asherah poles, and you see that like written down in the Bible, because I believe because
their God became the most powerful God.
Yeah, because of the way Judah was sort of wasn't taken over, right? And the northern kingdom was taken over. There was this sort of belief that okay, the God of Judah, or whatever that was, must have been the only one. Should be the only one. So I think that's what one of these begins.
It's more scary. It's more scary if you have an ultimate being.
How do you unite as people, right?
If you have an ultimate being.
That's the social need for that, I believe.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No. You're fine. What was I wanted to say? Yeah, you can actually see the shift in language, especially in the Tanakh, the Torah, because God refers to itself as we ask our, and then you see a shift into I, me, in the singular. So you can see that, specifically the date ranges where that happens. Donald, what's that clicking sound?
It's probably my headphones, sorry. I can't fix it, they're just cheap. It's a cheap microphone.
worse than dollar store ones. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I have a very expensive mic and it had a very expensive monitor, but it never worked on my computer, so I had to go out and buy a $3 microphone, and it works perfectly except for this. And this doesn't always happen either, it just happens sometimes.
It sounds like binaural beats or something. It's like
I can actually hear it thinking. Now you said it, so it's
Yeah, it wasn't very obvious. Thanks for that.
I'm sorry, I have ADHD. Yeah.
Is that any better?
Perfect. That's fine. It's fine if it is anyway.
Okay.
Yes, Barbie, if you fancy now, we can do now. If you want to do later, we'll do later. Up to you.
Nothing else is happening here. If you want to have it here, feel free. I know what you
You should come up, Barbie. Come on, let's rip the theists apart. I'm feeling extra poisonous today.
Hola, amiga. Hola.
Bonsoir. Ça va?
Hey, Donald, what's up? I'm always a fan of your shows. I think you're so funny. Hey. Yeah, and what's up, Melly? Melly, and what's up? Who is this? Hassan? Yes, of course, my sister. Yeah, and hey, everybody in the audience. So, what are we talking about here? Let's see. What is God? I think God is a big Newton of my imagination. That's honestly what I think. Yeah.
I think it's a bit more than that. I think it is a reflection of one's super ego.
If I'm pretty sure I don't know how to do it, then there's got to be somebody really, really smarter than me who does know how to do it.
It's like with my family, this is what they tell me, and this is me against like everyone when they tell me about the whole God thing, and it's what they can't explain or what we haven't explored yet, and what we don't know has to be God. And that's what frustrates me, because they don't understand that at one time, a lot of the stuff that we have evolved with, we didn't know exactly what it was until we discovered it, you know, and you know,
Fuse just has to be the source of lightning. It has to be.
Yeah, exactly. It's so annoying. So fucking annoying.
But I do like the Greek pantheon because at least the gods were imperfect. They never claimed to be, you know, perfect beings. You know, they were highly dysfunctional.
Gods that get drunk are always fun.
Dionysus, yeah.
You mean stories of gods that get drunk?
Well, sure.
Barbie, is that chick supposed to be like imitating Trump or something?
Oh, that's Nicki Minaj infused with Donald Trump.
Hilarious.
His anaconda dope. His anaconda dope. Not unless he's got the candy, man.
Oh God, it's just a bunch of tomfoolery, isn't it? At the end of the day, that's what I think. I think God is a pompous, egotistical, narcissistic asshole. I mean,
However, maybe that was 3,000 years ago, kind of, huh?
And most of the people that live today,
Yeah.
from a psychological point, you know, when you talk about the Bible or the Quran or the Mormon or whatever you're talking about, people become so offended, like you're talking about them. They have anthropomorphized God into themselves. They literally think that they are God. And it's scary because it's almost like that they're showing you that they believe that they are God. And that's true. They are. Because their idea of God is coming from their subconscious and their subjective self.
or
it's like, I hear Christians on here say, and I'm in person too, they'll say, well, I know God exists because he told me, he sends me messages. Well, what makes you so special that you know this God? Like, what about the kids that are being raped out there? Like, you don't think that they're worthy enough for God's presence? But you, the one that needs help on his taxes, yeah, exactly. You get all the fucking messages from God because what? You're fucking special? Like, shut up.
I had one guy say that God stopped the rain so he could get to work on time, but he won't cure a cancer kid.
Exactly.
I know. And God gives everybody free will unless a Christian prays and asks him to take it away from them.
And the only way to measure, his power is through masculinity, because every Christian that I know refers to him as a he, but yet he's genderless, right? But yet everyone calls him a he. How is God a he if he's genderless? Everybody.
I've been asking Christians to demonstrate his penis for 4 years now.
Exactly. Why would an eternal being need reproductive capabilities? What sense does that make?
Also, there was a really bad echo on Barbie's mic, I think.
Oh, was it me? Okay, let's test it. Testing. Is it me?
It doesn't seem to be. Maybe it was someone else.
Maybe it's me. Testing.
No. Maybe it was just me hearing it then. Talking to Christians Christians are the sillier among the theists.
Oh, no, that's not true. They're not the silliest.
I didn't say that. I said the sillier among the theists.
Yeah, I think that if you're looking at, I would agree with you, if we're looking at the New Testament as a positive claim, because it circumvents everything in the Old Testament, which means that God is, he changes his mind a lot, so there we go.
This unchanging mind changes his mind a lot.
Yeah.
What I think is so funny is that the church, always preaches against astrology, saying that it's not real and stuff. And I posted it again earlier because the church always talks about how, astrology is not real, but meanwhile 3 wise men follow a star home.
To practice astrology back then, numerology, astronomy and astrology, those are the 3 things that we used to do, to be honest.
A lot of Christians will still use numerology as evidence for their God being real.
Anything just to admit that they're scared to die. Anything, but just admit that.
Yeah, and the scary thing is, right, people who say, oh, I'm going to live forever in heaven, then what's the point in living on earth? Do you know what I mean? Just go there.
It's because the Catholics introduced suicide as sin because people were killing themselves to get to heaven. Back in the 1300s, 1200s.
But it's funny because the Bible itself only says that 144,000 of the chosen people of the 12 tribes are going to go to heaven. Everyone goes to a new earth. So what is this thing that they've deluded themselves it's heaven?
I have no idea. Heaven's not really well defined in the book. And mostly whenever they do talk about heaven, it's not for people. It's for angels and God and stuff.
Exactly. So, y'all are correct about some of the statements y'all see Christians say.
I talk to them every day.
Yeah, there's some things that say you just eventually tells you, for example, God is to find some sort of a map that is absolutely not true.
Well, actually, It talks about his butt, and it talks about his toes and stuff, and all manly toes and manly butts.
It also says in Genesis that God has legs and is audible to Adam and Eve when he's walking in the garden.
And then later, just looking upon his face will kill you.
Yeah, I do think those are descriptions of God. We can find that he's called El Shaddai, for example, and that means maybe breasted one. And that is pointing to a nurturing Congressman, a nurturing.
That's before the monotheistic split.
Yeah, but I'm saying that these are.
That's not Yahweh.
Description shouldn't be known as.
But that's not Yahweh.
And it's definitely not Jehovah.
Yeah.
Because Jehovah and Yahweh are very different as well.
True.
Hey, Donald, that's true.
That there was a theological synchronization. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Donald, the scripture about you can't look at his face, you'll die. Does that mean you're dead? You have to be dead to see the face, or if you see the face, you will die?
If you see the face, you will die.
Can you read that scripture? Do you have it?
Let me find it. It's been a while since I've had it.
I interpreted it as you'll see God when you die, not you'll see God while you're alive, and not that if you see God, you will die. The only way to see God is when you're dead. That's why.
So if Jesus is God, then all of the disciples that looked upon Jesus should be dead. Everyone should be dead, really. Okay.
Christians say that, but it's literally not God.
Yeah.
Alright, so it says no one can see my face and live.
Unless you're on magic mushrooms.
Yeah.
Unless you're on magic mushrooms like John, because John describes God in the book of Revelation.
Yeah, for sure.
So, what would be the cultural context of that scripture? Like, how would the culture at that time interpret that?
They would have assumed that you can't see anything unless you're alive. So if you're alive and you can't see something and live, you would be dead after seeing it.
So it's another one, a get-out clause for people like you and I who require evidence. It's another, special pleading of no, you can't see God. God will never show himself to you because you'll die, basically.
Yeah, when this was written, this was in Exodus, so they didn't have like an afterlife scenario in Judaism at the time. So you would have been alive if you were seeing something.
Yeah, but even that thought, like, why would that be a good God to believe in? That if you see it, you'll die.
Because it can defeat your enemies. That's all they care about.
And also, it's scare tactics. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think, that's a good point. But also, like, in the process of the story, there's some that sort of plays out where God is talking to the children of Israel. Right? But the only thing that they can hear is a whole bunch of thunder and lightning and being scared or something. So they say, you know what, Moses, we need you to be the one to go up there and talk with God. Like, we don't want to deal with this. Like, we are terrified or something. So,
yeah, and Moses went up the hill
and when Moses
talked to God.
When he comes down, he has his face covered. So to JCC, to the cultural context of what you're saying, I think that there's something about I won't call it the secrecy, but the kind of holiness concept or sort of I don't know if it's
like reverence?
Yes, because Moses covered his face so the people couldn't even look on Moses' face himself. So this wasn't necessarily just about God. I think there's some reverence there, mysticism. There's a concept about mysticism and something being set apart. So I think those are different concepts.
How do you get people to be compliant? You make them afraid, and then they will follow you. So that's all it is. It's showmanship.
You know, a better way of making people follow you is by making them happy. Give them what they need, and then they'll follow you almost every time. If you continually give them what they need, they'll follow you. I mean, they followed the man in the desert for 40 years. That was God giving them what they needed to survive. God gave them that. And they followed him in the desert for 40 years because of it.
Yeah, but at first they wanted to say, "Oh, we missed the good food was in Egypt. We saw the, I guess, I mean, forget how they put it, but like you get this thing saying, oh, you know what, we ain't got time for this stuff. By the time you got over here, right? We see different things that we got over here. So I think that
God said, okay, I'm going to give you quail. And before they even sold the quail, 70,000 were dead.
Yay!
Not wrong because he's read the book. I'm going to go smoke a cigarette. I'll be back.
Oof, that'll kill you.
I indignant.
Oh my God, that scared me, Tia. You said that totally the cheese about me.
Many white trash earlier and said I was being racist.
Oh no way! What happened?
Nothing. I didn't even say anything racist. Just accusing everyone of being racist earlier.
I didn't hear him mention anything about race.
He was moved down to.
Why are you doing this? Why?
He was. It's in the chat. Go to the chat. You'll read it, Enigma. Read the messages in chat. You'll see he's calling everybody racist. Just read the chat.
you literally said, it wasn't to me.
Her name is Miss Gigi.
You've written it in the chat. You've written it in the chat, Nelly. You said everybody's racist in the chat. So
No, I didn't say everybody. I didn't say that.
yes, you did. You did.
Because you
No,
said.
you said. You said they're being racist because they got moved down.
Okay, some moderation here. So a little moderation.
What happened? I was like 2 minutes. What happened?
Miss J stirred the pot for some reason.
Well, she actually, she was talking to Miss Enigma, and she got.
I'm not actually. I just wanted to end. I want to go back to civil conversation.
Yeah, she stirred the pot. She was talking about
I was talking to Enigma, not you. Mind your business.
and then you mentioned something about prejudice and commentary. You did. You stirred the
In the
pot.
Yes.
You
Okay, like I said, I just wanted to end.
Yeah, don't do it anymore, Miss J.
Everybody.
Don't tell me what to do, JCC.
I get to tell you what to do in my own room. Let's end this.
What about if Nelly was to apologise and then we could all just move on? Because I just
move on.
I've read it.
Yeah, exactly. You've read it.
Prove that. Hang on, it says. Let me post that. Maybe, we say things in the heat of the moment. I definitely do. Yeah.
Yeah, it might have been hit or not, but like I remember her saying something about somebody being, they said ghetto people are unintelligent or something like that. You said in the chat. Like that came.
That was before. He said because Donald moved him down to the audience. He said, "Oh, they're all racist."
I didn't move anybody.
You and Dennis, Nelly, called him that racist. Yes, you are.
I wasn't even here when this happened. I went to go smoke a cigarette and I came back and the room was in shambles.
Yeah.
Well, this happened to Donald when you were talking to Dennis, and there was some stuff in the chat, and Miss J is claiming that Millie said everybody's racist.
think that is the
I mean, this is the same room. You can just go back and look.
yes.
I've just posted the comment, but
Ah,
at the end of the day, start afresh. Apologize, be the big person.
Right, but don't act like you. I wasn't talking to the whole room. You never said the whole room was racist. That's a lie.
Stop playing it.
No, she just proved what I said.
I'm not racist though. How can I be racist?
Okay, maybe because you said something about you, like you ghetto people are unintelligent or something like that.
That has got nothing to do with skin colour. It ain't got nothing to do with skin colour. White people can't get along. Shut up.
That could be seen as racist. You know what?
Oh, stop it.
I
Just
take
say
it
racist.
back. You know what?
I mean, there's a much higher prevalence of not white ghetto people than white ghetto people.
Exactly. Like, when you say ghetto, nobody's thinking of of course I know there's white ghettos, but come on, like.
Shut up. You're annoying.
Just because you're wrong, you don't have to get angry because you're wrong.
Well, I've got to be honest. The ghetto people, the picture that I get in my mind is somebody who doesn't want to educate themselves.
How about this?
Life on the street.
How about this? What picture is in your mind when I say trailer track?
What colour? I don't think.
No, I said what picture. I
don't have pictures in my mind, really.
Oh my
I
God.
have a representation. I have a.
I mean, apply exactly the same thing that you said about ghetto to trailer trash. You did it for ghetto, now do it for trailer trash. Whatever you did for ghetto, do that for trailer trash. You planted little lying, dishonest.
I would literally think of people who live in caravans, and again are very uneducated.
Okay, cool. There you go.
We just have a hug.
I don't love you. I just need for behavior to change.
Don't needs, I don't know.
Drugs, not a hug.
I'm over, Donald. I have some RSO, some Russell Simmons oil if you want some. Come on over.
Oh, hey, that'd be cool. I have like a cheap knockoff. It doesn't work as well, but it does help a little.
Oh, how the hell do we follow each other? This is the first time I'm talking to you.
You just add him as a friend.
No. We already follow each other.
Oh.
I just
Y'all might have been in the same room as each other.
Yeah.
Like whenever I'm here in my room, like everybody who comes to my room, if I'm not following them, I usually do. And like if I'm in a room that is talking about religious folk talking, I follow people in that room too. I have fun.
I'm saying that because you must be a reasonable person for me to I just don't follow you. You just proved that example.
Oh, shut up.
That's why I wanted to follow you, right? Because you proved the level of reasonability.
Yeah, you probably followed him before you heard him speak, so yeah.
For sure. So back to God.
Yeah, Melly, are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Oh, you are? Oh, okay. So what is it about Christianity that you like?
The stories.
The stories. So you do understand that they are just stories then, not truth, right?
Well, there's the delineation, right? Some stories are based on truth, and some stories are fictional. So, yeah, so there is a difference.
Yeah,
It's very easy to tell the difference. You can just look at reality, and reality will tell you if that story's.
Yeah, like for instance, does mud and spit cure blindness? No.
Or does dust from the ground and spit from a tree cause abortions?
Oh yeah, I forgot about the bitter waters.
Or does land spirit around your door, keep.
Oh, it's so exciting. Yeah.
Or if you take the blood of a live bird and pour it into the blood of a dead bird and mix it up and pour it and smear it on somebody, will it kill leprosy?
Yeah. Or if you bathe a baby goat in its mother's milk, you're going to explode.
There's something bad's going to happen, who knows? It's never actually said.
No, I know.
These are mythological stories that are fun to read.
Yeah, well, I don't find them fun to read, but I was forced to read them for 18 years.
Some people find them fun to read. Yeah, it's fictional literature that's entertaining.
Definitely fictional.
It's a good book club to talk about.
I mean, I talk to him every day. Well, I used to talk to him every day, so I guess I must find some use in it. Usually entertainment. I was talking about this earlier. For like the first month and a half, I thought I could actually help some of these people. And for the most part, I did help some of the audience members. I've had a bunch of audience members come up to me and say, hey, man, you help me like question things and now I'm this or that, not as horrible of a human. Like within a couple of months, the people on stage, I knew I wasn't going to be able to do anything about. So I just started using it as entertainment, and the sillier they looked, the more people came and told me that I had made them think about their beliefs. So making Christians look silly is just, an atheist generating machine.
I see people who are, heavily invested in religion, like I would look at somebody who is an addict. They will make excuses for their addiction, and they won't want to leave that addiction until they're ready to. No amount of help or guidance. They're so far in denial. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I was talking about this last night. You can give them all the information that disproves their book, their beliefs and everything, but when it comes to switching from belief to non-belief, that's just something they're going to have to do on their own.
I mean, anyone who can circumvent their morality because of this God belief is ridiculous.
What I get tickled by is they believe in something they can't define. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, they can't even define it, much less demonstrate it or anything, and they still think that this thing is so real that they're willing to change our government because of it.
I don't think religion should be at the forefront of anything political. That's for that.
No.
Lots of Christians agree with that.
But a lot of Christians think we need to have a Christian society.
There are many of them, very rich, very loud Christians that feel that way.
And it's already happened. That's what happened to Roe v. Wade. That's why, because the Christian ideology caused that to change.
That was the first domino that has led to where we are now.
Yep.
Do you know what I've noticed as well, just sorry quickly, is when you get a believer, they are so used to arguing with people who are not educated in religion. But the moment that a believer can see that somebody is educated in their own doctrine, because they're not educated in it, they know they can't lie. So they literally stay away. This is why I'm having troubles in my room getting, religious people in, because they just don't want to converse at all, because they know I will call bullshit.
Yeah, that's why I avoided biblical conversations with all the theists that came into my room, because once they figure out that you know more about the Bible than they do, they avoid you. But I wanted them to be in my room. There was somebody else who wanted to say something. Sorry, go ahead.
Hey, Caleb. Caleb's my number one fan, aren't you, Caleb?
Caleb might not be around.
question.
I'm virgin.
I was raised in there, but stop, bro. But that wasn't. I wouldn't say personally that was the what made me sort of actually believe, because I was raised in Christianity, but I never actually believed it. I just went to churches until I had something that I call for myself a personal experience, right?
So you were indoctrinated.
No, I wasn't indoctrinated.
Yeah, you would have had the information prior. We call it self-affirming evidence.
Right, but it wasn't like as though I knew this thing was going to happen. Like it wasn't anything I planned. It wasn't anything I thought about. Right? It just happened.
What was that? What was the?
I don't really want to go into it, but like.
Well, you do know that. But Mary, first Peter 3:15 says you have an obligation to tell people why you have salvation in Christ and what together.
Oh please. So that
Come on.
So that happened, and then just.
Are you going to ignore the Bible?
Yeah. So just growing up, I just for some reason hold on to that belief, but it doesn't mean that I don't have a dynamic view of the world. It doesn't mean that I don't think, like I said before, you guys have heard me several times. It doesn't mean that I think this is 100%. I'm open enough to understand that there are things that I don't know that could be true. And also, I also understand that there are things that I know that could be true. So.
Could it be true that your experience that you had was something attributed to coincidence or some sort of brain dysfunction or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, all of that is possible, but it is still indented into my real-time worldview. So regardless of how
I never stay that way.
No, it doesn't have to stay, but I also understand it's not the only worldview. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say.
Every person has a unique worldview.
Exactly. So
do you think it's confirmation bias though?
Yeah, of course. But I
don't understand that you can't come to truth or confirmation bias.
I don't know or think that there's a hell for people who do bad things. Like
this case, hell doesn't exist.
Do you think heaven exists?
I don't know. Mm-hmm. I really don't know.
Do you believe the Bible?
He really doesn't.
Yeah.
he disagrees with a lot of the Bible.
Okay. So no. I think like it could be true, but we don't know. We don't know.
I do.
So if you don't know, why would you assume it is?
I just like I said before, right? Not just my personal, like I personally just I like to study, religious texts, not just
the second most horrible religious text on the planet.
Not just the biblical text. I study a lot of biblical texts, and I also like to study like anthropology, like how cultures, where at certain times and what built up, the social cohesion in this culture. So there's a bunch of different things that I'm just joking. I'm sorry. You're good. But there's bunch of things that I personally like to study. And I think that the Bible has done a lot of good for and bad.
What good has it done?
Well,
yeah, it's hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
You asking what good his religion does?
No, the Bible.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, like you just look at the way the Western world
conquered Europe with the sword because of the book.
I mean, not just the book, but the
you're not refuting that they use the sword, though.
Objective more. Yesterday, I agree with that. Which is a whole conversation on its own. But there were certain moral, I guess, principles that sort of won, and I think.
Any of the morals that came out of it, I'm sorry.
I think they're valuable today compared to anything else.
Any of the good morals that have come from Christianity came from outside the Bible. You understand this, right? Same with Judaism. Anything good that is like that the Israelites believe doesn't come from the Bible.
What you mean by that? Like the Bible.
Okay, what is a good? Which is a good of the? That's not in the Bible. Where is that in the Bible? You know what the Bible says about taking care of the poor? It says, leave a tenth of your land don't harvest it, so that the poor people can come along and grab it themselves. That's as much, and then indentured servitude. Those are the only social nets that the Bible has.
No, but it has certain ideas that I don't think the Bible
ideas like what?
Is quasi-equality.
I mean, it's only for the Hebrew people, right? It's not for the rest of the world. You're not supposed to leave a tenth of your land unharvested so that the Gentiles can come along and pick it up, right?
It shows ideas like, for example, it talks about the stranger, right? They said the stranger should be treated as though he's one. I don't think maybe.
I mean, that's just so that they can keep you in. They can stay long enough to have kids, and you can make slaves of their kids.
Yeah, but you can put them all through there and keep them forever.
Yeah, that's the only reason why they think we have versus there.
I understand that
capitalism doesn't enslave people and beat them within an inch of their life. So you don't die within a couple of days.
No, but he uses he has to use the certain.
But do employers get to beat their employees within an inch of their life as long as they don't die within a couple of days?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
That's how it's sung with.
God can give
where
you
somebody's
twice the numbers that you kill. Doesn't matter if they're not the same.
So do priests harm their daughters if they have sex before marriage?
Unless it's Lot having sex with his daughters in a
Oh, sure. Those daughters are fine. Those girls, you don't have to mind them. Lot wasn't a priest, though, I don't think.
God knew that they were sexually immoral and they were going to do a sexually immoral thing, but he still let them live. He turned the wife to a pillar of salt just for having a look at the destruction
of her home. I mean, I'd be hard. I took a second look at my home while it was being destroyed, and I just drove past it for 5 seconds. I've actually seen one of my homes being destroyed. My childhood home, lived there for 26 years. I watched it be destroyed. Just like trying to move all that shit up. Yeah, don't blame Lot's wife at all for taking a second look at that. God's just a meanie pants.
Yeah, Donald, I know you don't read the chat, but Crimsonite's kind of poking the bear with you.
Oh, yeah? Let me see. Is it worth me getting a headache for?
Well, I hope you don't get a headache about it. He just stirred the pot, so to speak.
Reading gives me a headache, that's the thing.
Why a pillar of salt, Josh?
Rematch debate. I've talked to Gavin many times since then, and he doesn't have any desire to have a rematch debate with me. He got smeared too badly the first time, he knows it.
Is Gavin
atheist here to defend their atheism in a formal debate with Gavin? Gavin sucks at debates. Any a 5-year-old atheist could defend himself against Gavin. interrupted somebody who was talking. You can finish up. Do y'all hear that whenever it happens?
You're clicking? Yes.
No, the noise the computer makes. Just wondering if Clubhouse could hear it. This is from Clubhouse. Sorry about the clicking. Oh man. Was it Cruising Night that was singing? Shit.
Yeah.
Honey Badger will not be scared. It's probably because Honey Badger understands that it's not really good to pick on people with brain damage. Gavin, I mean, as far as I know, he's never denied that he has brain damage. Every time I've asked him, he obfuscates. It's just picking on the mentally conditioned. I don't even know what to call it these days. How do I refer to this? I don't even know. The sleeping class, how about that? The actually mentally disabled guy, that's the one. Mentally disabled. The actual mentally disabled guy in class, you can't do that. That's just being a horrible human being. Couldn't get the words out because my brain doesn't work.
You think all believers are mentally disabled?
No, that's not what I was talking about. I was talking about Gavin and Jen specifically has brain damage from boxing.
He's a New Zealand kickboxer that took a lot of shots to the head.
I mean, I've seen a picture of him. He's got cauliflower on both ears.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You can't get cauliflower on your ear without brain damage also. So yeah, I don't really want to pick Gavin anymore. Every time I've talked to him, I've tried to ask him if he had brain damage. Every time I've talked to him, I try to ask him if he had brain damage, and he just won't answer. So until he answers that question, I'm not really going to debate it. No, he doesn't care about honest atheists, otherwise he'd have an actual conversation with me. He just wants to inflate his own ego by hearing himself speak for 15-minute openings without being interrupted.
So would it be a stance, Donald, anybody in the room, that like the Bible or Christianity hasn't positively added to human history at all?
Human history, if it's not zero, it's very nearly zero. I mean, personal humans possibly, if they do it right, but they can't do it biblically. Like the best thing that Christianity ever got right was community, but they misused that community. So whatever they put their hands on gets corrupted. We're seeing that in the government right now. 10 months of Christians being in charge and the fucking entire country's at war.
And I'm not gonna fight that. That's true. Unfortunately, but like, I think sometimes people use Christianity to do things that they would do on their own, right? And this is not sure that there are things in the Bible, but like, also think like it has impacted in a sense. Like it isn't much, but there is some impact that it has made. Like, for example, this idea that you're created in the image of the actual creator. Like if you look at
Christianity,
I know, but maybe like not all civilizations have that. Like I'm saying, like the Bible made that famous, quote unquote.
yeah, but that's Judaism. That's not Christianity.
Right, that's Judaism. I know, but yeah, you're correct. You're correct. Yeah, exactly. You know, but
So it's Christianity, not.
But it runs through. I'm talking about the Bible, Christianity. I'm just using it. Yeah.
Welcome back, Joanna. See what he also showed up at some point. I just put on my glasses to start reading the chat.
He never left.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Cool.
he's not active currently.
I just put on my glasses to read the chat, so I'm reading like who's coming, who's in the room. Oh, somebody has their hand raised. Hello, KJV, how are you?
Good morning, how are you? Good afternoon.
I'm always the same.
So there was something that was quickly said, I want to say by Melly, that I want to respond to, talking about the impact. Was that you, Melly? Like a lot of people follow it, and there's good virtues in it?
Yeah, he says that Christianity, the Bible in general, has done good things for humanity's history.
Yeah, to some extent, but I don't think that makes within the Bible true.
I don't think it's true.
I agree. We weren't trying to verify anything. I was just asking if he thought there were anything, that has come out of the Bible. I was just trying to understand. Okay, he's understanding on that. But of course, it doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, he wasn't using it as like evidence for or against a particular God or his God. He was just wondering if we thought that there was any good that has ever come out of the Bible or Christianity.
Yeah, but I think the harm that's part of Christianity far outweighs the good.
Man.
Hello. How are you?
Hey.
Did you want to say something, guy?
Yeah.
Good.
I feel like I feel like a what? Never mind.
I like to talk to thieves about God.
You like to talk to atheists about that? Or theists?
I'm talking to an atheist, but no, to theists.
Oh, to theists. Yeah. Well, I'm a theist. I mean, awesome. Yeah.
Which God do you believe?
Ooh, you almost got me there, huh?
Don't know what that means.
There's only one God, right?
So which one is your one God?
So that's a gaslighting question, but I got the answer for you.
No, it's not.
Oh, actually, it's not even an answer. It's more of like a correction.
Oh, this guy's either a Christian or a Muslim, that's for sure.
No, there's one God.
It's not.
I know, that's what they all say.
No, you're laughing because you're triggered, but you're using it to offset your, you're not comfortable with the topic.
Dude,
I'm not comfortable with this topic.
Wait, who said look, dude? I'm sorry, we're leading to offset your emotion.
I didn't catch what you said, which God?
I was talking to Donald, and then a bunch of you guys got triggered, of course. And you're using the laughing for you're getting triggered.
No, I'm just asking you.
You see how that works? You see how I got you guys rattled up and shit?
Of these people, who do you think sounds the most emotional? Us or you?
No, you guys are forced laughing. That's a clear indication that you're bothered.
Little Trump. Little Trump.
My tone hasn't changed not once. My energy stays consistent. And you also need your supporting cast, which also doesn't help your, you know what I mean? It just makes me look stronger.
Let him speak. Let Trump say his piece.
Yes, please.
So there's one God. There's one God.
there wouldn't be no point of multiple gods, right? That would be stupid. There's one God.
Which one now?
There's the creator.
What is it,
God.
Allah? Is it Yahweh? Is it Jehovah?
No. Those are names, right? Yeah. So those are names, right? Those are names. I'm answering the question, T. So please get your nipples softer than what they are now.
Wow, how did that
Yeah, like answer the question, bro. Like they asking you like I'm a Christian, but like they asking you direct questions, bro. Like why you presuming?
He got picked out.
And why you presuming that you know?
He's in the audience. He can come back up in a minute when he's ready to answer.
Yeah, just answer the question. Like you could say like Buddha. You could say like Christian. There's a bunch of creator gods out there. You just mention the one they're asking you about, bro. If it's a Christian or it's a Bible one, just say the one. You can't just presume that okay, it's one God. Like everybody doesn't know that. Everybody doesn't follow that. What's wrong with you, bro? I follow that, but like they're pantheists. Like what you talking about, brother?
Well, if he's just a deist, if he doesn't know which God he follows, but he's saying it is just one God, then he's making up his own religion, isn't he? That's all it is. Come up. Come and tell us which God.
Well, you don't need a religion to have a belief in one God, right? You can just believe in that God. That's it. But the point is, there's talk of many gods. Other people hold a belief in a God. They call that God their one God. So it's a fair question to ask. Which God are you calling the one God? It's not that hard.
No, yes, because there's monotheism, there's pantheism, and we have henotheism, where you believe in the one God, but you acknowledge that there are other gods. So it's not a stupid question. I mean, so y'all been making it hard for us. And y'all, I'm talking about people who just can't answer questions or say, I don't know, you know?
Anybody? Never mind. That's what they're right here. Never mind. Talk about it later.
Okay, somebody asked me the question so I can answer. So you see, you can answer that. But somebody asked me the question.
Which God do you believe in, Melly?
Yahweh.
All right, thank you, Melly.
See?
Cool, thank you for saying.
That was El's nephew, by the way. Yahweh was the God of the breath of life.
Yeah, historically, from the Ugaritic text, El is the main deity, and then Yahweh comes in at some point in history, right? So Yahweh comes in at some point in history, I believe. The earliest records we have is the Meneptah stele or something like that. That speaks of Yahweh. So, Yahweh started as a smaller group, and then at some point it gets merged in history, and then theologically you see it in the way Moses is introduced to Yahweh. He says it's El, but my name is Yahweh. So like they actually merge the idea theologically, right? But like later on, what you find is Yahweh. So that's why I'm able to answer that as Yahweh. I don't know why you're insulting. Shouldn't be, because it was a pretty clear question. Your ability of saying of just not being able to answer or saying you don't know is a problem, because it shows that you're just pompous and egoistic. So it's okay. Sorry.
Nelly, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you said you're a Muslim? Is that right?
Oh, no. Christian.
Oh, you deny Islam?
I don't really. Yeah.
Okay, what Islam? Are you planning on having some special times when you die? Like, are you going to be doing anything unique?
That's what I'm trying to live right now.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on. You have no idea?
Yeah, I really don't know. I could give you theological answers. I could give you.
No, I'm just talking about you. Like you don't know if you're going to have special times when you're dead?
I definitely don't know.
Really? Do you think I'm going to have special times?
I don't know neither.
So you're saying that if I'm not a Christian, you can't tell me anything about my afterlife? That's crazy.
I really can't.
Okay, well, I guess you're
He just doesn't want to say that he thinks you're going to hell. Mm-hmm. He just doesn't want to say it out loud.
Well, hold on.
I'm not saying it out loud. I just don't know. Like,
yeah, maybe he's serious. Maybe
Well, he also accepts that like the Hebrew tradition doesn't have an afterlife in the earliest stage, which most Christians don't.
Yeah, maybe he's more reasonable. That's what I'm saying. You could just be like you're agnostic then, Melly, about the afterlife, right?
Yes. And the reason for this is like Donald just explained, right? I think he understands where I'd be coming from. Is the fact that the Hebrews didn't have that concept as we have it in the New Testament, and some of the extra biblical writings that we have added to the concept of hell and heaven, like Dante's Inferno, right? So that sort of seeped down into the psychology of Christianity for some reason.
Right. Yeah.
So that aligns with my mind. So that's why I say I don't know.
Yeah. So by your lights, heaven might not even exist, is what you're saying.
No, the fact it might just be the abode of the Creator, right? And then where we go, I just don't know. It's not clear.
Right. As far as you know, heaven might not even exist, right?
Right.
Okay.
That's it.
Like the fallen angels.
Risking. I've never ran into somebody that just held that belief.
And it's very Gnostic. It's a very Gnostic Christian belief.
Yeah. I agree. Like in early circles, and those who I talk, that's mostly who I talk to. So, no, that makes sense.
In early Hebrews, I mean, the rabbinic Hebrews, they're going to tell you that Sheol is just a grave, and there isn't really an afterlife for humans.
Yeah, I've heard that.
The only thing, Melly, that's to me the most inconsistent about what you said, everything else is fine, I guess, but it just seems like for all the bother, like what's the point if like you're a Christian and you believe all this stuff, and someone asked me if I was good to go after I die, I would just say yeah. Oh yeah. Because then what's the payoff? What's the point? Like why even act like you care about what God thinks and stuff? Because either we're all equal, right? Like I'm an atheist, but I'm not gonna have anything different happen to me when I die. Or there is something different that's going to happen to me when I die, right? So.
Yeah, and I understand that it looks that way from your point of view. And what I could just say about that is that personally, for me, right, I do like I've studied a bunch of different things, right? And like what I find out is that some things might be true for one person, and it just might not be true for another person, right? And
Objectivity.
yes, right. And how that molds into our objective view of the world is something that fascinates me.
There isn't an objective view of the world.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. You're thinking of your perspective of objective reality.
Yeah, but that's not how ontology actually works, right? It's not the case that I have a view of the cat is on the mat, and your view is the cat is not on the mat, and both
say that in that same situation, it's a dog on the mat. And if I said that in that same situation, there's a dog on the mat, I'd be wrong also.
Right. I wasn't trying to be extra literal or with that.
We overanalyze the time.
Yeah. I figured that out for this other.
Yeah.
So you're not saying anything important here. You're saying completely true, really true, which is that I like strawberry ice cream and you don't. That's all you're saying.
But basically, so like that's why like the next thing I was gonna say is that I don't like go around preaching to people or things like that. I kind of keep it in my personal world.
You can't be a Christian then, because that's one of the tenets of your faith.
Only evangelicals. There is Christianity where conversion isn't a thing.
What? Oh, okay. Freemasonry.
No, there's just like Mormons historically didn't convert. They married people into their religion. And then they wanted more money, so they had to start converting people. But like in the beginning, they didn't like conversions.
That's what happened with Judaism. Judaism, you were born into it.
Zoroastrianism also.
Yeah, but then they had to open it up because people were, converting to other religions, and they wanted to open it up so that their religion wouldn't go out of fashion.
And so that tradition carried over into Christianity in a few small sects. I think the Methodists are like that. There's not a whole evangelical, except for the Southern Baptists, they're very evangelical. But that's a completely different denomination.
The Pentecostals are evangelical as well. They go out and proselytize, hold their cross high in the air. Catholics will do it. They'll take a big walk through wherever they're going.
Yeah, the Great Commission is a part of the Catholic tradition too. That's why we have things like the Conquistadors and the Knights Templar. The Spanish Catholicism was a little different than European Catholicism.
It's a little spicier.
So, come and tell us about Islam.
I hate talking to Muslims.
Frank isn't a Muslim, dude.
Somebody said Islam is Muslims.
Right, what?
Somebody said, come up and tell us about Islam.
Oh, yeah, no, he talks about Islam, but he's not a real Muslim. Like, he doesn't really believe it.
Okay.
Like 90% of these people, right? Like, they talk about it all serious, but they don't really believe it.
You're assuming that there's motive.
Oh, I love that reverse psychology, honey.
So Donald, let me ask you a question. Is it scientifically true that there is good in the world? Just asking.
No.
Not really, no. That's not a thing in science. No.
Good and evil are humanistic properties. They don't exist inherently.
They're descriptions that we give actions that humans take.
And they change based upon, where you come from, and they also
how about well-being?
As society progresses.
Do they have a what?
No, I mean, how about well-being?
That's
also made up, yeah.
It's also made up. And there's no inherent.
So he's an atheist.
I, in fact, never once listened to a single word Sam Harris ever has to say, so I wouldn't know.
There's also no inherent.
He's an atheist.
I'm a goofball now.
I don't care. We don't have preachers like y'all do.
Also no inherent meaning to
That's what I said, honey. I think that rather than being Christian, I think he's more of a theist.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Because he comes from an agnostic thing. He doesn't even know if Jesus is God. So that in itself should tell you.
No, but Jesus is not like that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Like, I understand a lot of Christians say that, but
do you know who God is?
But if they, all right, so according to the Bible, it will be the creator of the heavens and the earth.
Like, all you had to do, see how you did that though? That's so weird. Like you said, do you know who God is? The answer is yes, right? You should just say yes. You don't go, according to the Bible, he is the creator of the heavens and the earth. It's like, why do you guys are like little robots?
So whenever you ask me what gravity is, I'm going to say the curvature of space-time. I'm not going to say according to Newton, it's this. According to Einstein. So Melly, do you have a concept of what God is? Yes. You personally. Okay, so answer from your perspective.
Personally, I think
like I said, I'm not 100% sure of my perspective. So, my perspective will basically line up with like what I believe the Bible says.
Just say it.
Correct. Right? The creator is the same thing I'm going to say. It's the same thing I'm going to say. But she was going to ask me something about Jesus, right? That's what we're going to ask me, right?
Yeah. I was actually going to ask you about God. I'd like you to tell me your perception of God, and did he come down to earth to die for everybody's sins so that people can go to heaven? Because typically, that's what Christianity is. So if you don't believe that, then you're not a Christian, because Christian means referring to Christ and Christ dying for our sins. Then what you are is you're a deist, a theist, or an agnostic deist.
That's fair. Religion we have it today. That was post Constantine. I personally believe it would look different from the 2nd century Christians, right?
So you're
hold on, let me just finish up. If we look at
how would you know what century Christianity would look like, Melly?
Right, well, because we can see with
but how would you know? How would you know what it looks like? If you're going to say that today's Christianity is different to 2nd century Christianity, you're implying that you have knowledge of 2nd century Christianity and you like that more, correct? But how do you know what it looked like?
Right, because I know certain subjects that were discussed, right? Because you
don't know, do you? You know about as much as that subject of that topic as I do. I wasn't alive then, you weren't alive then. We can only go by what's been told to us, so you
exactly. Okay. Of course, I don't have any issues with that. So what I'm trying to explain to you, right, is that something happened in the Nicene Creed where subjects about the divinity of Christ.
It wasn't Nicaea that happened. People make that mistake. The Council of Nicaea, there were two of them, but
there were several of them.
It was in the Council of Constantinople that happened.
Right. There were several of these councils. Yeah, sure. There were several of these councils, but again, even if we look at the Bible itself, this idea that God came down from earth, right, to sort of die on the cross or something else. Again, all of these ideas is not found in the Bible.
Okay, so what is the hope for your salvation? Do you believe that Jesus died on the cross so that people can go to heaven?
Well, it will be debatable on if Jesus died.
I'm going to be honest. It's a question. If you can't answer a question with a yes, a closed question with a yes, no, I'm going to have a problem for one. But two, I think that what you're doing is questioning your belief system because you don't have knowledge over your belief systems, and you're trying to err on the side of cautiousness by being agnostic, but you're also trying to imply that Christianity is something other than what it is or what it's supposed to stand for, which is a bit weird. It's atheists. When I'm with the Jews, I'll behave like the Jews. That's the kind of thing I'm getting from you. So you either believe it or you don't believe it.
Yeah, that's fair to say. And I wouldn't necessarily, because again, like you're thinking that I'm looking at this from a standpoint of me studying less. I'm looking at it from the standpoint that I know more than the average Christian, right? The average Christian just regurgitates what they've heard, right, about certain, especially theologies about, for example, Jesus being God.
Isn't that what
this idea, like you can find it several. It's not found in the Bible itself. It came after the Bible, like was after this text were written. Like that's what I'm trying to make you understand. Like the book of John is the last book, right? Mark is the first.
Yeah, Mark.
If you study it closely,
yeah,
the way Mark is written, the personality of Mark, of Jesus in Mark, is vastly different from John. John is doing something called, John is interpreting Christ in a very
he's elevating Christ to God level. Yeah, I get it.
Yes.
I understand that.
This is where they are plucking some of these ideas from.
Okay, so let's get rid of the fact that Jesus is God, right? Do you still believe that Jesus died for your sins? Do you believe that Jesus died for your sins?
Yes.
Or even more importantly, do you think Jesus rose from the dead?
Yes, I believe that.
Okay, so if Jesus died for your sins, who made you become sinful? Yeah, I mean, why are you sinful? Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the concept of sin?
Yeah, why do you sin? Why do you need a savior?
I think the idea will come from the fact that there are things that we do as humans that are short of the things we can do, right? So
who created us?
God, the Creator.
Okay. Who created us imperfect?
No, he didn't create us imperfect, but something happened in the garden. Something happened in the garden.
So we were perfect. So my question is to you then, how can a perfect being do an imperfect action? It'd be like you saying God made a mistake. Does God make mistakes?
You might not like this one, right? You might not like this one.
So you're gonna say yes?
No, I'm gonna say, right? He created. So this is it's actually I hate that I'm saying this because again in the modern lenses of things.
Tough, Melly. Look,
I don't know what you're saying. Hold up. In the modern lenses of things,
hard to understand this bullshit, bro.
So I know that, for example, we can objectively say that man and woman aren't on equal feet in the Bible. So what the Bible tries to point out from the book of Genesis is that Eve, and then the Bible sort of explains this later on as the woman being.
Why are you calling us this?
Because she was trying to explain, she was trying to be able to
story.
Okay,
No. Okay.
Melly,
Let me just get to the point.
I'm studying the Bible. I want to
Let me just get to the point, right? The basic point I was trying to get to is that the man was perfect, the woman wasn't, and this was where.
So God made the woman imperfect.
Through the man, some way.
Okay.
That's like it sounds like in the modern lens like that.
Because you're in stage. Sorry, God.
But of course, I don't hold to that. Like I don't hold.
Why say it if you don't hold to it?
Sorry?
Why say it? No, I'm asking what you believe, not what you're told to believe or what's in the Bible. I'm asking what you believe. So if you're saying this X, Y, and Z, and then
You're asking me what I believe in the Bible, right? You're asking me a religious question, like, again, and why does my belief have to be, wait, hold on 1 second. Why does my belief have to be one thing? Why can't I have several perspectives, right?
So what you're telling me, Lenny, is that you believe in things that you don't believe in. I mean, that is the definition of insanity.
It's not that I believe in things I don't believe in. I mean,
you just said you don't understand that.
Again, you're using that word too strongly. Again, you asked me something that I believe I believe the Bible says. Now, if what the Bible says is 100%, I don't believe that. I can't tell you that it's 100% true. Because again, the modern lens doesn't just fit into my understanding of modern humans and where we've come and how
Wait a minute.
This is what we do. Just doesn't fit with that. But again, I don't think I should be ostracized for holding certain views.
Hold on a second.
Even when I know that
who's ostracizing you? Melly, hold on a second. What do you mean the Bible is true? The Bible isn't a proposition, it's a narrative. Right.
I know. Did I say it was true? I didn't say the Bible.
I wasn't asking about the Bible, Mary. I don't know why you're.
We don't care about the Bible. We don't care about some narrative. We're asking what you think.
Right. So again, I could also give you what I think. Again, I'm Igbo, right? So we have traditional values or traditional beliefs. We also have a creation myth. So if you ask me also what I believe about what our Igbo people say about creation, I could also tell you that. Now, which one do I say is true? I don't know. So
you don't know your own belief system? You don't know what beliefs you actually hold? It sounds like that's what you're saying.
You could say that, but I don't.
Okay. Hold on.
This is what religion does to a brain.
Hold on. So then, why hold that belief?
Because again, I don't think that it affects my inability to understand other beliefs or to act in ways that could be detrimental to myself or other people, right? So that part I believe on. I just have a love for not just reading the Bible, but I read a bunch of different religious books and stuff. So I really like reading those books. So.
Have you thought through that position, Mel? Like, did you really just try and say to me that holding false beliefs doesn't hold consequences? Because that's ridiculous.
I mean, we believe in Santa Claus. There's a bunch of things.
Nobody believes in Santa Claus.
No, not me, of course, but
no.
No, wait, you believe in Santa Claus?
I do. People do. People believe in Santa Claus.
No, they don't.
Children. Absolutely.
That's just because I was lied to by adults.
Again, I'm just bringing that up as an example of like mystical.
Do you believe in the tooth fairy also?
So when a child finds out that Santa isn't real or the tooth fairy isn't real, do you think they're ecstatic about that? Or do you think that it's quite deflating that actually this story was lied to? Especially people take the mickey out of you for still.
I think there's an abstract dimension to that. The Santa Claus could be broken down. It doesn't have to be a literal thing. It could be broken down into you could look at it from a
mythology of Santa Claus is a true story.
Concept. You can look at it.
The mythology of Santa Claus is a true story. It's about Saint Nicholas, who used to go to the orphanages and give presents to the orphans. Saint Nicholas. Correct?
Yeah. Santa Claus. Correct.
We don't believe that there is a man who wears a red and white suit that flies through the air with reindeer pulling him on a sleigh, saying
with Elvis at his factory and
all year long.
got the problem with milking cookies, yeah, because he's.
All I'm gonna say about this is if Santa Claus isn't real, why is the milk drunk and all the cookies are gone?
And the
That made Santa deniers.
No, Santa Claus definitely. I'm not raising a question. I'm not like, I don't want y'all to think like I'm saying Santa Claus was like a jerk.
You got me.
Santa Claus definitely represents real. I was saying Santa Claus before, but all I'm simply saying is that they're abstract. Hold on.
Definitely isn't real. Go ahead.
Definitely isn't, but I'm talking about abstract concepts, right? That have
Which don't exist in objective reality.
Fair. That's true. That's absolutely
And Hope is a good person. He's a Christian. He will be loving the honest.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, bring Hochi up. Hochi will tell us all what he believes.
Hey, Molly, really quick, I think you sound like a nice dude.
You know what? I think that you're just kind of like a deist leaning Abrahamic framework because of whatever it is emotionally that you're tied to.
So that's a fair breakdown, and I appreciate that. That's a fair.
Get the fuck over it. Look at objective reality.
For me, I think Melly
Such a
is.
good sport here, man.
Yeah, I think
Learn a lot from Melly. I actually like his theology.
Yeah, I think Melly has fused two different religions. So Yoruba spirituality and Christianity. I think that's probably what's happened here.
And I think that Kyle was right. Melly has
You're correct. Not Igbo. Sorry, not Yoruba. Igbo.
Well, potato.
Yeah, no, I'm
You can't say that. Those are.
Igbos come from Yoruba spirituality. It's Igbo is the word that is. I think it's something to do with like sacrificing yourself or something to communicate with things that are higher than yourself, something along those lines. And Christianity is pretty much like that. Christianity is dying to yourself so that you can attain some sort of thing. So
Which in itself is a powerful.
And it's very clever that when. Hang on, let me finish. It's very clever that when this was proselytized or evangelized to the Igbos, then absolutely they would have eaten it up because it would have had similarities. A bit like when Christianity came to the United Kingdom, they would make it very similar to the paganism that was worshipped here, the winter solstice, Easter, things like that. Easter isn't a Christian holiday. It's really not. Neither is Christmas. That's the winter solstice. Easter is the celebration of new life. But because they're very similar, Jesus represented new life. The association there, people buy into it because they're already primed to believe in it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
No, it doesn't really make sense because there's a lot of people. There are a lot of people that are raised Christian, raised Catholic, including myself, who turn away from God because they don't like the way that they're being introduced to God. And someone
That has absolutely nothing to do with it.
Someone like me, can revert back into Christianity after coming to my own understanding of Jesus Christ. And
because you're
I guarantee you the church hurt is like less than 1% of atheists.
Think of it like learning a new language.
Yeah, and
Christian leaves the church, they have to learn a new language. It's like English, but it's like another English. If it doesn't take, then you could go back to speak a native tongue. It's just not a bad thing to go back to church. If you start to hang out, it's
Alright, like you're saying the church was the reason that they were atheists.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know the percentage, and I think it would be pretty foolish to deny that there are some people who have left the church because of that. But I think the percentage number for that specifically compared to other reasons is way lower than say like reading the Bible in full, looking at the history of how the Bible was compiled, right? There are a myriad of different reasons why people leave the church, and to say the only reason that people leave the church or leave religious institutions and become non-religious is because they're hurt or they want to sin. I'm not saying they're doing that. I'm just saying when people do that, it becomes a very dangerous straw man of why people actually do believe religious institutions.
Very much agree. And a lot of people who go through the church hurt and leave that church don't leave with the religion. They just go to a different church.
I don't know if that made any sense what you just said. I mean, but if you really think about it, when somebody finds a church that they like, for example, I found the next church that I really like. And that's what's contributed. That's what's contributed. No, that's what's. I mean, it's just like I have to have a consistent thing. You know what I mean?
A theory of gravity that I really liked for it to be true. And when I found that theory of gravity that I really liked, that was the one. That was true.
No, it's probably another thing as all the previous churches that Ochi attended, people, criticised or condemned him for something. But this church are probably, more affirming to Ochi's delusions.
False. I found a pastor who is very, who understands the Bible and
he's got the real Christianity. All the other Christians are wrong. That pastor's got the real Christianity. I agree with that.
You guys are ridiculous.
That's why I like my pastor.
He's got the real Christianity I agree with.
So your pastor is filled with the Holy Spirit, isn't he, Ochi?
Ochi so bad. My pastor has a good understanding.
But he's filled with the Spirit, though, isn't he?
And a good interpretation of the Bible.
But it's the Spirit that does it.
He's got the interpretation I agree with.
The one I really like.
The one
that ignores all the shit that I don't like.
Why can't we all have a different kind of relationship and understanding of God and God be real? I can't that happen.
I bet his interpretation is literally the foundation of it is steeped in hatred for gay people. Ochi, am I right?
No, you're embarrassingly wrong.
Okay.
And what I mean is that the Bible is not always meant to be interpreted literally. There's different ways to interpret different stories.
According to whom?
According to the truth.
No. According to whom I asked. The truth is not a person. So who are we asking here?
God.
No. We're not asking God because you're not God. We're asking you, is this your opinion?
It's not my opinion.
Then where did you get this information from?
From being spiritually.
Okay, so now you're just going to talk out your ass, right?
Yeah, it just magically appeared to his brain.
So, I mean, obviously.
Just say history. Just say history, because in history we can point that the Jews had different sects, different ways of interpreting information. They had like the Essenes, the Nazarenes. At some point they had the Maccabees. So yeah, that's how we should interpret that.
God is the greatest, and these atheists low-key do believe in God.
Is this what
they think that they
just I low-key believe in it.
Do you know what makes him
Which
like?
fictional character do I low-key believe in?
He's projecting right now. So basically, as
I say that?
You did say that, though, G. You said
he assumed our mental states that we secretly in God. Watch this. You secretly don't believe in God, and this is a front. See how stupid that is?
Yeah, but you don't do that anymore. You don't have access to anybody's mental
So
state.
you never answer this question. Answer this question. What do you believe?
I believe in things that align with reality.
So Jesus was God. Answer the question.
I believe in things that align with reality. Now what?
Okay, like what? So then what do you believe? Buyers are super durable. Why
I believe
why is reality?
I believe my sensitive,
What is reality?
Brain dead person, dude.
I have a very simple explanation for what reality is.
Reality is a world. Reality is a world in which we live in, right?
It's everything that exists.
Yeah, I believe in things that are aligned with the world in which I live in, right? I believe trees exist. I believe the planet Earth objectively exists. That's what we live on, right? There you go. Now what?
Objective reality is everything that exists if you removed every mind.
Exactly.
That's objective reality.
Mind stands
Does the world exist without mind entering?
Yes, I said that.
Of course.
You aren't aware of that it exists.
You can't.
It
doesn't matter.
Back in the old
There
days.
is no who. That's the point. There is no who. It's not
And
that.
that's the problem. Because you have to.
Hold on. Yeah, no, OG, that's not what we're saying, right? If humans, or everything that lives, ceases to exist, gravity would still exist. There's just nobody here to interpret it. If humans, since we literally talked about this a couple seconds ago, if humans and every living thing cease to exist, the solar system would still be a thing.
How do you know that?
The solar system existed prior to other living things. So regardless of us, if we went extinct, that's irrelevant. The fact is, it existed way before we did.
Can the world continue on existing?
Yes.
Yes.
Coach, are you serious?
You work at the people from that, bro. There were 9 billion years of universal history before our solar system even existed.
It would follow if Earth existed prior to our existence, it does not need us to exist for it to exist. So by you asking would it exist if we didn't exist is asinine.
I agree.
Good. I'm glad you agree with what you're saying.
I don't think that a universe exists without mind entering.
Oh my God.
That's goofy. How can a mind enter something that doesn't exist yet? How can you enter something that doesn't exist? If the universe can't exist until the mind enters it, then it mustn't exist for the mind to enter it.
It exists. What did he say?
But the universe doesn't exist until the mind enters it.
No way, dude. For real?
That's what he said.
No, I
want to hear you say. What did he say, Richie?
I understand that I'm speaking at a much higher frequency than you guys can now.
You live in a
What would that frequency? My eardrums can't keep up.
You might hear a little like a dog whistle.
It is just such a high frequency we can't hear the truth.
You guys are low vibration.
Now he gets the name calling because
how is that an insult? What does that even mean?
it's not an insult. But I'm just saying, people think that that's going to hurt me because it's going to hurt him. Again, he's projecting.
what vibration that means? What, my eardrums can't vibrate at the resonant frequency responsible for the truth?
When you don't want to accept the truth, and you don't want to know the truth, you don't.
Look, you just
I agree, but that's projection on your part, though.
You don't want to know the truth. You make it up as you go along.
If you want to find something wrong, you always can. That's not really like a low vibration.
So I have two things I want to point out, right? You keep going, it's the truth. You haven't given us any reason why it's the truth, and you just keep stating it's the truth. Second of all, this is a serious question. Are you trolling the shit out of us right now?
Yes. No, it's not. This is literally what people believe, and they affirm these things because it makes them feel good to be more superior. So these people are low frequency. It means that he's on a higher frequency, that he's better than.
Correct. My reason to
Correct. Yeah. That's where I am. I'm at a higher frequency. Yeah. So that's why when I pray to God, He hears me.
Does God answer every one of your prayers with a yes, Hochi?
Yeah, Hochi's a troll. He says he works in like the legal industry, like he does something with like paralegal services, or he's like an up-and-coming attorney, or he's studying for the bar even, or something like that.
Objection. Relevancy.
You guys are unable to comprehend the truth.
Objection. Hearsay.
He's just not that. He doesn't have a dynamic language. He's not very charismatic about this. Like he just runs out of material and then it flops. That's all.
Objection.
Yeah, that's
Badgering the witness. Objection. Argumentative.
That's right. Fuck off. Badgering the witness, exactly. Badger the attorney too. Oh, Jesus. And then there's Justin. I mean, come on. It's like, what is going on here?
Hi,
That's
Justin. You're just in time, aren't you, Justin?
I'm not really fringe theology. There's a bunch of them. There's unique believers. There's like 3 fringe competing theologies. Larry at once, right? Holy shit. Of cats of 4.
Killed him.
And Justin just washed out immediately. He's like, I can't deal with a bunch of other theists with fringe positions like me. Yeah, everyone's got their own unique deal, huh? It's pretty amazing to listen to.
Do you know, every single one of them
Yeah, we're all
Jimmy Kruger effect. We all think we know everything, but we know pretty much next to nothing.
Exactly. The more you know that you don't know anything.
Yeah, you don't know anything either, do you, Hochi?
Well, we can be pretty sure that God is like someone's fingerprint. It's like a unique psyche-symbolism that's why they're all unique. Everyone's God concepts are sort of like fantasies of the ego or some other shit language like.
One thing that Hochi does know is that he's unable to prove God exists. That's one thing he does know.
Not for you.
Well, you've never been able to prove it, Hochi, so I'm going off of past evidence.
You have to find out on your own.
So then God doesn't exist. So then God doesn't exist.
That's why I was saying it's like a fingerprint. People are just finding it really cute.
Excuse me, whoever was in the proof that God exists, we really need to
bring it up to the higher frequency. You gotta do a different one. You gotta try this thing over. So I'm gonna get rid of this. That's the perfect. And try it and like just come back a fresh new guy, you know, and try a different way of doing that shit.
You know, that's the perfect thing.
No, you're really not. You know, dude, I actually agree with Hochi, dude. I'm like thinking, wait, he's right. We do have to define God for ourselves. Right, we do, but I mean, like, what we do though
I'm just saying the overall presentation has been like just going down for a while, kind of like Barth. Like Barth actually used to be funnier, right? Hochi used to be funnier.
Darth is actually very smart.
Not Darth, Barth.
Very smart. Darth isn't very smart, to be honest.
Oh yeah, Hochi's way smarter than Darth. Hochi's smarter than a lot
But that was pretty precise.
I just enjoy slapping atheists around.
How come like this? You don't know how to do that. You enjoy learning interesting takes from various other types of theists. That's what you could have said, but like you miss these opportunities, bro. Hochi, why you do this?
You gotta do this better. Like there's so many ways you can do this so much better.
No.
No. It's so amazing. Have you ever considered
That's passive demand avoidance, Hochi. Go with that.
I like it.
So what did you say that was?
How we handle it, I think it's
Passive demand avoidance.
We're just saying get it with God, man. We're not saying God. That's the answer.
No, without thinking about it.
There's gotta be a way to withdraw so we can stand up.
Sorry.
Hochi, I've been talking like so I don't know if you know this, but I'm always talking about I want to get paid on Clubhouse and just do this shit, right? So I've been actually charging consulting fees for theists to learn how to do this better. So if you want to
Don't do that. They might learn something.
that, we could talk about that and you come on. It's really cheap. It's way less than I want to get paid, but I'll do it for you just to help you because you're pathetic.
Only because most theists are broke.
It would be like honey's equivalent to legal aid.
Real apologetics 101.
Okay. Taught by an atheist. I mean, yeah, that's like, dude, I could totally.
Isn't that anytime a theist needs to learn something, they always come to the atheists? I don't get it.
I know, why is it the atheists know more about the doctrine than the theists?
The atheists know more about everything than the theists. Anytime a theist needs to learn about nature, they go to the atheists to do science.
you guys are arrogantly stupid.
Hochi, how
No, we're just accurate.
how was there a day and a night before the sun is moon? Hochi.
What was that?
I said, how was there a day and a night, or three of them, without the sun and the moon?
I don't know. I don't know how that's possible.
The thing that determines what's night and day not existing makes night and day possible.
Exactly.
They're just ignorant. Just ignorant. You can't explain anything with your God.
You guys think that you got me like in a gotcha or some shit?
No, I'm just asking.
No, it's just showing your ignorance, that's all.
So you don't even understand how dumb you sound. Why did you ask me that?
Oh, so you're rubber and we're glue and everything we say bounces off you and sticks to us?
No, I don't think he's stupid. I just think he's willfully ignorant, that's all. Because it makes him feel like good, and there's nothing wrong with that, as long as you're honest and say that that's the reason why you follow it. But yeah, I think that the sun is what emits light, and the earth revolving is what causes day and night to happen, because a shadow is cast when the other side of the earth is away from the sun. So for there to be day and night, you need the sun. But you can't have 3 days and 3 nights without the sun. The sun was created on day 4, but light and darkness were created on day 1. How?
And you can't tell me that it was God is the light, because then if God is everywhere, there would be light everywhere, and there would be no difference between night and day, so there couldn't be night and day.
And if God is everywhere, then it would also be light all day. There would be no night. There would be day.
It'd be day 1, and the light was there, and the light was there day 2, and the light was there day 3.
Also on a macro, macro is small, right? No, micro is small. Also on a micro level, I'm in my basement right now. One half is lit up. The other half is completely dark. If God is light, why is my other room lit up?
Well, he's not in the world anymore.
I'll tell you why. Because light is faster, quicker minded than God. It travels at a faster pace. I mean, God, is supposed to be everywhere and everything, but,
But what is hell?
there's something he doesn't know.
James, what is hell?
Fiery lake.
No, it's the absence. Most Christians now will tell you it's the absence of God, who is not absent anywhere.
Yeah, it's stupid as fuck.
The one I hear the most is not absence, but I hear separation from God. That's what I hear.
If God is everywhere and in everything that exists, how can you separate yourself from God?
You can't.
If he, yeah.
But you can, the theology.
Hold on a second. Let me get out my Bible. Hold on a second. Let me tell you how you can separate yourself from the all-present God. Hold on a second. Let me get my Bible.
Well, I mean, just doing that, you exist. That's better than the God thing.
Is telling a lie always a bad thing, Poochie?
No.
No. I don't know what you're saying. What's that matter?
The answer is no, right? Just no, right?
No.
Just no. No. People know you know because you have background noise.
No with clarification.
No with clarification.
Why?
I say yes or no question.
What do you have to clarify, don't you? We already know. We already know why it's not.
Yeah, so lying is not a bad thing when it is a bad thing, and it's always a bad thing when it's not a bad thing.
Now it is. You can lie. Hold on. Not according to your Bible. The Bible says, I think it's Paul who says, and it's weird because Christians always like to point to Paul as somehow superseding Jesus. Paul says you can lie. You can lie if and only if you're.
Yes.
Because Paul says, I forget the exact verse.
He has an argument with Peter. He has an argument with Peter, and Peter challenges him. He says, how can you say that what I'm doing is evil? If I'm winning souls, for Christ by telling a lie, that's a good thing, surely. I think what Paul was trying to do was what Jesus tried to do when it came to working on the Sabbath. He was like, well, it's a good thing to work on the Sabbath, even though God said don't work on the Sabbath, which is going against God's plan. It's all very ludicrous.
No, Jesus tried to use the example with David. I believe they asked him, and he said, was it lawful for David to eat the showbread? Because the showbread was meant for priests, and David was not a priest. So I think it's a theological example with that.
Yeah. Was it lawful for David to roll on the floor kissing Jonathan, crying and laughing and doing probably ungodly things?
So there's a lot of unlawful things David did. And so
yeah, I mean,
the Bible makes sure to definitely record that.
God's power,
Why does the Bible record, if it were just about the good man, it would have just recorded the good things, but it made sure,
to keep people compliant and living in fear. God can kill anyone. And he can use the smallest.
Anyway, anybody can die at any time, that's true.
No, but God, only God takes the spirit. I mean, even Jesus said, into thine hands I commend my spirit. So, come on.
The statement you made about this idea of God not being in hell or something like this, Christians made that up.
So God is going to be in hell.
Yeah, because I think Psalms 139 verse 8 says, if I ascend up to the heavens, you are there. If I make my bed in Sheol,
and Sheol could mean like the land of the dead. You were there. So like this idea that whatever the land of the dead will be.
Well, he refers to it also as Hades, doesn't he? He refers to it also as Hades, which is a very Greek concept because Hades was the brother of Zeus. In the book of Revelation, it says, that Hades was even thrown into the lake of fire, the underworld, and death. Death was thrown into the underworld. I mean,
that's borrowing from the Ugaritic text where the god Yam actually defeats death.
Melly, I'm going to put it to you that you don't really believe any of this stuff. The only that you say you believe that is because you're afraid of dying. Am I right?
I'm definitely not afraid of dying. That's where you got that wrong.
Okay. So you don't fear death in the slightest, no?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So then, why do you believe in an afterlife?
Like I said, I never told you I do. I don't really care. All I actually do know right now that is a horrible life I'm living right now. So
do you believe in the afterlife?
It's possible.
Yes, no. Question. Do you believe
He's answering back. I'm telling you exactly how I see it. It's possible. He's agnostic. Yeah, he's agnostic to the afterlife. No, he does. He does. Like even if it was or it wasn't, like even if it wasn't nothing, like
I'm not asking many because I know the afterlife. I'm asking if he believes.
Listen. I don't have no problems with nothing just being pure darkness after death. Because again, you can find that in certain Hebrew ideas.
So happened, Mary? But do you?
This is not a black and white thing. Like the Bible itself is not even black and white.
Why is it so difficult?
So he's answering accurately. He's agnostic to hell. He doesn't know if hell exists. So I'm asking you exactly. He doesn't know if hell exists. I just muted everyone.
Yeah, you muted.
He does not listen. Enigma. He does not know if hell exists or not. He is agnostic to hell.
Okay, I don't care what he's agnostic to, Donald. I'm asking what he believes in, which I have no knowledge of.
He does not know. He will never answer any way besides he does not know. Happen or not, remember? Yeah, he thinks there might be a heaven, but people don't go there. He doesn't believe it. God knows this says perfectly, because that's exactly what I meant with heaven.
So you don't believe it?
This will never change his answer. This is like you're going to meet your dog. This is like you're going to meet your dog and your grandma, and everybody's going to be chilling with some gold and stuff. Listen, I don't know. Might be some people do to feel good. It might actually be. Listen, it might also actually be the case. I don't really care. All I care about is living life I got right now.
But Mary, if you
I'm entertaining these ideas, And
yeah, if you do not know something, then the default position is to say that you don't believe it to be the truth. Correct?
Correct. Well, you don't know neither. So, let me tell you something now. I ask you, do you think there's an afterlife? Let me ask you this question. Let me just ask you this question.
Yeah.
Do you think there's an afterlife?
No.
How can you prove that?
It's a subjective opinion. I don't think that you should say.
Hold on. What did you say?
It's a subjective belief. And looking upon the
you see
looking
how hard it is to say yes or no.
No, listen. I've said no. I do not believe that there is an afterlife. There is no evidence to suggest that there is. No credible evidence, at least. Everything else is just hearsay.
Okay, really quick. Listen to what she's going to do. Somebody has died and came back. Like, you couldn't possibly.
Hold on a second. I don't
think you were listening because she started by saying no, and then you were pressing her like she hadn't. Like, what's going on here?
He's not distinguishing between agnosticism and his unbelief. Like, I could say, that's why I say when people talk about God and they say, oh, I'm agnostic, it's uninformative. You can say about anything. If you ask them in the now and you say, hey, do you currently believe a God exists? And they say no, right? Because they don't. Even if they're agnostic, right? They're an atheist. At least right now. They can change their mind tomorrow or later on today, right? So right now, he has these thoughts. Just leave it there. Like, you don't know, dude. We're cool. That's it. There's no burden on Enigma. There's no burden on Enigma to show you, oh, there's no way heaven exists, or the reason why she believes there isn't a heaven.
Yes, there is. That's all I'm saying. That's fair, buddy. That's what I'm saying to you.
So earlier you said something very interesting, Melanie. You said it's possible. How did you measure that possibility?
Yeah, what other universes or gods have you studied to indicate that it is a possibility that there is an afterlife?
Okay, so the possibility of an afterlife, I think it's just rooted in religious beliefs. And
that's not what I asked, Melanie.
And a possible idea that
Melanie, that's not what I asked.
Consciousness itself.
Melanie, that's not what I asked. That's not what I asked. Enigma asked you an afterlife, and you said it's possible. We're not talking about religious concepts here. We're asking what you believe. Now I'm going to ask you, how did you measure that possibility? How did you measure, like some other universe in which this is the case, in order to measure it in our universe it is the case? That's a ridiculous claim, you realize, right?
Yeah, but I come from a place where I may have seen things, right, that may have convinced me that there could be a kind of afterlife, right? So these are
Yeah, he will never give you a reasonable answer about the afterlife.
That's not informative.
Right, ideas about
Melanie, I'm just going to ask the question again. How did you measure the possibility?
No, just through other people's experiences about
you took some asshole's word for it and ran with it. You didn't actually measure the possibility.
Of course, how could I possibly measure the possibility of
well, then don't say stupid shit like it's possible.
Well, then, if you can't
then I still think it's possible. I still think it's possible.
Why do you think it's possible?
It's a possibility that it could exist.
Contradictory, you have to show that there's no
that you have absolutely no evidence for, that you've never measured, that you never even thought through. Why would you think that?
Because everything doesn't have to be logically palatable.
Well, then you
and I understand that. Like, reality isn't everything.
It's not. Doesn't everything need to be logically palatable, right? Some people know what logically palatable means, right? That's just like a conjunction of words there. The question is, why would you believe something so stupid when you obviously haven't measured it?
I mean, do you measure everything that you hold to be true?
Whenever I make a claim,
are there concepts that could be measured?
What are you doing?
Yeah, you've been using that from around.
Whenever I make a claim,
can I just
it's possible. Wait, let me
yeah,
whenever I make a claim that something is possible, I back it up with like a Bayesian probability.
Okay, check this one out.
Melanie, what the fuck are you doing? Seriously, dude, control yourself. Like, you have no self-control whatsoever. In the middle of saying something, you start unmiking and talking. What's going on here, dude? Whenever I provide a claim, I'm happy to provide the receipts. Period. End of discussion.
At least when I heard
I hear you, and that's fair. That's actually fair.
Yeah, maybe.
Listen, I also believe that it is possible for someone to come back from the dead, because I do believe Jesus did that. Now, can I prove that? Of course not. There's no way on this planet I can even measure that. But I believe that.
So you believe it for enabling, you just enabling fiction for no reason, right?
Would you convict somebody? Would you convict somebody because there was a possibility that it could be true?
You broke up there at the beginning.
Oh, sorry. Would you convict somebody of a murder or some sort of crime because there's a possibility it could be true?
Of course not.
No, you wouldn't. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I think when we start talking about what is possible, we can go into the realm of silliness. You know, is it possible for the green fairy to exist? Is it possible that a fire-breathing dragon exists? Yeah, we can't disprove it, but we don't believe they do exist because we have no evidence to suggest that they do, other than fiction. Correct? So I think the default position, if you're going to be agnostic on the subject, is you don't believe it. Or if you do believe it, just say, I believe in a God, I don't know what it is, and I'm a deist.
Right.
Rather than saying that you're a Christian and completely changing the whole religion of Christianity. Which isn't really that difficult because everyone does that anyway. Because Christianity
is a unique Christian.
Yeah.
Every Christian is a unique.
Very true.
That's all they're doing.
And every Christian is the only one that's got it right. Everybody else is wrong.
Yeah.
No, I'm definitely not that type that think like,
no, I don't think you are.
No. I'm far away from that kind of person, so you think like
we're speaking hyperbolically.
How do you mean?
That's most Christians. Most Christians think that like they're the ones that have it right and everybody else has it wrong. We know it's not every single Christian. We were speaking hyperbolically.
Oh, we? Okay, I thought you were talking about me. Okay.
No, we. Us, the atheists, the same. Like every Christian is a unique Christian, has things that really.
I mean, I used to have that.
But you have to unique Christianity.
I used to have that understanding, but at this point, I can tell you right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't sit here talking to you guys, like, you know.
Right, that's why
Nothing you guys, like again, like I said before, like, I'm going to leave this room and come back and still hold to and I still enjoy talking to you guys because, again, why can't people have conversations, you know, regardless?
No, it's fine, really. We figured out that we're a group of one with your own scripture. You got your own little religion going. It's just you in your own little world. You don't follow the Bible, right? You've got your own ideas about this stuff, right? You're not going to you sit on your high throne and go, this is the truth, right? And I've got no receipts to back it up, but yeah, I mean, that's fine. You can just
like, for example, like famous things you hear people say, like Enigma tried to say, like Jesus being God. Like, that's a famous thing. But biblically, that is simply not the case. It is simply not the case.
Well, I'm in agreement with you and disagreement with you because the Bible is totally contradictory on that subject. So, there we go.
There's verses that can be translated in a way where it can be implied that that's the case, but there's really nothing in the Bible about that.
Yeah, not really.
Christians made that shit up.
Exactly. Like when they say, for example, like when Jesus said, like, you and I are one. Jesus also says, Father, can you make them one with me as you and I are one? Yeah. So that right there breaks down every idea of it being one person that was reincarnated into a world. No, it's not really one in the sense of like unity. Not being one in essence, like the Trinitarians teach. Because the Trinitarians teach that Jesus Christ and God are one in essence. All of that is theology that is not found inside of the Bible, because Jesus himself makes it very clear
at even John himself, the book of John, right? We could have some verses, of course, that sort of go over the top, but we have a majority of texts where Jesus is referring to the Father as a different person, a different identity from him, right? He doesn't
When is the end going to be, your teacher? No one knows but the Father.
But the funny thing is that you use logic for that. You can logically track that and say it absolutely makes perfect sense. But when it comes to something else, you don't logically track and you go by your feelings or how you feel or what you think you feel or what you think you know or believe or whatever. That's the bit, that's the disconnect that I used to have as well when I was a theist. It's quite freeing to be able to look back at myself and say, oh my goodness, I was such a hypocrite back then because I was saying yes, logic is, this and that, but then holding on illogical things which made no sense. I'm so embarrassed when I was a theist, I really am.
I understand what you're saying, and this idea that things are supposed to be, like, I just don't think, like, the knowledge of the Bible that I have, for example, it isn't just the general knowledge that it is just one book that was written from beginning to end in the same, just finish it, let me finish, in the same procession, and that this book was supposed to be, the people writing it had in mind that we in 2025 would somehow listen to it. Like, no, that doesn't make any sense, right? But when I look at these things, right, I can understand, like, that there are, I don't know if you guys have heard about something called the supplementary theory, or the documentary theory that also posits that the Bible or the Torah may have been put together by different sects, like the Yahwists, the Elohists, and so on.
Yes, they were, and they were also added to and taken from different sects and different religions. So,
right.
Yes.
So the idea of things theologically contradicting, some people have the Talmud itself, which is
so
the Talmud itself has debates that have been going on for thousands of years. So again, like, I don't think like this idea, you guys are minimizing just the nature of theological context. The last thing I would say, let me just say the last thing. If you look at the Nordic people, in terms of just theology, or in terms of religion, right? Because I look into that too. I'm interested in Nordic.
I got my Nordic book of myths on the shelf right over there.
Actually,
Look at the dead.
Oh, that's hard. Okay, you should definitely get yourself the annihilation. I think you could.
I don't have a copy of it.
Good one as well.
Yeah, that's cool too. So if you look at, like, the Nordic, the Odin
I have a subject annotated Bible. Was that close enough?
Oh, Odin himself. Annotated Bible, that's called. That also now incorporates the book of Peter. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, Odin himself, if you look at the Nordic mythologies, and if you look closely at the personality of Odin, he's a very contradicting figure, right? So, like, I understand that, of course.
Contradictions.
Yeah, but the Nordic actually dwelled in this. Like, this is actually like what makes them very different from Christianity in that sense. Right? So, okay, that's all I said, but I will go ahead and name.
So I have a couple of questions quickly. Do you believe that God wants to have a relationship with us?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Does God always get what he wants?
He surely does, because he's God.
I don't know.
He's not going to agree with that, because even in the Bible, God doesn't.
Thank you, Donald. Thank you very much, Donald. Donald actually helped us to know a little bit more. I'm just in this room listening. Donald.
Really, hold on. A second ago, you were related question, and you're like, I don't know. Well, it turns out the whole reason that you said yes in the first place is just because you're talking about what's
It's so funny.
right? I mean, it's dumb, right?
And he was discrediting the Bible, saying that he doesn't know which parts, out of the contradictions are true. But for me, an all-knowing, all-loving being that wants to have a relationship with its creator, it would logically stand that he would make sure that any doctrine or communication that gets people to him is going to be perfect.
But I do believe you can have a conversation with God without the Bible.
How?
Like God could have a conversation. God could guide you. Like you could have. What do you mean how?
Yeah, tell me how.
I mean, are you atheist or converted if you could teach him how to talk to God?
Yes, how? Please.
No, okay, not literally, of course.
Not literally.
You would, of course, now, hold on. What was I saying? Like, hold on. Wait. Just imaginary talk to God.
Imaginary. It's all fucking in your head.
I mean, people have, people claim to have, intuitions that guide them, things that are greater than themselves, it's not like, and I don't think you need a book to guide you.
That's all right about, isn't it?
Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, even, like the people of the Bible times, they didn't have a book.
Yes,
Like, the Torah didn't have
they had the Old Testament.
No, the Torah. Like, people in the Torah times, they didn't have a book.
They didn't answer you? No, it's not the same. Okay, let's try again. Okay, does God always get what he wants?
Yes.
I don't know because, like I said,
You don't know if God gets what he wants or not?
Because again, there are two views about this. I can read you somewhere in Isaiah where it says, this is God speaking. It says, I planted a garden or something, and I was surprised that it didn't yield fruits. So these people actually called
You're talking about Jesus. You're talking about Jesus when he was hungry.
No, not Jesus. No, in Isaiah.
Oh, Isaiah. Okay, yeah.
The book of Isaiah, where it's happening. So it's actually like this. The difference will be like the Calvinist, which the Calvinist think that God is.
How does Isaiah prove that God doesn't get what he wants?
Because there are simply different views about
Because I cannot speak for my own mind. I need to Rabbin and Deepen and Pontificus and Rabbin and Poetic and all these things. I don't know. I have to say something.
But why do you think that, God doesn't always get what he wants? Where does it specifically say that God doesn't get what he wants? Because if God is all-knowing, and he knows the past, present, and future, everything that he does in accordance with creation, if there is such a thing, is what God wants to happen anyway. He knows what the outcome's going to be, and he's going with it.
But you're using if God is all knowing, he knows
So is God all-knowing?
all of these are universal ideas, right? Like,
Are you a universalist?
If you look at the
Melly is just
Genesis. If you look at the picture of God, what about the picture of God in Genesis?
It's not a universal idea.
He's not related to any foundations.
So hang on, God is not all knowing. He's all-knowing. He's not everywhere.
So if you look,
So what is the use of having this God in my life?
right, so if you look at earlier representations, anthropomorphic pictures, images of God, right, especially in Genesis and Exodus, right, we have these images of where we have this image. I'm trying to explain to you. Ask me a question, right? I'm explaining the question to you. I answer to you.
But I need to stop you, Manny, because you've...
No, like if you don't care what I gotta say or not.
No, I do want to, but you previously said that you cannot rely on the Bible because people have added to it, taken bits out. there are contradictions that come from different sects. So we've already established the Bible a good source or a good point of reference to get to a logical argument. I would like you to show me where you would go to other than the Bible.
Again, I think you've interpreted what I've said about the Bible.
Okay, so
the fact that I explained the documentary hypothesis or talked about it doesn't mean that you know it still can't be or the 7 core messages, right, aren't ran through. Like I'm not saying that because different people came up to write the book, it means that, you know, for some reason I don't hold to the book. I never said that, right? I only did not know.
You do hold to the Bible then. Okay, so forgive me for my
parts of it. You only hold to parts of the Bible.
So which parts of the Bible do you hold to?
I want to know. If I were to choose, I'll go with the just full Torah. If I were to choose.
Okay, so great.
But again, to explain.
Let's go for Torah. Let's go for Torah then. Okay.
Okay, so this idea of God, of God knowing things, is not really found. You know things before they happen or things like that.
No.
In the Torah,
He knew things because he made prophecies. He didn't know everything.
Yeah, I can give you several examples where God, at first, he says there's a sound. I believe this is coming from some Sumerian text or something where Enki or I think either one of them goes down. Right. So this idea of him going down. Then the thing with Sodom and Gomorrah, he's speaking with Abraham, and he tells Abraham, I'm going to go there to know, right? On the third one, in the garden, he didn't seem to know why they were not dressed. So like, you see where they were to begin with. Where they were and all of that. So like the image of God generally to the ancient Israelites wasn't this super highlight, real, you know, I know everything, you know, I'm inside of it. Those pictures weren't there.
That's not true, Melly. No, gotta stop you right there. Isaiah 46,
Isaiah is later on. I'm talking about Torah.
Yeah, that's a lot later than Torah.
Right? That's not sorry. Isaiah is not the Torah?
No.
Only
the first chapter of the Torah.
Right.
Yeah, so the Pentateuch books is the Torah because that is the law that was given to Moses. Everything else after that, the 34 books after the first 5, that is the Tanakh. But then you have the New Testament. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, those are the ones with prophets. Is what they call.
Which 5 books are those in the Torah?
Numbers, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, Exodus, and Genesis.
Got it. Thank you.
Sorry. Trying to talk over you. I'm not feeling very well, so I'm taking some pills.
So Melly laughed, huh?
So does God know everything that happens in men's hearts? Or what they're thinking?
Okay, what was the question?
Does God know what people think or feel?
Yes, he does.
According to the Torah?
Yes, because he's God. That's why we call him God.
I think she was talking about now.
Oh, I know. I was just giving in.
I think Mary left.
With their answer on this. These people never answer.
I'm here. I
greet them up.
You know, it's all good. But according to the Torah, which are the first 5 books, no. Because I can show you verses. I can show you a lot of verses where God.
Would it be to assume that you are more following of Judaism than you are Christianity?
So like verses where God is.
Would you say that you follow Judaism more than you do Christianity?
I wouldn't necessarily say Judaism. I just have respect for. I just have respect. I just have respect for.
Testament. Do you believe in the New Testament?
Of course I do.
Okay, so it's not just the first 5 books then.
No, of course not. I respect all of the books, but I understand.
Really?
But I understand. Listen. This is something I understand that there is historical context. I understand that there's a historical context to this book.
You literally think that the Red Sea was parted.
I don't know about that. I think
That's in the Torah. What about the fact that Joseph could interpret dreams?
Oh yeah, we don't have evidence.
Like fortune tellers.
We don't have evidence for any of those. So.
No. Okay, so why do you say then that the Torah is pretty much perfect if you don't believe the things that are in it?
No, I don't say it's perfect. I just say it's the earliest.
It doesn't matter whether it's the earliest or not.
Well, yes, it does matter.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Okay, so the idea that the Earth was flat is earlier than the idea that the Earth is a spheroid. Does it matter that the earlier hypothesis came out? No. Whether something is old or not has no credibility to what the truth is.
Yeah, that's to the topic of flat earthers and stuff. Yeah, I've been getting angry. I've stopped talking to flat earthers. I've stopped. Even if it's in the Bible, I don't see the earth as flat. That's crazy work, right?
But that idea is an older idea than the world being a sphere.
Yeah, but that isn't like I wouldn't say like it's a theological question. I think that's more of like a physical.
It's not theological.
Scientific.
How is it not theological if God created everything?
Yeah, I mean God could have created the universe too. I mean, what are you talking about?
Oh, do you know what? I think you're having a little bit of a disconnect.
Yeah, because that's a physical question too. That's not a theological question. A theological question is like, am I going to go to heaven? That's a theological question, right? A historical question is like, did God create the universe, or did God create humans? We know the answer to that. The answer is no. God doesn't exist.
Yeah, the God of the Bible definitely can be disproven. The God of the New Testament can be disproven. The God of the Book of Mormon can be disproven, and the God of the Quran can be disproven. The gods that are mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita can be disproven. The gods of ancient Greece, that mythology, can be disproven.
You know what? That's
they were a pantheon.
Yeah, you guys are very fed to old religions and stuff, so it is what it is. They're all wrong. And that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I don't think that there is any kind of religion that has been proved true.
Do you see this Courtney Nicole down there? Read what she wrote. I think such a poet. Like, it's not even a real person. That's an atheist. It's some bot.
Who's disproving anything in the Bible or the true and living God, Jesus Christ? I pray you have an encounter with him. Do you know what, Courtney? I would love to have a chat with you because you seem like a reasonable person. You seem quite empathetic and you want people to learn about God. So I think you should come up and have a little chat with us. No, I'm serious.
I invite people. You can also raise your hand.
Yeah, I'm serious too. I think she.
Oh yeah, this is the Christians they all love. Oh yeah, I'm gonna love this one right here.
She has 3 friends. Her PTR says, "This is like the Jesus Christ." This is like a total bot, dude.
It could just be that they're new to the app. That doesn't matter. Or it could just be that they're popular.
Popular.
See, this is why I don't think if I was the person that advertised myself as such, branding myself as a God disciple and all this, I would just pop right up and freaking start speaking some truth.
Yeah, I want to know God.
When I'm in a Christian group, I start saying some bullshit about the Big Bang Theory needs God to happen, I pop right up and start telling them that they're wrong.
The Big Bang was actually a breakdown from theist, wasn't it? For the idea of the expansion of the universe.
I think it's fun.
Yeah. Courtney.
Talking to things about physics is probably the most entertaining thing in the world.
Come and talk to us, Courtney.
They get everything wrong, just like every other time you ever talk to a theist, they get everything wrong. And I just get to talk and talk.
Hey, if anyone wants to know him, I'll help however I can.
I mean, hopping up on stage would be a big help.
It is not serious. There's no way.
Hopping up on stage would be a big help. I would like to know him. Hopping up on stage would be a big help.
She might not know how to do it. Send her an invite.
I'll invite
someone. Oh, okay.
When I invited you, your screen changed and it said, you've been invited, accept or decline. Spoiler, if you want to come up, you have to hit the one that says accept.
I'm sure, God would have told her that. I love me.
Enigma, though, do you understand that there's an evolving image of God in the Bible? Do you understand that part now?
You can't possibly teach me anything that my professors at Exeter University didn't really teach me about the Bible.
Fair point.
Now that's fair, but if you knew that, you wouldn't say like, the Bible believers think that God knows everything at all times and all of that stuff.
When did I make that claim? When did I make that claim?
I think that's what she said.
We try to ask you
No, I
your
didn't.
opinion, dude, and you just do this, and now it's funny. See, this is almost gaslighting, really, because you're unaware of what you're doing. But that's what we've been saying the whole time. Is like you're dodgy and like you defer to other people's ideas, and we're only looking for like your assessment. Like what's the feedback, right? Like if you ask me questions, I'm just gonna tell you what I think because I'm willing to just go, oh, I didn't know that. No, I'm changing my mind right now. Right?
Yeah,
I'm going to give you what I think right now.
Yeah,
right? My assessment.
Yeah, well, my opinion on the God doesn't know everything, and then I explained to you the importance of like how I've reached that conclusion. When I was
What doesn't God know?
God doesn't know what you would do till you do it.
Does he know about handling or confusion? Then when it came to humans, he's all like slipping now, right? Because their minds are so complex.
So can I ask, if he doesn't know what happens inside of humans, how did he say to Moses in Exodus that he was going to harden the heart of Pharaoh?
Yeah, I mean, he has like plans. God has plans, and the ways he has like to fulfill those plans. But it's dynamic. This is what I think, and it's what the Bible is what I think. Based on what? Based on how the Bible relates.
Okay, so you're just repeating the Bible again.
But it's what I think, though.
This is the argument that Courtney says. Courtney has the information. You have to have the Holy Spirit to be able to interpret the Bible as what it tells us.
When I read the Bible cover to cover 3 times, I was a Christian.
Yeah. I was, I was a Christian when I read the Bible the first time, and then the other 5 times after that, plus all of the times that I referenced in my studies, I was an atheist because that first reading of the Bible made me question everything.
That'll do it. And I'm gonna live with that.
And it was hard. It was a hard road. I went from being a theist to a deist to a pantheist to spiritual. And then I was like, what am I doing with myself? I'm just, this is ridiculous. And then let go of it all. And I felt so much better. And you have to remember, I came from Catholicism. And in Catholicism, condemnation and self-hatred is what's taught to everybody to keep people compliant. Lord, give me the Holy Spirit so that I can interpret the Bible. I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Oh Lord, are we praying now?
Well, I don't have the Holy Spirit. I don't feel different.
Thomas, we need to pray. Didn't we already go through the prayer thing doesn't work? I thought we already went through that. Luke 11:13. Well, how about Leviticus 21, where it says you can sell your daughter to her rapist?
Right, because then you'll have the Holy Spirit in ya, all up in ya. You know what I mean?
Verse 7 is that one, Donald. Verse 7. Verse 20 tells you how you can beat your slaves, even to death, as long as they don't die within a day or two of the beating.
When you say you're Catholic, would you like?
I'm not giving you any information, Joanna. You're a doctor.
Me?
Yeah, going around telling everyone where I'm from and what, I don't like that. You could have apologised.
I apologize. I didn't know it was a secret. It's such a big area. I don't think anyone could find you. But it's nice to see.
I still wouldn't do that to anybody on here who has told you. So, yeah, it's just not the done thing. Come on.
Not familiar. But yeah, it's nice to see you. Thank you.
I accept your apology. Please don't do it again.
I'm not familiar with
I'm glad you left the Catholic Church his daughter buying, not selling her to your rapist. Deuteronomy that has the. He's burning alive in Leviticus for sex.
Yeah, and any of the surrounding inhabitants of Israel, you're to go out and force them to be your slaves. If they say okay, they become your slaves, and if they say no, then eradicate them all and take the women as sex slaves and
Just the children, the female children.
Yeah, if they please the eye. But it's not for everyone, even the animals. I mean, what did the animals do wrong?
Well, any survivors might be able to feed on the animals, right? Can't have that.
I think the best one for me is, if another place is worshipping another god, you have the right to go in and rip open the pregnant women's bellies and dash the fetuses on the ground, even though abortion is wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not. I see it says rocks, but I could be wrong. That's not.
Yeah, the rocks, the ground, the rocks. You're right. Hosea 11. No, 13, 16.
You're taking that out of context.
Oh, of course, yeah. How else are you supposed to take it then?
it's like the perfect Christian response, man. That's what they all say. You're doing the
You take 9 times out of 10, the context makes it worse.
I write that off. That's what I do. I write that off. But it's
like 80% of the Bible.
Amen.
Well,
let's rock with what we got. But like the whole
or we could just throw out the rest of 20%.
That's why you could see me like people could hear me talk about the Bible, and all of a sudden when we're talking about Zionists or whatever, right? I have a serious issue with people being oppressed, so I could talk at one point about it, I could switch immediately to talk about how much I definitely hate extremism, right, wherever it may be found, because you think you're the chosen people. Like, please, miss me with
the problem is that Christianity being the problem is that Christianity being violent wasn't an extremist section of it for the vast majority of the time. It was the majority of it.
He's talking about the Jews right now. But the problem is,
and also the national Christians in America, right? They're doing the same thing. The Islamic extremists are doing the same thing. They think they have
most fundamentalist religion.
They think they have a superior view of the world.
Would you say that the Torah is a radical religion?
Nancy, don't say that.
No, but would you? Because it was written by Orthodox Jewish people.
I mean, just look at their culture. Like the fundamentalist Orthodox or something.
Yeah, it is, and that could be one point for just with the evolution of it, right? You see how it sort of calms down, even the language itself, it's very rough in the beginning. Towards the middle of the Old Testament, it begins to calm down a little bit, and then you see what happens in the New Testament, where there claims to be this sort of overall of world views of how we should quote unquote treat people. So yeah, I would say that. I would definitely say that in the sense of the time it would be compared to what we have today. There's no way in hell. Like I told you guys before, the whole story with Abraham hearing a voice, and the voice telling him, "Oh, take your son." I've told Christians this to their face, and they think I'm mad. They think I'm crazy, or I don't know why they think that, but I don't care actually. But when they say go kill your son, I've thought about this. If I have a son, there's no voice. Even if I heard a voice, audible. Right? I'm telling me go do this. I'm not going to do it. I'm simply not going to do it.
And one of the few Christians I've heard actually say that, so I'm actually pretty proud of him.
Yeah, he's
I understand that people, I just let people sort of, because again, I understand I was there at some point, but then people grow, and then I let them sort of be what they are, but I just tell them exactly who and what I am. So in certain, especially when we're talking about situations like that, I have to make it very clear that that's not happening, right? That's not happening. So in that context, absolutely, it's more radical. So that's why I'm against radical ideas of thinking that you can believe all you want, right? But it shouldn't endanger or influence someone else's life. They should have autonomy over what they believe. And that's just it. And,
Sorry, did you say that people should have autonomy over what other people believe?
No, what they believe, not what other people believe.
Yeah, well, you do have autonomy over what you believe, don't you? We don't have any blasphemy laws anymore, do we?
I mean, thank God, right?
Garland still does.
Thank God. Actually, saying that, we are very, very close to going back to blasphemy laws. So people in the UK, if they mention anything about Islam, or anything to do with Islam, it's considered hate attack.
Nigeria. Like I said, if you watching the news.
Yeah, my dad comes from Nigeria as well.
Yeah, so like so many things are happening where people can't be, especially in the north, people can't be open to what they believe, and I don't believe like I just don't know. I think human beings are different because I don't know. There's nothing in me in my opinion. There's just nothing that you can say something about anybody. Like why should I think that it's hard for me to think of like someone else, you know, you say something about Muhammad or someone and you can kill like that's my brain can't even process that, you know. Like if you say anything about Jesus, like what the hell? You have a right to say whatever you want to say. Like that's how I see it anyway.
I wish more Christians felt like you.
Just fell into the atheist trap, another unwitting, unknowing victim of reason, you know?
That's funny. No, this is nothing happened. Like I'm gonna leave here and still have like my conversation. But again, like I said, great conversation. I'm still here. It means that I'm enjoying it. I might leave at some point, but I'll be back. You know what I mean? Like I'm not like those type of people that just like don't conversate with people like we do in real life anyway. Like people I work with have different beliefs, you know, don't believe. Who cares? Like at some point you should be just able to have a conversation. Like damn.
Ellie is going to leave here still professing to be a Christian, but he's already demonstrated that he's not. He's probably an atheist.
It's sort of heretical for a Christian, but just another welcome change. Whoa, that's good.
Yeah, Mehdi sounds a lot like a Muslim or following Islam because he doesn't believe that Jesus was God. And he also, you know, believes in the Old Testament God more so. And I would liken that more to Islam than Christianity.
But I'll say like he's the son of God though. So like most Islamic people won't say that.
Yeah, son of God. Son of God meant prophet for the time. Do you think that Jesus was the prophet?
No, he was definitely more than that, but he's just
okay. What was he then?
He was a divine being. Right? Some kind of divine being, but he wasn't God though.
He's a divine, is he an angel?
Possibly, he could be like a messenger of God.
We all
he's
know
not God.
because we're all.
He's not God. Like that's the one thing. That's the one thing I'm driving is because the whole Trinitarian thing, you know, that's a whole Greek thing, you know, you see, and all of that. That comes from, you know, certain kinds of Greek philosophy.
No, it's Mesopotamian. It's again, El had three sons who were in a trinity position. God of the sun, the moon, and the sky. And the Al-Shaman and Malakbal.
Yeah, sure, but those weren't him though. Like if you look in anywhere in Sumerian, there's always a chief deity. There's always a supreme deity.
So is Jesus a demigod? Is he a bit like?
I don't know what. I don't know. However you want to explain. However you want to explain it. I don't think he is.
Is he like one of the Nephilim?
I don't know.
Do you know what the Nephilim are?
I just know he ain't the most high God though. That's all I know.
Okay, but do you know what the Nephilim are?
Of course I do.
Okay. How did they come about?
Like the sons of God met with the daughters of men. Genesis.
Okay, what is a son of God?
Yeah, so son of God, according to certain Hebrew translations, the earliest Hebrew translations believe the son of God were angelic beings, and then later on you have people like Rashi talking about the son of God being actual just men of a noble man. So
you do realise that the archangels were taken from that Mesopotamian pantheon, and they returned from you know, God's children to angels, the divine purpose.
You talking about the 70 sons of El? Oh, yeah.
No, I'm not talking about that. El had 3 sons. He had brothers, he had a wife, he had a hooker, he had, again, it was a very humanistic variation, a bit like the Greeks, a bit like the those pantheons were very humanistic in nature, and then they wanted to get pulled away from that, so they made God.
Right, but those 70 songs is literally in the Ugaritic text. The El literally has 70 songs, which was 70 deities.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's including all the other gods.
Real gods, you know.
So Jesus wasn't God. Is God God?
Yes.
I appreciate that, Ernie.
Who created God?
No one.
Oh, that's a lie, honey. Humans created God.
Who did?
So, I mean, that's just an infinite difference. I mean, who created God?
Right.
Who created the person who created God? You know, I mean, all humans. You know, you could either say God created himself, or you could just end it at humans. However you want. Hey, man, we here, right?
Well, if a character from another pantheon was taken to create your God, then it's less likely to be true, isn't it? Because you're taking from another religion and making up a story about your own.
I mean, it's more of a polemic. You know what that is?
No,
So polemic is basically when you use.
It's a monolatry, basically.
What was it?
A monolatry.
What's that?
So it's a religion that recognizes multiple gods, but you're only allowed to worship one of them.
No, I said polemic, not polytheism.
Okay, so
A polemic is trying to use cultural ideas, right? So it's like trying to make an argument, like taking other cultural ideas and turning it on its head. So like you see that happen with like where they took stories and they were basically trying to answer those stories and to say this is what actually happened in the story. So you see that happen like a lot of times. Somebody could make that argument for the Bible to say they took from all of these different
people were like, where do we come from? We don't know. We'll make something up to make ourselves feel better.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, existentialism, these were questions that were at that time, right? And someone could argue that they still at this time, although you guys seem to know everything, so maybe the rest of the world, right? So the rest of the world has this like existential
delusion. They have a delusion, and I'm a part of that delusion.
When we ask questions, and these questions have been asked like for thousands.
Yeah, but we can ask questions, but when we make assertions about questions that we have no knowledge of, that's called being deluded.
Yeah, sure. You know, but then we have if you look at these questions and these answers,
assertions and then assertions. Sorry.
Right. So what you could come to is that you want to make an argument that all of the different cultures were basically asking different questions theologically, and the Bible. Someone could argue this, that the Bible is trying to answer those questions theologically by using their own myths. So that would be like the polemic context to that. So like that's why you see like there's a flood, it borrows from different places,
and then he tries to make one congruent story, through their own lens, of course, right? So, because again, if you look at the history of Israel, Israel was under Egypt for so many thousands of years, historically. So
No, not historically, just in the Bible.
No. Historically, I'm not even talking about like what the Bible says about. I'm not talking to you about when the Bible says Israel was in Egypt. No. I'm saying historically, Israel controlled that region that we know as Canaan. This is before the late Bronze Age.
Oh, you're talking about the Egyptian governing of that area.
Yes, before the late Bronze Age, we have something called the Amarna letters, where Canaanites, satyrs are writing to Egypt and calling for military help because from the north, the Syrians are attacking. So this is a way. So when we have the Bible beginning to formulate around, give or take, 800 BC, give or take, right? But before that, what we have were smaller settlements. So yes, there was a lot of influence in that context, like as to the other external beliefs that were always moving through that place, like the place of Canaan. It wasn't just one constant place. There were so many religions through trade that moved in and out of Canaan due to the control that Egypt had for so long. This is what I believe. This is how I believe, like the Egypt story. I don't even think it's a literal story. I think what they were probably trying to do was just write a story, right, that was simply going to explain all what happened till after the late Bronze Age. Because whatever happened in the late Bronze Age, so many civilizations got destroyed, and nobody really knows what really happened. But for some reason, Israel, we still don't know, but Israel formed after that, as we know, right? So they could have been possibly
like the steppe area.
Yeah, they could have possibly trying to insult Egypt in the sense that Egypt controlled that region, but no more. So it was sort of like a metaphorical story for we are now our own people. So they had to write it in the sense of we were under Egypt and we went into Egypt, blah 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 blah.
You have a pretty good understanding of the actual history, which is more than I can say than most Christians. Are there any other thieves on stage that want to have a conversation, or in the audience?
Yeah, I'm a believer. What's this room all about?
I like to talk to thieves about God.
Are you one of them atheists?
Yeah, I'm one of them atheists.
Alright, well, you're tearing this country apart.
I'm not the one doing that, by the way. It's the theists that are doing that.
Listen, there's a lot of radical leftists tearing this country apart. They're godless.
No, the radical leftists in this country are not godless. And there's no radical leftists in this country. There's only radical right.
Oh, I beg to differ. There are radical lefties.
No, not saying that.
Okay, so, which are the radical leftists?
Oh, Palestine Action are radical leftists.
Who?
Palestine Action.
That's radical left? Okay.
Definitely radical left.
So in the United States, who are the radical leftists?
I would probably say that would be the feminazis.
And how many of those are elected officials?
Oh, thousands. Most of them are lesbians.
Alright. Who was the first person? Was that just a joke too?
No, I'm asking if you were joking about the radical left thing.
Well, that's a funny question. See, you guys are kind of, I can understand what's going on in this room.
Do you?
What's going on in this room?
See, now you're trying to gaslight me.
Come back, Joe. You gave me a headache to reach out.
I was gonna laugh so hard I couldn't keep going, man. But it's fun.
I think there's extremists on the left and right. I think the right's extremist is more physically deadly, dangerous for sure. For sure. But then if you look at the left, you have like the council culture that's sort of eating itself. Right? The council culture did great. And you think, the council culture was great, called out many pedophiles and all of that stuff, great. But then it began to eat itself in the sense that people who even never really did anything, many people from different races, not just black, white, were falling under, the microscope was definitely set on people, like even the people themselves who were going for the cancel culture, they got cancelled themselves.
Not just cancel culture, it's the people that tear down statues or they throw paint over paintings and destroy them. You know, the destructive people that call themselves activists, but they're extremists. They don't.
That's facts.
Well, I understand that you have oppositional defiance disorder, Nelly, so anything I say, you're going to say no. It's fine.
No, I actually said, no, that is facts.
I know,
Because
that's
I should
right now.
No, I was not. I said, no, that's true.
I know, and I'm gaslighting you.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, no, that's too easy. Sorry, Joe, did you want to say something?
It's like, goddamn, I didn't say that.
Are there any Christians on stage even? There aren't, huh?
Yes.
Who?
Me.
Melanie. Well, we already said Melanie. Melanie's done.
No, me, not a Christian. He's,
I am.
Muslim.
You're not finished.
I am a Christian, thank you very much. Don't tell me I'm not one.
Well, can I ask you a few questions just really quick? I'm going to try to be quick.
Yeah.
Literally
I don't want to take a lot of your time. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Is your God real?
Yes.
Does he affect my life regardless of what I think about him?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to just say, I know he never forces anyone to do anything against their own free will. But if he did, it would be well within his rights. He would be justified in doing so. It would be morally correct, and it would be good. Don't you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Does your God want me to go to heaven?
Yes.
Does your God ever fail at getting things he wants?
No.
Okay. So I'll be going to heaven, right?
If you would be good. Be a good boy.
We already covered all this. He wants me to do all those things, right? To go to heaven, right?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yes.
Right. So then I guess I'll see you there, right?
Yeah.
God wants me in heaven, it doesn't matter what I can do.
Yeah.
I'll always end up in heaven.
Awesome. Hey, look, she did it. She's
Honey, bring me a bottle of rosé. Bring me a bottle of rosé. I just want to know what our man
Rosé, why?
He said he'll bring it in heaven. We're gonna meet in heaven. I want you to bring me a bottle of rosé.
I'll bring you a
No,
cat.
bring me a bottle of
Rosé.
rosé.
Spring day, maybe.
I'll bring everybody a golden calf. How about it?
All I'm saying is that eternity would be a long if I can't smoke weed.
Bring a bottle of champagne.
Yeah, honey shows up.
Seriously though, saying I'm a Muslim, I don't know if you were joking though, Enigma, but saying I'm a Muslim simply because I'm telling you what the Bible says about Jesus Christ. He's the Son of God. He's the Son of God. No, I align more with how the Bible explains. Even David himself is called the Son of God. Right?
David is not in the Torah.
David is not in the Torah.
No, he's not.
What are you talking about? Jesus is not in the Torah neither.
No, I know, but you disregard all of that. You said you only go by the Torah, the first 5 books of the Bible.
David's married.
I said I refer that historically more than other
David's
books.
married.
But to say that someone isn't a Christian, they don't see Jesus as God, I'm telling you right now, it's logically obvious to say so. Like you should put it that building. Jesus is not God, and I'm a Christian.
He doesn't like singing because it gives him a headache.
Right.
Johnny's talking about the rebellion.
Johnny's son, you seem to be a Christian too, also, right?
Yeah.
Johnny.
Why do you blame God?
Johnny.
I didn't mess up. I think it would require more faith not to believe in it.
Why? It's all breaking up, robotics, people off mics.
I don't believe it at all.
I said it would require more faith to not believe in God.
Yeah, I do believe in God, and I don't believe in
Wait, you really believe that? You think that as an atheist, I have more faith than you, a Christian?
Oh,
Yeah, you have more faith in your creation story than I do in my creation story.
I don't believe in creation. Nothing's ever been created, so that's false.
An atheist didn't believe in creation, and the atheist doesn't think they're existing right now.
John, no, I just don't think anything's ever been created.
You're telling me my parents...
Exactly. Your story of origin, I don't know who's talking altogether, but your story of origin, is it me?
Are you telling me then that my definition of how I was created by my mother and father fornicating and producing me isn't true?
No, I'm saying your amateur question is terrible. I'm talking about how you would assume humans were existing on this planet and the creation of humans. You require more faith in your evolutionary process than I do in the Bible.
Okay, so if I relate to this leads faith can be used to come to the wrong conclusion about reality.
My evidence of evolution is based on that.
If you have evidence of evolution, I have questions.
Well, you just say you have faith in us.
Sure, go ahead. You got an evolutionary biology.
Here we go. Are you ready? This should require this first question should require only maybe 4 or 5 words if you know what you're saying. As we know, evolution says that mammals come from reptiles who first came from fish. Tell me the reptile that mammals came from, and then tell me the fish that reptiles came from. I'll wait right here.
Okay.
Yes, that is evolutionary fact. You're not ready for the conversation. Let's get the guy that said he knows about evolution. Come here, boy. Talk.
Wow, kind of a dick move. Are you referring to Joseph?
Yeah,
I want you to tell me which one is your link that went from. We'll start from the beginning. Because I'm not even going to go before fish, because I'll debunk everything fine. So what went from fish to reptile to mammals?
We came from monkeys.
8, grade 8. They're not
We didn't come from either. We share a common ancestry according to science. I want to know which mammal came from the plants, which came from the reptiles, which came from the fish. Break it down for me like 5 years old. You got
We are grade 8. We didn't come from them. We are.
Yeah, see, that's that.
We come from bacteria.
I know what evolution says. I'm just saying the thing you have. Tell me which reptiles could evolve into a mammal, and then I can keep asking you some more simple questions because I want to see which fish turned into a reptile.
The question here, are you asking about synapses?
I'm asking you, what is your missing link from reptiles to mammals and from fish to reptiles? Yes, there is. Evolution says that they one evolved to the other.
I'm sorry, Johnny, there is no way.
They're not missing. Slow down, Johnny.
So what is the name of the species? Name it.
Synapses.
Synapses. He's been telling you this
Yes.
whole time.
I'm saying this over and over.
No, because I first said this is one of
What is it? Fish reptiles and synapses.
Hold on. That's incorrect. I said for fish reptiles.
You said
Why right now?
mammals.
No, I said that was first, and then I said before that. So now let's try to say it. So I'm not going to say it. Answer it now. For fish reptiles, what is the link?
Fish reptiles.
I want to hear it.
That's tectonic. So tectonic is from fish
You hear
reptiles.
how he's saying what regurgitating what AI says? This is the fake required because they're using one fossil, they're using one artifact, they're using one skeleton, they're using
Wow.
Slow down.
Hilarious.
You asked a question and I answered it.
It's 100% fact. You require way more. Your question is just a regurgitation of some.
Child, slow down.
He's not regurgitating anything. Teasing.
100% he's
I answered
regurgitating.
your question. That's all I did. I didn't
He's literally named this species. We're talking about.
Okay, again, I answered your question, right? I said I sought clarification. Are you inquiring about synapses and what would you like to know about them?
You are getting debunked right now. You right now took the item. Hold on. I'll show you later. I'll show you right now. Because we know right now that there was a mammal that went into the water and became a freaking whale. Okay? It was a 3-meter mammal. There you go, synapses that connected to that mammal. That's a debunking point to your whole point.
Yes.
That's strike one. That's strike one.
So the smallest unit of evolution is not the individual. So a mammal did not go into the ocean and become a whale. That would be a horrible misrepresentation of what evolution actually describes. In fact, the smallest unit of evolution is the population, not the individual. So saying that one individual went into the ocean and then became a different species is to completely misrepresent the entire evolutionary theory.
And also, those are two different, organisms that did that. But
How do you do those gifts, Enigma?
Press and hold your picture. And
Yeah.
And then at the bottom it says GIF.
Yeah.
And then you
Oh, cool. Yeah.
on a computer.
Okay, so the Pachytus wasn't a land mammal, it was a species, right? It was a population of animals that went back into the ocean. So again, there wasn't one single individual that went into the ocean and then became something else. There was a population of the Pachytus, right? And that is what went into the ocean, is this population, and over the course of about 50 million years, became speciated into other species.
Oh, but there are connections to that mammal and other reptiles.
Of course, there's connections between us and bananas, for crying out loud.
But it would be, again, population. You need to start saying population.
Oh, like population. All life is connected.
It's weird because I did answer, right? You said that you never answered anything I have. I did answer synapses, and then you never made it past that for me to answer a second question.
Let's bring it back up instead of doing this chat nonsense. But you have to participate and not just yell at everybody. It's annoying. You're the only one getting emotional here, Johnny.
Yeah.
Johnny, be good.
You only asked me one question and I answered it, so I don't know what you're on about.
I invited you, Johnny. Maybe someone else has to do it. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to as well.
Come on, Johnny. Have a conversation. Don't be a baby. Don't freaking yell at us every 5 seconds.
Put the armor of God on so you don't feel triggered.
Gird your loins.
Goddamn, I'm trying to find this shit. It's pissing me off. Fuck, man.
Fancy.
My fucking friend's daughter, right? She's like, what, she's 12? And this shit looks like it's for 5-year-olds, and she's into drawing. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Isn't there like something that's like a proper sketch pad with these dumb characters on it? And on top of that, Hello Kitty's not a cat. It's a fucking girl. You believe this shit? Hello Kitty's not a cat.
She's a fairy.
Yeah, Hello Kitty's not a girl.
Yeah. Yeah. They got enough
It's a bit like Janet from The Good Place. Janet from The Good Place is not a girl.
Yeah. Oh, man. Just kill me.
But if it's not real, what's the point? It's a girl of the film.
Molly, you need to figure out whether God exists or not before we can have a further conversation.
You didn't know a lot about like how the Bible was put together.
Oh yes, I do know.
She's very knowledgeable about how the Bible was put together. Just from what I've heard, she seems very knowledgeable.
You were the one that said it was the Council of Nicaea that constructed the New Testament. It was actually the Council of Constantinople.
No. I said the Council of Nicaea was where certain.
Oh no, you didn't.
Like the Council of
He did say there were other councils. He knew there were other councils.
He did. He knew there were other
Council
councils.
of Trent is the best one.
Yeah, I know that. First
Now, what's this Tokidori shit? Is this related to some real characters? It kind of looks similar. And it's like a proper sketchbook. Tokidori, you heard of that in this name?
Rufus, my head is literally bleeding right now.
What?
From the conversations that I've had today. Nelly, bless him, he seems like a really reasonable believer. He's well informed, he's reasonable, but there are some little things that make me want to bash my head against a brick wall. He doesn't know if God exists.
Don't do that.
No, but I wouldn't. I'm not going to do self-harm. You take after worry.
The brick wall is far too precious to injure with my head.
Yeah, the brick wall, needs to stand.
Why would you get upset hearing that? I mean, I'm overjoyed hearing that shit.
And I'm not
It sounds
upset.
like they don't know whether that.
It just
Not
feels
like,
like to itch my brain.
Now I'm talking to someone who may be more risk averse. They're not gonna just feed me any whim or fancy they have. They're thinking more about probability.
There we go. Appreciate that.
Probability or possibility?
Well, you could parse it however you want. Yeah, there is a difference, but just for simplicity's sake, it's more risk averse to abstain typically. Or like if you watch prey animals stop and freeze and look around, they're not just gonna run or fight. They are just collecting a bunch of data, holding their cards close to their hands, or holding their cards to their chest, actually.
Possums that comes around, they just freeze and fall over.
I don't really think it's a big deal that exists on that. There's that.
Sorry, what did you say, Manny? I missed what you said.
I don't really think it's a big deal that God exists or not.
Okay.
Because I don't think it's really going to change anything.
You could just say you don't think God is a threat or a real concern. Like, oh, God existed, but it didn't make a difference. You still went to heaven or whatever.
of their God that concerns me.
You know what? I agree with that. I agree with that too. You know what, Donald?
See what I mean? Bro's theology is actually on point. It's hard to hate. But then I'm like privy to the worst of it, so it's you know.
I don't hate people that, you know, are agnostic in their approach even, because that would require a lot of energy, and I don't have it.
Some of their actions. Actually, the more fundamental.
I blame Donald Trump for a lot of this.
I mean, he has disrupted the world, humanity on a world scale. It's insane.
Yeah.
He's lost 40 senators, Congress people are going to be resigning before or just after the next midterms because of what their relationship with Donald Trump. 40 people losing their careers over one man. And that's just a direct result of all of the indirect shit that's happened, like him bombing a bunch of Venezuelan fishermen. The body count is now above 100. And now we're invading their country. We're saying that if you don't give us back the resources that you don't know us, we're going to invade. It's very weird. I don't know how that works. We're seizing their vessels and stealing their oil and killing their fishermen.
You have
We're stripping the fucking airspace, right?
You have to remember that Donald Trump is the Antichrist.
Oh man, I think it's people that don't understand that the Antichrist character is supposed to be represented.
Yeah,
because say that stuff. Oh my goodness.
You know what's funny if that's true? Then the atheists in our culture are the prophets of the real God. Like, we don't even know it, but God's using us and will probably glorify us in heaven. Be like, you didn't believe me on earth? That was actually passing the test. You should keep your leaders accountable. That's how you ended up with the Antichrist. It's because Christians didn't hold their leaders accountable. But the Christian God actually says, I wash your feet as Christ and die for you, so you can hold me accountable. It's fucking crazy.
That's so funny.
You could spin Christian theology like almost completely on its head, and still
right, because that's how they do it. That's how we do it.
Yeah.
Or should we do the same thing for Judaism, because that's how it was built too. The Christians learned it from Israel.
And I can get super crazy, like an atheist man here is going to say shit like, Donald Trump is not the Antichrist. He's a type of the Antichrist. He's a midrashic foreshadowing.
An archetype.
He's an archetype. He's just like Goliath or many other, Antiochus Epiphanes. There's been lots of Antichrists. The tribe of the church.
Prophecy for Donald Trump. I bet you money, anybody, I bet you money, we can go through the Old Testament and find prophecy for Trump.
It's like saying from the book of Nehemiah, too. It's like, Christians, the Bible's right there in your church, but you bury it on your idol worship of, humans. And you're looking for glory in the here and now from the biased confirmation of your politicians. It's like, that's sin. Romans 13 does say that God will put leaders in charge, but only as punishment. If you aren't following the way of God, God will give you over to false Christian leaders that are pretenders or showmen. They're hirelings. They don't really care about the flock. They're just there to make money. And Paul is warns about that. The epistles are full of warnings about bad leaders that you have to, in a structure, you have to take into account. Actually question your pastors and shit them.
Somebody needs to run it in the AI to go through.
You know what's crazy?
It's not great.
just said about like Paul, like I think like we were talking about the immediate situation that we're going through, especially at the time or probably like 20, 30 years in front. And I'm dealing with like what happened in 70 AD. I believe there was a whole like anxiousness around that time, and even after that time, because even the Jews themselves believe that something would happen. Josephus tries to sort of claim in the antiquities that something happened. I don't believe
Is your mic getting quieter again?
Sorry. Sorry. Josephus claims that something happened in 70 AD, but I don't believe a word of Josephus. So there was this idea that something was going to happen because of how the Romans were treating the Jews and the early Christians. The fact that they didn't believe God.
You don't believe anything in Josephus?
Sorry?
You said you didn't believe a word of Josephus.
No, not when he says like, in the antiquity of Jews, we're talking about like, oh, there were like chariots in the sky in 70 and all that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, like, but the historical stuff probably, but like when you was like people write stuff, and sometimes they write stuff, it is what it is, right?
I get it. I thought Josephus was more pretty much a straight arrow, but he does use some typological language.
Yeah, he does. He's talking about like the scorpions, the Roman soldiers looking like scorpions. Like, cut it out. Like, cut it out. Like, you were really talking about something.
Well, with him, he knows better. That's why it's easy to spot.
Like, just to
squirting with a water bottle like a cat.
Like, people in the modern world, like, for some reason, when they started with the whole Antichrist thing, they thought like several emperors. Emperor Nero was the Antichrist. Well, it didn't start with him. It started with, with a couple of them before that, right? Like Julius Caesar, and so like a bunch of them they thought. So like, I'm not surprised that that stuff keeps happening.
Well, the Romans were assholes. I mean,
Yeah, they were. I mean, they were wrong. But in the beginning, they were, and then they changed their mind at some point.
I mean, when I went there, they were toned down a bit. But, yeah.
Is Johnny here still?
No, we don't get to hear his question. We went to the atheists.
We invited him up a couple of times before he left. But it's probably going to be something stupid like evolution is false, therefore God.
People believe in dinosaurs.
That just feels like bait. Every time it feels like bait. It's not a defense of another proposition like the God theory. It's just attacking something else that is unrelated. It's like, well, your explanation doesn't fly with me. It's like, well, that's what we're saying.
It's such boring phrasing too. Like, what do they mean when they say, "Oh, you believe in dinosaurs"? Like, what? What do you mean believe?
Believe. Gone and seen the bones, right?
It's literally like, I start by believing things, but then I become convinced, and then I become certain by degrees, then it becomes margins of error, then it becomes like projections of revenue. It's like, how certain are you is
travels, I talk to, I don't know, on the weekends.
Hello, Boto.
Take my the one.
Okay, yeah, I'm right here. I just want to say, I don't, know what y'all are talking at this point. I was coming in to address the room, Nicki Minaj on the right side of history. I don't know if you guys moved on, but I wanted to address that statement. I do not think she's on the right side of history. I think she's being a pawn and playing a pawn. If anything, I don't think it necessarily she's even playing a pawn. I think there's something she wants immigrants and giving them out. I don't know what information she's privy to, but I guess there's violence against Christians and noble work. Trump doesn't even identify as a Christian. He's not even a Christian. He said it out of his own mouth. They're going in because Trump wants access to rare earth minerals because America has to compete with China. And China is abundant in rare earth minerals. And as well as China has positioned itself to take advantage of rare earth minerals in certain African countries. And that has given China a strategic advantage over America. And so the Trump administration in its typical way, and it's not only just the Trump administration, but America in its desire to play imperialism and bully nations and exploitation, they want to go into Nigeria, places like Nigeria. And, Nikki is just being a tool for their propaganda, for their...
Who's next on the queue?
Yes, next else.
You didn't hear me at
I
all.
thought I was also that from the queue.
You didn't hear me at all, huh?
No, the person that you just heard speaking was speaking because I said you could take my turn, and my turn was next. That's why they were speaking. Next in the queue is perverted 10. After perverted 10, it's Guava. If you would like to add yourself to the queue, copy and paste the queue in the chat.
I was on the queue in the chat.
The newest one. Let me check the chat.
Like, I'm literally in the queue in the chat, so I don't know what queue.
No, that's Rich that's messing it up.
Oh yeah, that's Rich. Yeah. I'm only focusing on the ones that I heard. If you look at the ones that say knowledge, because Rich is pissed off that you've been not allowed to speak to it, so you've been fucking around the queue. Yeah. If you look at the ones that I've been posting, those are the ones. Copy and paste your name to those that I heard. Like I just put right now. It's a K9, copy room, knowledge, Verdict, lava, hopefully popcorn. Want to react to that one? Just put yourself next. I'm active lava.
Okay, so I'm after Guava in the queue.
Let's see. The latest one that I see after the one that I posted, it says K9, knowledge, Verdict, lava, then it says B. And the one after that one, it says sugar. Are we all on the same page?
No, because I was on the queue in the chat. Like,
Alright, you don't see me now,
How
John?
about this? I see you now. Yes, the right one.
Alright.
So, sugar brother, let me ask you, where in the queue, where in the chat did you say, let me go after perverted 10 or after love? Where did you do that?
yeah, so in the queue that was in the chat that I saw, I was after 10. Like that,
Where
you
you
said.
posted that?